A wide view of Shanghai City appears, buildings stretching toward the coast under a bright sky. Inside a bedroom, a woman sits beside a crib and breastfeeds her newborn. She gently looks down at him and tells him that once Chenchin is full, he just drifts off to sleep, and she doesn't mind losing nights of rest as long as he grows up healthy. The baby quietly drinks in her arms. His eyes suddenly open wide. His energy begins increasing continuously. In his mind, he realizes he has transmigrated into a newborn whose brain isn't even fully developed yet. He lies in the crib and looks upward as a strange interface appears before him, showing his identity, and that he is only 33 days old with an ordinary biological level and no special attribute. He understands he has obtained some kind of cheat ability. 3 months later, his parents lean over the crib watching him kick happily without crying. His father praises how well-behaved he is and says the child clearly has talent, believing he could become a lofty gene user or at least a cyborg. His mother smiles beside him. The baby stares upward as a new achievement triggers. Because he has kicked 10,000 times, he gains a permanent reward. By continuously training the same body part, it will keep strengthening beyond normal human limits. At only 3 months old, he realizes he has already completed his first system task, and his strength can now steadily increase. He wonders what gene users and cyborgs even are. He imagines himself becoming some kind of superhero, picturing web-slinging powers and mechanical armor, but his face quickly turns blank again as he lies on the bed. 4 months later, night falls over the quiet living room. At 4 months old, he crawls across the living room floor at night while everyone sleeps. As he keeps moving, his vitality and coordination continue improving, and his crawling becomes more proficient. He trains only after dark so his parents won't get suspicious. 1 month later, he stands and takes small steps forward with his arms spread for balance. His body improves again, and he learns to walk at just 5 months old. At 6 months, he calmly sits between his parents on the sofa and watches television with them, now able to act like a normal baby without drawing attention. The news broadcast shows gene fusers and cyborgs working together to fight dangerous creatures. Seeing it, he realizes this world is not the same Earth he once knew. Images of terrifying monsters appear. He understands that the planet has mutated and countless unknown creatures, called beasts, now exist. Humanity created 2 paths to fight them. One path uses mechanical ascension, replacing the body with technology to crush beasts. The other uses genetic fusion, merging with beast genes to inherit their powers and battle using supernatural abilities. Back in the crib, he clenches his tiny fist. He decides that with his system, he just needs to quietly keep growing, evolve in secret, and survive in this dangerous world. He glances to the side, thinking carefully about his future. The doorbell rings and his mother opens the door. A girl introduces herself as Su Meng, saying they just moved in next door and hands over a small gift. She points to the man behind her and introduces her husband Shen Jianai and the little girl in his arms, Shen Qinghan. The baby looks at the purple-haired girl, and she becomes the first friend he meets in this world. 7 months later, he jumps forward across the floor, and his legs' strength and jumping ability improve. He immediately dashes across the room, and his running speed and coordination rise again. He sits on the floor playing with toys while babbling, and his speech and expression ability improve as well. By 7 months, he can already run, jump, and even speak simple sounds. At 8 months old, he lies inside the crib repeatedly doing sit-ups, strengthening his core. He normally trains only when his parents are not around. But one day his mother walks in. She freezes in shock as she sees him sitting up and exercising inside the crib. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she blurts out that Chenchin is actually doing sit-ups. His mother stares at him inside the crib, then suddenly convinces herself she must be hallucinating from working too much and leaves. He quietly pretends to be asleep under the blanket and relaxes, realizing he needs to be more careful next time. A few days later, she urgently calls his father over while bathing the baby. The father rushes in and freezes when he sees the child's body. They notice their 8-month-old already has clear abdominal muscles. The father starts thinking seriously, comparing the baby's huge appetite and physique, then suddenly concludes their son might be a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. He excitedly declares the child's future is limitless and believes he will at least become a gene fuser or even a cyborg. In his mind, the boy sighs in relief, realizing he almost exposed himself, but his parents simply assumed he was a genius. Later, while sitting with his mother watching television, the news reports about a prodigy born in a powerful martial clan who could lift a 20-kilogram weight with one hand at only 2 years old. His mother pats his head and proudly says her son won't lose to those so-called prodigies. He looks forward thoughtfully, wondering if he will really be able to do the same when he turns 2. Time passes. At 2 years old, he stands in the storage room and lifts a 20-kilogram box with one hand, holding it up easily. His mother calls out that Qinghan has come over to play and tells him to come out. He freezes in shock for a moment, then calmly walks toward the door and reaches for the handle. When the door opens, the purple-haired girl stands there holding a small snack and shyly offers it to him, still speaking in baby talk. He notices that even though they are the same age, her words are unclear and childish. They don't really play much together. She eats and falls asleep while he uses every spare moment to train. Sometimes she even climbs onto his back while he's moving, and he keeps crawling forward with her weight on him, using her as extra resistance. But there is one problem. She occasionally wets herself while on top of him. Time passes. At 3 years old, he stands in the storage room and lifts a 40-kilogram box with one hand effortlessly. He watches the news showing a 4.5-year-old prodigy lifting a 30-kilogram dumbbell with one hand, and he realizes he has already surpassed that. A status window appears, showing he is still only at ordinary rank 1 with the use it or lose it attribute. He starts wondering what rank 2 would be like, and whether it goes beyond human limits. With that question in mind, he finally steps outside for the first time. On the street, he sees beast-like humanoids walking among people and flying mechanical figures in the sky. He understands those must be gene fusers and cyborgs. He walks with his mother and the neighbors toward the library, deciding it is the best place to find answers since he isn't allowed to use electronics much. Inside, he immediately runs deeper into the shelves while they call after him. He sits on the floor reading books while Kinghan offers him cookies, but he refuses and tells her to eat them instead. By reading, he begins understanding the structure of this world. Ancient records explain that this mutated Earth is divided into 6 biological levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each level has 9 stages, and ordinary humans remain stuck at the first stage, making them insignificant compared to higher beings. While reading, he realizes he needs to grow faster if he wants to survive in this dangerous world. As he continues studying, his comprehension and knowledge keep improving, and the system gives him a long-term objective tied to reading, letting him train both his mind and body. At 4 years old, he keeps up daily training and constant reading. He begins kindergarten together with Kinghan and is taken inside by their teacher. Soon after, his strength increases again, and he reaches ordinary rank 2. He easily lifts an 80-kilogram object, and his physical performance already matches adult standards. One day in class, several children surround Kinghan and mock her for wetting herself. She lowers her head while they continue teasing her. Seeing this, he immediately steps forward. He dashes across the classroom floor in an instant and stops in front of the bullies. The children flinch as he arrives right before them. He glares at the bullies and asks if they understand. The children immediately burst into tears, crying for their parents and saying they want to go home, while Kinghan looks up at him in surprise. A notification appears as his intimidation frightens the entire class, granting him a new title and a new long-term task. Months later, he finally completes the massive reading requirement and gains a new attribute that pushes his memory and learning ability to the peak of human capability. Time passes, and they reach 7 years old, graduating from kindergarten together. During the vacation before elementary school, he continues training harder than before. He lifts heavier weights, jumps higher than 2 meters, and pushes his sprint speed to under 8 seconds for 100 meters. With his improved intellect, he finishes most elementary school material by himself and studies on the computer at night. Soon after, he enrolls at Sunshine Elementary in Shanghai City, beginning his elementary school life. Since he already studied middle and high school material, elementary competitions feel effortless to him. He wins math contests and stands on stage holding the first-place trophy, though his real objective is unlocking the elementary school top dog title. At school, whenever he has free time, he helps Kinghan study and corrects her reading while she struggles to pronounce the words. She works hard and eventually ranks second in class, while he naturally takes first place. To speed up progress, he participates in every sports event and breaks record after record. Just as his school life settles into routine, the teacher announces a transfer student. A silver-haired girl walks into the classroom and everyone turns to stare at her. The moment he sees her, he senses something unusual about her presence. She walks down the aisle between the desks while the class watches in silence. Kinghan whispers to him about how pretty her hair looks, but he remains focused on the new girl, unable to pay attention to anything else. He keeps watching the new girl as she pulls out her chair and sits down. He can't stop thinking about the strange presence around her and wonders if she might be a gene-fused human or a descendant of one. Over the next few days, she barely speaks to anyone. As soon as class ends, she simply lies on her desk and stays motionless. At first, the class is curious, but eventually everyone loses interest and things return to normal. More than a month later, that calm suddenly breaks. Her body starts secreting a white liquid and it drips onto her clothes and legs. A bad smell spreads through the classroom. Students recoil and begin mocking her, pointing and covering their noses while asking what is coming out of her. One boy walks up behind her, pretending to help, and pours water over her head, humiliating her further as she sits there in shock. Bai Zhu grips the edge of her desk tightly as the liquid keeps dripping onto the surface. Her shoulders tremble. Tears slide down her face, mixing with the mess soaking her uniform. She lowers her head, biting her lip, trying not to cry out. Behind her, several classmates burst into laughter. They point at her and cover their noses, mocking her openly. The boy who poured the water steps back, clutching his stomach as he laughs even harder. At the back of the room, King-hin looks over in confusion. She turns to him and whispers that Bai Zhu looks so pitiful and asks if they should help her. He watches the scene carefully. For a moment, he still doubts her background, wondering if she might be hiding something dangerous. But right now, all he sees is a weak girl being bullied. He stands up. King-hin follows right behind him. Other students glance over as he walks forward with a serious expression. He answers her firmly. Then he stops in front of the laughing boy and grabs him by the collar. The boy freezes instantly, his face draining of color. He stammers out Guan Chun's name in panic. With a cold smile, he orders him to wipe the water off Bai Zhu's desk. The boy trembles and nods frantically. He hurriedly pulls out tissues, his hands shaking as he starts cleaning the desk. Another student quickly joins in to help, afraid to disobey. They wipe the desk again and again, not daring to slow down. Everyone knows his reputation. He's famous throughout the school for both brains and strength. Even older students don't dare to provoke him. The two boys exchange nervous looks. In the end, they decide it's safer to just do exactly as he says. He tightens his fist and looks around the classroom. Then he orders everyone who bullied Bai Zhu to apologize to her immediately. The students freeze. Sweat runs down their faces as they shout out a shaky agreement. One by one, they bow their heads. They admit they were wrong. They apologize to Bai Zhu. They promise they will never bully her again. Bai Zhu sits quietly in her seat, still damp, staring at them in disbelief. King-hin stands beside her protectively. He remains standing to the side, watching to make sure no one dares to act out again. After the others leave, Bai Zhu looks up at the two of them. Her eyes are red from crying. She softly thanks Lin Zichen and Shen King-hin over and over. King-hin gently pats her shoulder and tells her not to mention it. She says it's only natural to help a classmate in need. From that day on, King-hin starts actively approaching Bai Zhu. She pulls him along every time, determined to include her. Whenever there's good food, she's the first to share it with Bai Zhu. The three of them begin spending time together during breaks. One afternoon, as they sit outside with snacks on the table, Bai Zhu hesitates. She lowers her voice and says she has something to say. Then she forces a small smile and asks if they dislike her because she smells bad. Her fingers tighten slightly on the edge of the table as she waits for their answer. Bai Zhu lowers her gaze and apologizes softly. She says it's not that she doesn't trust them. It's just that ever since she was little, people around her always pushed her away and despised her. A dark image fills her mind. A younger version of her sits alone, surrounded by shadowy figures with mocking smiles. She hugs her knees tightly, isolated and unwanted. She says that feeling someone stand by her side for the first time makes her feel like she's dreaming. She looks up slightly, uncertain. King-hin immediately tells her this isn't a dream. She steps closer and smiles warmly. She says she went through the same thing before, so she would never despise her. As long as Bai Zhu is willing, they can. Before she finishes, he smiles and declares they'll be friends forever. King-hin beams and reaches out her hand. The next second, she pulls Bai Zhu into a tight hug. Bai Zhu stiffens for a moment, then her expression breaks. Tears pour down her flushed face as she cries, thanking both of them again and again. She suddenly pauses, as if remembering something important. She wipes her tears lightly. Then she says that King-hin and Xiao Chen have always given her food and treated her like a friend. So she wants to give them something too. Bai Zhu opens her palms. Two sharp beast fangs rest on a cord in her hands. She says they were a birthday gift from her mom last year. Now she wants to give them to them. She hopes they won't dislike them. She adds that she hopes they'll always be best friends. King-hin immediately reaches out and says they definitely will. The cord lifts slightly between their hands. Under the golden sunset, the three of them stand together in front of the school building. King-hin raises her arm excitedly and shouts that they'll always be best friends. For a moment, everything feels warm and certain. But just when King-hin believes this friendship will last forever, something unexpected happens. One day, she hears the news and freezes. She asks in shock if Bai Zhu transferred schools. He answers calmly that he saw her personally processing the withdrawal papers. Later in the office, Bai Zhu stands beside a tall man with mechanical arms and dark glasses. She hands over documents while thanking the staff. The staff replies that her paperwork is complete and all records are strictly confidential. From the doorway, he watches silently. His expression grows serious. So Bai Zhu's identity really wasn't simple after all. From that day on, they never see her again. Her figure gradually fades from their childhood like someone who was only meant to pass by once. Night falls quietly. The moon hangs high in a sky full of stars. Compared to Bai Zu's departure, what happens next draws even more of his attention. At home, his mom stretches her arms with a relieved smile. She says she's been typing her novel all day, and luckily Zio Chen helped massage her shoulders, so now she feels much better. He stands behind her in pajamas, hands resting on her shoulders. Thanks to the heavenly gifted root, he's already mastered professional massage techniques, and clearly they work. Suddenly, the television switches to breaking news. The reporter announces that the Kyoto prodigy has done it again. On screen, a young boy lifts a massive boulder with one hand. The report says that at just 10 years old, he successfully fused with beast genes and can now lift 1,000 Jin stone single-handedly. He freezes. He's already begun gene fusion. His dad walks in, glancing at the TV. He casually comments that the Kyoto prodigy is always on camera, wondering if they're trying to turn him into some influencer to sell things. His mom explains that he's from a 1,000-year martial arts family in Kyoto. Maybe they have advanced gene fusion techniques. She frowns and asks how they can use their own child as a test subject. His dad sighs and says that for martial arts clans, sacrificing the individual for the family is their way of life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be martial arts clans. While they argue in the background, he lowers his head and starts calculating. Before fusion, that prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms with one hand. After fusion, he can lift 500 kilograms. That's a 5-fold increase. But he's only 8 years old. And without any gene fusion, he can already lift 300 kilograms with one hand. From the looks of it, his potential is even greater. He slowly clenches his fist, eyes sharpening with determination. With calculations like that, he still feels confident about his future. That is until the next piece of news appears on screen. Breaking news interrupts the program. A neighboring country has suffered a devastating beast attack. The footage shows a city in ruins. Buildings collapse. Explosions erupt across the streets. Witnesses say the attacker may have been a giant mutant rat. The screen cuts to terrifying images. Massive rat-like beasts rampage through the city. People run in panic. A woman screams for help as a monster's jaws close in around her. Blood splatters across the screen. After investigation, officials confirm that behind the mutant rat attack, heretical cultists were fanning the flames. The image shifts to hooded figures standing beneath a monstrous beast. At a press conference, a representative announces that they hope all nations will provide Sakura country with aid to eradicate these cultists. Another report explains that this so-called cult is an anti-human organization formed by traitors. For profit, they became lapdogs of mutant beasts and carried out attacks in the human world. Back in the living room, he lowers his head in thought. Luckily, he was born in a strong nation with a relatively stable environment. That stability has allowed him to survive and keep growing. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A deep tremor shakes His parents stumble in the hallway behind him. He turns sharply toward the window. There's a sonic boom outside. He rushes to the window. His slippers scrape across the floor. He grabs the curtain and pulls it aside. Outside, the night sky is filled with streaks of blue light. Several government cyborgs fly overhead in formation, mechanical wings blazing as they cut through the air. At this hour, seeing so many of them mobilized at once makes his chest tight. He can only hope nothing bad has happened. Morning arrives. The city looks normal again under the sunlight. On the way to school, Kinghan calls out, thanking him for waiting. He adjusts his backpack and turns toward her. She suddenly pauses. He blinks, confused. Kinghan leans closer and points at his chest. His beast fang is glowing. He quickly pulls it out. A faint blue light radiates from the fang in his hand. Kinghan's eyes widen. Could it really be the fang of a mutant beast? The light pulses once, bright and sharp. Then it fades just as quickly. He narrows his eyes. No wonder Bai Zu carried that faint non-human aura. The source must have been this fang. Since the glow only lasts a moment, they don't look into it further. The two of them continue walking through the busy streets. But between last night's gathering of cyborgs and this strange reaction from the fang, he can't shake the feeling that something bad is about to happen. As they walk down the sidewalk, a tall, red-haired woman leans casually against a street pole. She watches them approach with a faint smile. As they pass, she suddenly speaks up, saying what a cute pair of kids they are. He pauses slightly. Kinghan turns her head. The woman steps closer and asks if they're siblings or brother and sister. Kinghan quickly shakes her head. She proudly says they're not siblings. They're childhood friends, the best of friends. The woman places a hand on her hip and laughs softly. She says she's so jealous and wishes she had a childhood friend too. Then her tone shifts. She leans forward slightly and asks why they're so young yet going to school alone. Where are their parents? Kinghan hesitates. She starts to answer, saying their parents. Before she can finish, he suddenly grabs her wrist. He cuts in, telling the woman that's enough chatting. Then he pulls Kinghan forward. He says they'll be late and tells her to come on. The two of them walk away together. Behind them, the red-haired woman remains by the pole, watching quietly. As they walk through the school grounds, he looks at Kinghan seriously. He tells her that from now on she shouldn't casually answer questions from strangers who approach her. She nods immediately and says she understands. After school, the sky turns orange as they head home together. They enter a narrow alley. Kinghin looks around nervously and says the alley feels way too quiet. It's kind of creepy. He explains that the place is scheduled for demolition next week. The residents have already moved out. That's why it's so silent. The sound of high heels suddenly echoes behind them. A familiar voice calls out. She says the kids are finally out of school. The red-haired woman steps forward from the shadows. She smirks and casually reports that she's already got the 2 kids here. He immediately frowns. He realizes that even after deliberately changing routes this morning, she still found them. He never expected her to actually stalk them. The woman smiles sweetly and asks if they want to come over and play. A large, muscular man steps out behind her. He growls at her to stop the nonsense. Then he tells her to just knock them out and drag them away. He says he's in a hurry to sell them for cash. The man lunges forward. He reaches out toward them. In that instant, the boy steps in front of Kinghin. He plants his foot down. He thrusts his palm forward. Then he follows with a full-force punch. His fist slams straight into the man's abdomen. A heavy shockwave bursts out. The man's body bends from the impact. Blood sprays from his mouth. The next second, he's sent flying backward down the alley. He crashes hard against the ground. The red-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief. She mutters that it's impossible. How could an elementary schooler send an adult flying like that? Before she can react further, the boy closes the distance. His punch slams into the red-haired woman and drives her straight down to the ground. He quickly bends and grabs a brick from the floor. He looks around the empty alley and realizes there are no cameras nearby. He tightens his grip, deciding he has to silence them before his abilities get exposed. Suddenly, the ground begins shaking. The buildings tremble and debris rattles around them. Kinghin panics and looks around, asking why it suddenly feels like an earthquake. A massive claw bursts through the wall. The concrete cracks apart as something forces its way out. A gigantic rat-like monster rises between the buildings. It roars into the sky, towering over everyone. Both the muscular man and the red-haired woman freeze on the ground while he stands facing the creature. The monster opens its huge jaws and lunges toward the woman lying nearby. Its mouth closes in around her. Its enormous head lowers, ready to crush down. The boy suddenly grabs the girl and pulls her away, running across the alley. Behind them, a gigantic rat-like monster looms over the street. She looks back in panic and asks what that thing is. He answers that it's a giant mutant rat. He lifts her into his arms and keeps sprinting forward. He tells her they need to get to safety quickly. Suddenly, a red-armored figure drops from the rooftops at incredible speed. The figure flashes past the monster in a single motion. The girl stares in shock and realizes they're cyborgs. The armored woman stops in midair in front of the creature. She raises her arm and a bright light gathers in her palm. The light intensifies. She fires and releases anesthetic smoke toward the monster. The armored woman fires multiple glowing projectiles down toward the monster. They streak through the air and rain onto its open mouth and body. Explosions erupt one after another along the street, blasting debris outward. The creature throws its head back and roars as the blasts continue around it. Smoke rises from its face while saliva drips from its fangs. The woman dives straight past it, her body surrounded by crackling energy, and slashes across its side in a single high-speed pass. Later, he sits on the couch watching the news and thinks the girl's rank didn't seem very high. Even after she used a paralysis-type ability first, the fight still lasted more than 7 minutes before it ended. He recalls that giant mutant rats grow over 3 meters long and commonly reach biological rank 5 as adults. He thinks it was lucky he escaped yesterday's danger. He decides he needs to train harder. He performs weighted squats at home, lifting the barbell repeatedly as his vitality and leg strength improve and his squat proficiency rises. The mutant rat threat still lingers, but daily life continues. Soon, the two of them celebrate their 9th birthday together, standing in front of the cake with their families around them. After making their wishes, they exchange gifts. He places a handmade wooden hairpin into her hair. She smiles brightly and thanks him, saying she loves it. Time passes and they graduate elementary school, stepping into middle school. As they walk out of the campus, a new achievement is unlocked and a new attribute becomes available if a certain title can be obtained. Just thinking about unlocking it excites him. During vacation, he trains intensely every day to increase his strength faster. He performs countless weighted push-ups with a massive rock on his back, and his physical abilities keep improving. Right before school starts, his biological grade breaks through to common rank 3. After completing a long-distance speed run, his vitality, endurance, coordination, running speed, and running proficiency all rise sharply. His physical stats soar, allowing a one-arm lift of 700 kilograms, a 4-meter vertical jump, and a 100-meter sprint in 6 seconds. He begins wondering how strong the Kyoto prodigy is now. The night before school begins, the news is filled with reports about that prodigy. A 14-year-old who fused with giant ant genes lifts a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. The gene fusion boosts strength several times over. Even counting the lowest estimate, he calculates the prodigy's base strength is around 400 kilograms, and he realizes he is still stronger. He smiles while holding the fruit in his hand and thinks about how exciting it would be if he also underwent gene fusion one day. Blue sky stretches above as his middle school life officially begins. Because he ranked first in the city during elementary school, top schools all tried to recruit him. In the end, he chooses Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Kinghan can attend the same school and class. On registration day, the principal and homeroom teacher personally greet him and encourage him to win honor for the school. After exchanging a few polite words, he quickly finds a chance to leave. The real reason is the school's excellent sports facilities. Before classes even begin, the two of them head to the badminton court together. Kinghan smiles and calls out for him to start. She swings her racket and sends the shuttlecock flying with a curved shot. He raises his hand and cleanly catches the shuttlecock out of the air. A senior student walks onto the court and tells them the place belongs to upperclassmen. Two others step closer and mockingly say the junior can stay while they take turns sparring with her. They even offer to teach her how to play. She refuses and says rules are rules since they arrived first. He steps forward and tells them to stay away from her, reminding them it's first come, first served. The senior grins and says he's taking the court no matter who came first. He grips the shuttlecock in his hand. He tosses it upward. He jumps and swings his racket down, declaring that from now on the rules here are his. He swings his racket down and shouts that these are the rules. The shuttlecock shoots forward at high speed. It spins rapidly as it crosses the court. The senior raises his racket to block. The shuttlecock slams into the racket face. His arm jerks back from the impact. His eyes widen and his mouth opens. Sweat runs down his face. The others stare in shock. One of them says he is too fast and asks if he is even human. Another wonders if he could be a gene-fused fighter, then immediately says he is too young. The boy with glasses shouts that if the strike had missed, their boss's head might have been blown apart. The three of them bow deeply. They apologize and say they understand the rules. They say they are leaving and tell the two of them to continue playing. Then they run off across the field. After that day, word spreads. For the rest of middle school, no one tries to bully them again. Under the bright sky, the girl jumps lightly and swings her racket toward the shuttlecock. Aside from the larger campus and better facilities, middle school feels much like elementary school. He has already finished all the coursework. In class, he mostly reads extracurricular books he likes. At night, after training, he sits at his computer wearing headphones. His fingers move quickly across the keyboard. He studies different kinds of new skills online. With a heavenly root talent, he gradually learns cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and many sports. To unlock the junior high tyrant title faster, he stays at the top of every subject. Certificates hang above. A large pile of trophies stacks behind him. He also represents the school in national middle school competitions. He wins gold, silver, and bronze medals in math, physics, chemistry, and programming. He even holds back slightly so that too many gold medals will not draw attention. One semester passes in a flash. The title still does not unlock. Instead, his performance attracts a crowd of fangirls. In the classroom, girls gather outside the window holding gifts and letters. He looks at the stacks of boxes on his desk with a blank expression. He says he has no interest in them. Sitting beside Shen Kinghan, he points at her paper and tutors her. Aside from helping her study, he focuses all his attention on the upcoming school sports meet. He believes that if he dominates the sports meet, the junior high tyrant title will unlock. This time, he only signs up for shot put, high jump, and sprinting. On the field, he throws the shot put with full force. The metal ball flies upward into the sky. Next, he flips over the high jump bar, clearing it cleanly. Then he sprints down the track at high speed, leaving the other runners far behind. These three events represent strength, jumping power, and speed. Conquering them would mean complete dominance in athletics. Even though he holds back to avoid standing out too much, taking first place is still easy. Back in the classroom, he smiles while holding a gold medal. Shen Kinghan smiles beside him with her own medal. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He feels a surge of power awaken inside him. A system screen appears. His grades and athletic achievements have surpassed the entire school. The junior high tyrant title is now unlocked. A new biological attribute unlocks as well, Law of the Jungle. He looks at the medal in his hand. At last, the title is his. A new message appears, Survival of the Fittest. His life essence stands above all creation. He can devour the essence of other beings to fuel his own evolution. Later, he walks out of the school gate with Shen Kinghan. He touches his chin and wonders what life essence means. From behind them, a voice calls out, "Zyro Chen, wait up." He pauses and suddenly remembers something. Walking beside Shen Qinghan, he turns to her and asks if he can take a look at her beast fang. She looks at him calmly. She takes off the necklace and places the fang in his hand. He stares at it closely. His eye widens slightly. A system notification appears. Abyssal butterfly bestiary progress reaches 1%. It says that when the progress reaches full, devouring a trace of the abyssal butterfly's life essence will allow evolution and grant part of the beast's traits or abilities. Behind him, a massive dark butterfly form appears. Purple energy gathers around his hand. He looks at the fang in shock and realizes it is actually a butterfly's tooth. Later that night, he sits at his computer. He thinks that now that he knows the beast's name, there might be information online. He types abyssal butterfly into the search bar. The screen shows no results found. He stares at the monitor and mutters that there is nothing at all. He closes the laptop slightly and thinks that if he wants to know more, he will have to figure it out himself. He reaches into his bag. He takes out another fang necklace. He says it is a good thing Bai Zhu gave him 2 of them back then. A system message appears. He has devoured a trace of the abyssal butterfly's life essence. The bestiary progress increases to 2%. Purple energy surrounds his body as he grips the fang. Back in his room, he looks at it and says 2% is too little. He concludes the bone does not contain much essence left and that he needs another way to fully unlock it. The next day after school, he starts biking with Shen Qinghan every day. He pedals steadily while she sits behind him. He explains that this will make his training tougher. He also says that if they ever run into another giant mutant rat, he can get her to safety quickly. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Zichen." He turns his head while holding the handlebars. A man steps in front of them and introduces himself as Teacher Guo from the school's martial arts team. Teacher Guo says his performance at the school games was the best in their history. He says that is why he wants to invite him to join the martial arts team. Teacher Guo clenches his fist and speaks excitedly. He says his athletic talent even outshines his studies and urges him to accept. He adds that he can check out the team first before deciding. As they ride away, he thinks Teacher Guo talks so fast that he does not even get a chance to refuse. Behind them, Teacher Guo waves and says the martial arts team's base is gymnasium room C. He tells him to come by tomorrow if he is free, and that he will be waiting. The sun sets over the city skyline as the day comes to an end. He presses his palms together. A burst of force spreads between his hands. He looks down at a crushed cockroach in his palm. He says that neither the cockroach he killed earlier nor the mosquito just now triggered the survival of the fittest skill. He concludes that only strong beasts have enough essence to be devoured. He reaches down and picks up his phone. The next moment he steps on the bicycle pedal. To test his theory, he decides to go straight to a supermarket that sells beast meat. Soon they arrive at a downtown market. Inside, he looks around at the meat section. He notices there is plenty of beast meat, but it is all prepackaged. He thinks that without direct contact, he cannot test his idea. A vendor shouts that there is fresh-cut beast meat available. He turns his head toward the voice. He sees a butcher cutting fresh beast meat at a stall. A sign above reads that the meat is unprocessed and safe to eat. He tells Shen Qinghan to wait there for a second. He says he is going to touch that beast meat. She looks confused as he walks toward the stall. He rushes toward the stall without explaining much. He stops in front of the fresh-cut beast meat. He reaches out and places his fingers on a slice. Small currents begin to flicker around his hand. Purple energy rises from the meat and flows into his body. He realizes that beast meat really does contain a strong life essence. Behind him, Shen Qinghan watches with confusion and asks if he is okay and why he looks so excited just from touching meat. He clenches his fist and smiles while holding a piece of meat. She asks how it feels and whether it is different from normal meat. He says it is not really different, just fresher, and asks if she wants to try touching it. She quickly refuses and tells him he can do it himself. He then suggests that since they are already here, they should buy some and cook it. She looks shocked. He notices the price tags on the display. One cut costs 2,000 per jin. The ghost squid costs 998 per jin. He thinks it is normal for her to be surprised because beast meat is extremely expensive. Even the cheapest ghost squid is nearly 1,000 per jin. He reaches out and picks up a packaged ghost squid. He says they will just buy this one. He decided to buy 3 jin of ghost squid. Shen Qinghan hesitates, saying it's too expensive and that they should ask Aunt Xin first. Zio Chen gently pats her head and tells her not to worry. He explains that his mom already told him to buy extra. Cut to his mom in the kitchen, saying since they're buying beast meat anyway, they should grab a few jin for Shen Qinghan too, and she'll send the money on WeChat. Zio Chen smiles, realizing she wants to prepare a beast meat feast for both families. He also thinks that besides sharing, he needs to test whether directly absorbing life essence will cause the meat to spoil. At the counter, he pays for 3 jin of ghost squid, yen 2,994. After thanking the cashier, they leave. On the way home, it's already past 9. With the city feeling unsafe lately, they head straight back. Even while biking, Xiao Chen can't resist testing his idea. He reaches into the basket and touches the ghost squid again. Purple energy surges up violently. A system message appears. He has devoured a trace of the ghost squid's life essence. A terrifying vision forms, an enormous ghostly squid with countless tentacles and a gaping maw. Ghost squid bestiary, 0.1%. Back on the road, he calculates. Devouring one or two tentacles only unlocked 0.1%. To reach 100% at 998 per jin, it would cost around yen 100,000. The Ghost Shadow Squid's ability is to dissolve into water and vanish. If he could gain that power, it would be worth it. But this is already the cheapest beast meat available. He decides he needs to figure out how to make money. He can't ask his family for that kind of amount. Then he suddenly remembers he bought the meat to test whether absorbing life essence would spoil it. It's been a while now, there should be a result. He looks into the basket. The ghost squid inside is still fresh, even sparkling. No signs of spoilage at all. He looks down at the basket and smiles. He confirms that absorbing the life essence didn't ruin the meat. His bestiary progress for the Ghost Shadow Squid rises to 3%. Shen Qinghan suddenly warns him that someone is ahead. The bike wheel skids hard across the pavement. A man jumps aside and shouts an apology. Xiao Chen steadies the bicycle. He rubs his head and admits he was too focused on absorbing life essence to watch the road. Shen Qinghan points ahead and tells him to look. He turns. A muscular red-haired man is holding a woman in a pink dress from behind. A knife is pressed against her neck. The woman trembles in fear. The man shouts that no one should come closer and threatens to kill her if they take another step. Police officers stand at a distance with weapons raised. An officer announces that he is surrounded and tells him to stay calm and put down the weapon. Another officer warns that the suspect is skilled and using the hostage as a shield while constantly moving. He says a reckless shot could harm the hostage. Someone suggests using sleeping gas. The captain refuses. He says sleeping gas is too obvious and could provoke the suspect before it takes effect. Xiao Chen lowers his hand to the ground. He picks up a small stone. He flicks his wrist. The stone shoots forward. Two officers are struck at the same time. Their bodies twist sideways mid-motion. One officer's pistol slips from his hand as he is knocked aside. The stone strikes the red-haired man's hand. His grip loosens. The knife flies out of his hand. The woman stumbles forward as he shouts in shock. The captain yells that now is the time. The officers rush in at once. They grab the suspect's arms and force him down to the ground. Handcuffs snap around his wrists. A female officer pulls the hostage away and holds her tightly. The red-haired man struggles, but he is pinned face down on the pavement. Shen Qinghan looks at Xiao Chen and asks if the rock just now was thrown by him. He quickly raises a finger to his lips and tells her to be quiet. He pushes the bicycle and starts walking away with her. A voice suddenly shouts for them to stop. An officer calls out and asks if he was the one who threw the rock. Xiao Chen turns back with a nervous smile. He raises his hand and denies it. From behind, the captain watches the two kids running off in a trail of dust. He frowns and says it is strange that no one would admit to doing a good deed. He lifts the small stone in his hand and says there is a reward for bravery. Xiao Chen freezes. He suddenly turns around and runs straight back toward the captain. Dust trails behind his feet as he stops in front of him. He scratches his head and admits that he was the one who threw the rock. He says he did not want to lie, but the reward money is important to him. Shen Qinghan runs after him, calling his name. The captain nods and tells him to come to the station to make a report. He says he will help him apply for the reward. Later, they inform their families that they are going to the police station to give statements. The bike is locked at the park. The officers escort the suspect toward the police car, then something changes. The red-haired man's body trembles, his veins bulge across his face. His eyes turn white. Sharp fangs grow from his mouth. An officer shouts that he is a heretic. The man's body expands and tears through his clothes. Thick fur covers his skin. His frame grows into that of a giant rat-like beast. Officers step back as the creature roars. The captain orders all security forces to open fire and protect the civilians. Gunshots ring out. Bullets strike the mutant rat across its body. An update comes in that the heretic has fused with Rat King genes and they cannot handle it alone. The beast lunges forward. It slams an officer to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Chen grabs both women and runs. He tells them escaping is more important right now. They sprint down the street. Shen Qinghan says it is not chasing them, but they still need to hurry. Suddenly, something drops from above. A figure in a purple combat suit descends from the sky. White trails spiral around her as she dives. Xiao Chen looks up in shock. He realizes it is a cyborg. The cyborg drives a powerful kick into the mutant rat's head. The impact sends the creature flying across the street. It crashes against the ground in the distance. She floats in midair and says the laser cannon is charging. Light gathers in front of her. A beam fires straight down. The mutant rat roars as the blast engulfs it. Its body distorts and then disappears. Zio Chen stares and says she is so powerful. He looks at his bicycle and says thankfully it was not hit. The two girls say they are saved. As they walk, he suddenly pauses. He looks into the basket. The ghost squid inside is steaming. He wonders if the beast meat went bad. Zio Chen looks at the spoiled beast meat in his hand. He realizes that absorbing the life essence does cause the meat to spoil, just not immediately. He lowers his gaze and thinks about how to explain it. He decides he will blame it on the heretic. Suddenly, he throws the tentacle to the ground and stomps near it. He loudly claims it is the heretic's fault, saying the cyborg's attack was so strong that it roasted the meat. The two girls look at him. One of them tells him that what matters is that they are safe. Later that night, they follow the security team back to the station. A narration explains that after the laser cannon blast, the heretic's body was reduced to scorched remains, and the smell was intense. Inside the vehicle, the charred remains lie on a stretcher. Zio Chen sits nearby and glances toward the body. He remembers that the previous beast fang still contained life essence. He wonders if there is still some left in this corpse. He considers whether he can devour the Rat King gene from it. He thinks there is only one way to find out. His hand lowers slightly. Red energy begins swirling around him. A system notification appears. He has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence. The giant mutant rat guidebook progress reaches 5%. Zio Chen's eyes widen. He realizes the freshness of the remains affects how much life essence he can absorb. A security officer tells him to sit still and not move around. Zio Chen stretches and casually says he was just sitting too long. Later, at the public security office, the security captain stands in front of him with arms crossed. He says the bravery reward has already been applied for. Then he asks how a middle schooler managed to hit the heretic's knife hand so precisely in such poor lighting. Zio Chen smiles and says maybe it is because he often trains his right hand. The captain stares at him in silence. At that moment, the door opens. A familiar voice calls out his name. Zio Chen turns his head. His mother rushes in. She runs toward him with worry on her face. She asks if he is all right and says he scared her. She pulls him into a tight hug. Zio Chen stiffens slightly and tells her not to panic. He says he is fine and even received a bravery reward. His mother holds his hands tightly and tells him that next time there is danger, he must hide somewhere safe first. She says all she wants is for him to grow up safe and sound. He looks at her quietly. Then he promises he will protect himself first. They walk out together. The captain watches from behind without speaking. Outside, two officers talk. They say the rat god cult is becoming more brazen. They explain that the man shot tonight was a liberal arts student from Guangyan University, brainwashed by the rat god cult. They say wiping out members is not enough. They need to eliminate the self-proclaimed Rat King. Zio Chen hears the words Rat King and lowers his head slightly. Later, he sits beside Shen Qinghan and checks his phone. He reads that the cult's main base is in Shanghai City. Most members are social outcasts. Their activities have increased this year. He scrolls silently. His expression slowly changes. His eyes widen slightly as he stares at the screen. The information says the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher life form. He is forcing followers to gather large amounts of evolution materials. A vision forms of a towering Rat King figure surrounded by kneeling believers. Zio Chen wonders if the Rat King has already developed sentience. He looks out the window and sees a rat on the street. He thinks about the giant rat from earlier and wonders if it is related to the Rat King. Then he shakes his head and tells himself that in the South, rats the size of cats are not that unusual. He suddenly notices something. He turns toward Shen Qinghan. She sits quietly beside him with her head lowered. Her hands grip her knees tightly. Sweat runs down her legs. He stares at her and wonders if it's happening again. She sits on the floor, hugging her knees, unable to hold it when she gets nervous, just like when she was younger. The street outside is quiet at night as a rat rummages through a trash can. A woman suddenly panics, shouting that the meat is gone. He scratches his head and says there was an emergency and he must have dropped it. She tells him it's fine as long as he's safe and says to forget about the meat. He relaxes and thinks he managed to fool his mother. He quickly grabs his father's arm and warns that the area is dangerous and things aren't safe. His father tells him not to worry and says he'll be fine. He insists the meat would already be spoiled even if it was found. His father asks how he knows that. He immediately says he just guessed. Elsewhere, a security officer stands in an office smoking and wonders how a middle schooler could throw a rock with that much strength. He suddenly notices something above him. A huge rat crouches on top of the cabinets behind him. He stares up in shock and asks where it came from. The rat drops down from above. The officer quickly pulls out his gun and fires upward. Shots ring out toward the creature. Back at school, he sits at his desk and sighs. He thinks he is still far weaker than the rat man and the female cyborg from last night. He considers earning money to speed up his progress and Imagine's unlocking the Ghost Shadow squid. He realizes relying only on school competition, scholarships would be too slow. He briefly considers becoming an online tutor and selling study materials, then rejects the idea. He pauses and says he has a better plan. He recalls that in this world, martial ability is valued even above academics. He clenches his fist and decides to act. Inside Gymnasium Building C, students stand lined up on the court while a coach drinks from a bottle. He walks over and greets Coach Guo. The coach asks if he came to join or just to learn about the martial arts team. He quietly asks whether joining the team would give him a chance to compete in city tournaments, and if the prizes are high. The coach tells him he will have opportunities, and that each award can be worth tens of thousands. He immediately decides to join and says he is officially becoming a member starting today. They shake hands. The coach raises his arm and calls everyone to gather, announcing a new member has joined. The coach introduces him as Lin Zichen, the school sports meet Grand Slam champion, and announces he has joined the martial arts team. The students introduce themselves one by one. He introduces himself politely. Since he has never trained before, the coach demonstrates basic punches and kicks. He says the techniques look simple but are actually difficult and tells him to try. He raises one leg and copies the stance. He focuses and studies the coach's movements. He immediately understands the technique. He begins practicing punches. His movements repeat quickly. His physical ability starts increasing. He switches to leg techniques. He kicks repeatedly and continues training as his leg ability improves. The coach stares in shock and shouts that it's impossible. He watches the movements and wonders how it was learned after only one look. He realizes this can only happen if the boy is a rare martial arts prodigy. Night falls over the city. At home, his mother calls him to bring the bowls because dinner is ready. He runs over with a spoon in hand and asks what they are eating. She tells him it is the ghost squid he has been wanting. A plate of steaming food is set on the table. He inhales deeply and says it smells great. She tells him to stop sniffing and eat while it is hot. He takes a bite and praises her cooking. She tells him to eat more because she bought a lot. After eating, a message appears in his mind that he absorbed a trace of the ghost squid's life essence. He realizes eating it directly also works. A news broadcast shows a 14-year-old girl who fused with an energy core to become the youngest cyborg in history. The report explains her strength and speed. Lin Zichen watches silently and wonders who is stronger, gene fusion users or cyborgs. Another report announces a tragedy. A security captain was killed in his office by a giant mutant rat. He stares and suspects it might be connected to the rat from last night. He clenches his fist and decides to intensify his training. After training for some time, he sprints across the street and records a fast 100-meter time. He leaps across rooftops and lands steadily. He continues practicing punches and kicks in an open field under the night sky. The next morning, he walks toward the gym while Shen Qinghan follows beside him. A pink-haired girl greets him warmly and offers fresh milk, but he politely declines. A blonde student becomes angry that he rejected her gift and stops him. They argue face to face until he says he is allergic to milk. The boy calls him a liar and challenges him to spar, declaring if he wins, he must drink the whole bottle. A new mission appears for eliminating 1,000 opponents in formal combat, and he realizes he has finally triggered the fourth achievement. He accepts the challenge and tells him to start sparring. Nearby students hear about the duel and rush over to watch. Students gather in the gym and form a large circle around two boys while a teacher stands between them. A purple-haired girl cheers for Zichen and tells him to teach the opponent a lesson. A pink-haired girl holds up her phone and says she will take many photos for junior brother Zichen. The blonde boy glances sideways and thinks everyone believes he will lose. He steps forward and decides to crush the genius junior before he matures because the boy's talent has risen quickly this past month. Lin Zichen stands calmly in front of him. Lin Zichen says he still needs to go home for dinner and asks to make it quick. The blonde boy smirks as he agrees. The teacher raises his arm and reminds them friendship comes first and sparring second as the match begins. Zhang Kai shouts for Zichen to wait a second. He smirks, noting he has been training for nearly 2 years while the junior has only been at it for a month. To be fair, he holds up 3 fingers and offers to let Zichen have the first 3 moves. Zichen lunges forward instantly, catching the senior completely off guard. He blurs into the senior's personal space as the boy stares in shock. Zichen throws a heavy, straight punch with full force. The strike slams into Zhang Kai's face, the impact sending blood splattering into the air. The senior is launched backward across the gym floor. He falls flat on the ground and lies motionless while steam rises from his mouth. A student in the crowd yells in disbelief that it only took a single punch to end it. The rest of the senior team members stand frozen, unable to believe it is already over. Hanhan raises her arm and cheers loudly for Zichen's victory. Nearby, the other girls jump for joy and shout that their junior brother was amazing. A system window appears before Zichin, notifying him that he has defeated a rival. He has also won the affection of the opposite sex and obtained priority mating rights. Zichin checks the counter and notes that he still needs 999 more rivals to unlock his next attribute. He scratches his head with a friendly smile and asks the other seniors if they would like to spar as well. The group of senior students is paralyzed with terror at the suggestion. They immediately begin making excuses about cram school and dinner to escape the match. Others pretend to feel dizzy or need the bathroom just to leave the gym. On the floor, Zhang Kai struggles to his knees while clutching his chest. He yells that he isn't convinced and claims it was just a sneak attack. The coach tells him to accept his loss like a man. He decides to have another student test Zichin's strength to see if it was pure luck. He calls for Zio Lizzie to step up next. Zio Lizzie flinches in horror, unable to believe he has been chosen. He enters the ring with his hands raised in a defensive stance. He begs Zichin for forgiveness and asks him not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, Zio Lizzie lies on the floor panting, looking completely exhausted. Behind him, the group of seniors is scattered across the mats, all knocked out. Zichin notes that he made sure not to go too hard and just exchanged blows back and forth. He checks the system and realizes that aside from Zhang Kai, none of the others counted toward his progress. The window clarifies that he must eliminate rivals in an official competitive setting to unlock the natural selection attribute. The large senior places a hand on Zichin's shoulder, calling him a true genius. He declares that Zichin has already become the team's ace after only 1 month. He raises his fists with determination, announcing they will win first place at this year's regional martial arts tournament. Zichin listens intently as his eyes light up. He realizes the tournament is the perfect chance to defeat many opponents all at once. He visualizes himself in the ring, concluding that competition victories will finally count toward his achievement progress. Suddenly, Zhang Kai calls out to Zichin to wait. He declares that he accepts his loss and won't say another word, even if Zichin were to poop on his head. The entire group stares at him in complete shock and disgust. They immediately turn and run out of the gym, leaving Zhang Kai alone as he tries to finish his sentence. In this world, high schoolers focus on either academics or martial arts, with combat being the top choice. Shen Qinghan starts training alongside Zichin to help her get into the martial arts class. After a 3,000-meter run, they spend another hour practicing combat techniques to improve their skills. They follow this with sets of sit-ups and push-ups to boost their physical endurance. Zichin helps her with a massage after their session to relieve muscle tension. He keeps training hard to unlock his next attribute before the tournament begins. 1 month later, the day of the competition finally arrives. Zichin arrives at the city gymnasium with his gear. Inside the contestant waiting area, the senior leader checks the team brackets. He looks worried, noting they are grouped with the strongest team, Shanghai No. 1 High. The team panics about an opponent who can run a 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds. Zichin raises his hand and tells the coach he wants to go first. The coach looks at him and says he'll be up first. Shen Qinghan throws her arm into the air and cheers for him. A man beside her shouts into a megaphone, saying the teachers are counting on him. Lin Zichin rolls his shoulder once and steps forward onto the stage. Across from him, a tall, muscular opponent from the other school walks up and looks down at him. He says he saw Zichin's name on the roster. He adds that for a first-year middle schooler to reach the martial stage of the 8-school tournament is impressive. Then his expression changes. He says this stage is not for a short first-year who hasn't even reached 1.7 meters. He raises his arm and flexes, saying he'll show him what a real size and power gap feels like. The referee stands between them and announces the duel begins. The larger student immediately lowers his body and charges forward. He drives his fist straight toward Zichin's face. Zichin tilts his upper body slightly to the side. The punch passes right by his cheek. In the same motion, Zichin steps in. He plants his palm against the opponent's chest. The impact lands cleanly. The massive student's eyes widen. His body lifts off the ground. He flips backward through the air. He crashes onto the stage and slides across the floor. The announcer quickly declares that Lin Zichin wins. Zichin lowers his hand calmly. Shen Qinghan jumps up and shouts that it was amazing. The students from his school lean forward and yell that he's insane. On the other side, the defeated student stands while his coach scolds him. The coach shouts that he should have used footwork instead of charging straight in. Back on the stage, a system interface appears in front of Zichin. It confirms he has defeated a rival. His tournament ranking improves. His total rivals eliminated increases to 21 out of 1,000. Zichin clenches his fist slightly. He notes that defeating opponents in official high-stakes matches pushes his achievement progress forward. The coach turns to Chen Feng and tells him he's up next, ordering him to crush the first year as quickly as possible. Chen Feng nods and says he understands. He steps onto the stage and raises his guard. The referee swings his arm down and announces the start of the duel. Chen Feng instantly dashes forward. He closes the distance in a blink and throws a heavy punch toward Zichen's head. Zichen shifts his body to the side. The punch slices past his face. Zichen steps in at the same moment. His palm drives straight into Chen Feng's torso. Chen Feng's body lifts off the ground. He flips backward in the air. He crashes down hard onto the stage. His body spins across the floor before slamming face first into the ground. The referee immediately calls for medical assistance, saying Chen Feng may have hit his head. Medical staff rush in with a stretcher and carry him away. The audience erupts in confusion. Some shout that it must be luck. Others complain the match looks suspicious. One man grabs his head and insists it isn't luck. He declares the first year from Shanghai High is the real deal. Backstage, a coach calls out to Gao Fei and tells him he's next. He orders him to focus on defense and not rush in. Gao Fei walks forward calmly and says he will win. He takes his stance and narrows his eyes. He thinks to himself that Lin Zichen isn't physically strong and only wins through tricks. He reminds himself he can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds and has more combat experience. In the stands, spectators discuss Gao Fei's speed and background. They mention his father is a gene fusion user and say his physical stats are far above normal. The referee signals again. Gao Fei launches upward and drives down toward Lin Zichen from above. Gao Fei's fist technique surges forward as he clashes directly with Zichen. The words flowing water shattering rock fist appear as his punches multiply around him. From the sidelines, the coach shouts at Gao Fei, asking why he is attacking instead of focusing on defense. Gao Fei shouts back that a genius like him doesn't need defense. He drives forward with a storm of punches. Fists rain down from every direction. Zichen watches quietly and thinks the technique is interesting. He decides to observe and learn it first. Gao Fei keeps punching. His expression tightens as none of his strikes connect. He questions why he can't land a hit. The two stand facing each other again. Gao Fei demands to know how Zichen dodged everything. Zichen calmly asks if he has any other moves and tells him to use them all. Gao Fei yells that it's a blatant taunt. He unleashes an even denser wave of punches that fill the space around him. Zichen steps in. He twists his body and delivers a solid strike. Gao Fei's body lifts off the ground. He crashes down hard onto the stage. The crowd stares with wide eyes, frozen in shock. Students jump to their feet and cheer. They shout that Zhao Chen did well. They call him a beast. They yell that he has 3 wins in a row. He stands calmly on the stage with his fist raised. The next opponents are even weaker than the last. Another rival lies flat on the floor while he lowers his arm. Soon, all 5 members from Shanghai know. 1 high are eliminated. His total rivals eliminated rises to 16. Over the next 2 days, he defeats students from 2 more schools. He strikes one opponent and sends him flying. He lands another clean hit and drops a second rival. Shanghai High wins the championship of the 8-school tournament. The coach lifts the trophy high above his head. The team stands behind him wearing their medals. A system window appears, showing a total of 16 out of 1,000 rivals eliminated. He looks at the number in silence. He notes that he still needs to defeat 984 different opponents. He realizes unlocking the natural selection attribute will take time. Later, the coach hands him a thick stack of cash. He says it is the full 20,000 prize money. He is surprised that Mr. Guo gives him most of the tournament reward. He recalls that, together with previous academic competition prizes, he has saved around 30,000 yuan. He grins while holding the money as trophies and certificates appear behind him. But the money disappears quickly. He stands at a seafood counter and hands over a thick bundle of cash. A large Ghost squid lies on the display. At home, his mother tells him to slow down as he eats. He continues devouring the squid meat. The Ghost squid codex progress rises to 33%. By the 2nd year of middle school, he breaks through from Tier 3 ordinary to Tier 4 ordinary. He lifts a massive boulder overhead with one hand. Time passes, and he and Shen Qinghan graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. Soon, the entrance exam results are released. Zichen ranks first in both liberal arts and martial arts across the district. Qinghan performs well academically, but her martial arts score does not reach the cutoff for Shanghai High's elite martial arts class. She sits quietly with her head lowered. She asks if this means they cannot attend the same high school. Zichen gently touches her forehead and asks how he would know that. He tells her the principal of Shanghai High is coming to visit his house. She says the principal is clearly coming to persuade him to stay in the martial arts class. Tears form in her eyes as she says it has nothing to do with her. Zichen tells her not to worry. He says he will only stay at Shanghai High on one condition. He turns toward the door and says she must be his desk mate. He walks out, and she quickly follows behind him. The principal of Shanghai High sits at the table with Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and their guardian, discussing for hours about his future at the school. She explains that she has already said everything she needed to say. Standing at the doorway, she adds that as long as he agrees to stay at Shanghai High, he can bring up any other request. Zichen steps forward and says he has only one condition. He asks that Shen Qinghan be allowed to remain in the same class as him. The principal turns to Shen Qinghan and confirms her name. Then she smiles and tells them that when school starts, they can report to Shanghai High together. Both of them thank the principal at the same time. After confirming his high school placement, he prepares for his final junior high martial arts tournament. As expected, he once again leads Shanghai Junior High to win the championship. Under the stadium lights, a student in blue spins. His leg whips across. The kick connects with his opponent's head. The opponent's body twists midair. He slams onto the arena floor. With the prize money, he decides to fulfill his earlier wish. Outside Shanghai City, dense forest stretches toward the skyline. He stands among tall trees, holding a large black bag. A blue system window appears in front of him. The Ghost Judo Squid Codex displays 80%. He states that he is only 20% away from unlocking it, and the meat he bought with the prize money should be enough to complete the progress. Since he does not know what might happen upon unlocking it, he comes to the forest outside the city. He says there is no time to waste. A system window appears. It shows that he has devoured a large amount of Ghost Judo Squid life essence. Blue energy surrounds his body. His eyes glow as the energy rises. Another system window appears. The Ghost Judo Squid Codex reaches 100%. He stares forward. A new system window appears, confirming the codex is unlocked and a biological attribute is obtained. Waves surge upward around him. A massive squid figure forms beneath him in the water. Another system window appears below. Back in the forest, he stands holding pieces of squid meat in both hands. He looks at himself and says the blessing feels somewhat underwhelming. He immediately goes to a nearby pond to test it. Underwater, he swims forward. His body moves smoothly through the water. He observes that soaking for a long time does not wrinkle his skin like before. He continues swimming. He notes that aside from that, there are no other visible effects. He rises from the pond, water splashing around his shoulders. He says it makes sense since Ghost Judo Squid is only a low-tier mutant beast and not even worth gene fusion. He decides that if he wants stronger biological attributes, he will either save up for higher-grade meat or wait until he is strong enough to hunt wild mutant beasts himself. A towering mutant rat appears in his imagination, standing between broken buildings. He clenches his fist as water drips down his arm. There is less than a week left before school starts, so his mom and Shen Qinghan's family decide to go on a trip together. Under the bright sun, they walk along a beach with mountains in the distance. To better study the blessing, he suggests going to the beach. Shen Qinghan stands in the shallow seawater, arms crossed over her chest. She says the seawater is cold. Underwater, he swims upward with one arm stretched straight above his head. Bubbles trail behind him as he moves forward. A system window appears at the bottom of his vision. It shows increases to vitality, overall muscle strength, muscle coordination, aquatic affinity, and swimming skill. Another system window appears. It shows increases to vitality, overall muscle strength, muscle coordination, aquatic affinity, hydrostatic resistance, water pressure resistance, and diving skill. Shen Qinghan calls out to him and tells him not to swim alone and to teach her how to swim too. He turns his head in the water. He realizes she does not know how to swim yet. Standing in the shallow water, he begins teaching her patiently. He assumes that with her average athletic ability, she might not pick it up easily. But then she immediately proves him wrong. Shen Qinghan stretches one arm forward underwater. She swims smoothly toward him. She says swimming is actually super easy and that she learned it right away. She flips her body and dives down. She looks at her hands in surprise. She asks if she can dive now. Water splashes up between them as she rises back to the surface. She clenches her fists excitedly and says she feels amazing. She asks if people always keep their eyes open underwater at the sea. She says she does not feel any discomfort at all. She says it even feels cool and that she likes it. He watches her swim farther out. He rests his hand against his chin. He says that even if she has talent in water, there is no way she could learn all the swimming skills instantly. He mutters that it is not normal. His eyes widen. He suddenly reacts. An image of Shen Qinghan sitting on a bed in pajamas flashes through his mind. Below it, he remembers her swimming just now. He stares ahead in shock. He wonders if the reason she wets the bed is because she was born with water affinity. He imagines Shen Qinghan dressed in flowing white robes, floating in the air like a character from a Xiangxia novel. He wonders if she might have some kind of special cultivation body. They continue diving deeper into the sea. Colorful fish scatter around them. Sunlight filters down from above. Her movements remain smooth and controlled. He notes that her performance shocks him even more. They have already been holding their breath underwater for over 10 minutes. Even for someone trained, that is impressive. For a beginner like her, it should be impossible. She turns her head slightly. Her expression changes. She pauses mid-water. A strange humming sound echoes through the sea. She looks around. She asks what that weird sound in the water is. The The water around her begins spiraling. A dark vortex forms beneath her feet. The humming grows louder. She stares into the deep blue below. She asks what that sound is. He stretches his arm forward and swims toward her. The two of them shoot upward through the water. They break the surface at night. Water splashes high around her shoulders. She gasps, eyes wide. He looks at her in shock. A moment later, they walk back onto the beach. The waves roll in behind them. She hugs her arms and looks uneasy. He asks what happened and why she is suddenly so nervous. Shen Qinghan hugs her arms and says that just now she kept hearing strange sounds by her ear. She says the sound was so strange it was almost creepy. He asks what kind of sound. She lowers her head and says she could not understand it. She says it was probably in a language she did not recognize. She only knew it was a female voice. She says it felt incredibly real, echoing by her ear nonstop, and only faded after she surfaced. To calm her down, he brings her back to the hotel immediately. Later, he stands in the room, holding his phone. He searches online, but cannot find anything similar to what she described. He lies awake, unable to sleep. He decides to return to training. A system window appears in front of him while he does sit-ups. It shows that he completed 1,000 weighted sit-ups and that multiple attributes increased. Another line shows his biological level has advanced to ordinary tier 5. He pauses. He did not expect to rank up while training. He says that at ordinary tier 5, he can now rival adult giant mutant rats. An image flashes of him bracing against the massive jaws of a giant mutant rat. He clenches his fist. He says that if he keeps pushing, even tearing apart mutant rats with his bare hands will not be impossible. After breaking through, he heads to the empty beach at night to test his new stats. He bursts forward across the wooden boardwalk. He notes that his 100-meter dash now takes only 364 seconds. He jumps straight upward. His body rises above the palm trees. He states that his vertical jump height reaches 58 meters. Later, he stands beneath a car. He lifts it overhead with one hand. He says he can lift a car weighing around 1,600 kilograms with a single arm. He concludes that compared to when he just reached Tier 4, the stat boost is huge. With that progress, he officially begins his high school life. He walks through the campus gates beside Shen Qinghan. Students pass by them on both sides. Inside the classroom, two girls stare at him in surprise. One whispers that Lin Zichen is even more handsome in person. The other says they are lucky to be on class duty the same day as him. Since he and Shen Qinghan are on duty, they arrive early to clean. He did not expect the new classmates to already recognize him. While holding a mop, he suddenly pauses. A blue system window appears in front of him. It shows an achievement in cooperative settings that requires completing 1,000 tasks. The reward is a biological attribute called social animal. After school, while things are still quiet, he heads to the supermarket. He walks past the storefronts and enters the building. Now that the Ghost Judo squid is unlocked, he decides it is time to choose a new target. He moves through the refrigerated meat section. His eyes suddenly sharpen. He reacts in surprise. He steps closer to a packaged slab of meat. The label reads Savage Giant Eagle, priced at $19.98 per gin. His eyes widen. He immediately decides. He says he is choosing this one. A white giant eagle spreads its wings above the forest at night. Its feathers glow faintly under the moonlight. The Savage Giant Eagle is slightly higher tier than the Ghost Judo Bird Thief. A close-up of its golden eye fills the frame. Its vision is exceptionally sharp, up to 30 times that of an ordinary human. The eagle dives low through the trees. Its talons grab a shadow-like mutant rabbit with precision. Its predatory ability is top-notch. With eyesight that strong, it can greatly enhance combat capability. In his room at night, he sits at his desk holding the packaged meat. He looks down at it calmly. He concludes that the Savage Giant Eagle Codex is absolutely worth unlocking, mainly because its meat is also the second cheapest, priced at 1998 yuan per gin. A system window appears as blue energy rises around him. It shows he has devoured a trace of Savage Giant Eagle life essence. The Savage Giant Eagle Codex reaches 1%. He looks at the meat in his hand. He notes that one gin of meat raises the Codex progress by 1%. That means it will take over 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the Codex. Blue energy flickers around his body. He says he will need to work even harder in high school to earn money through tournaments. He notes that prize money in high school martial arts competitions is much higher than in junior high. He clenches his fist. He decides he needs to unlock the entire Savage Giant Eagle Codex before his second year. Summer vacation ends. He officially begins his high school life. The camera settles on the campus buildings of Shanghai High School under a clear sky. On the first day of the new term, the homeroom teacher and classmates begin introducing themselves. A tall man steps forward and says he is Han Yuanfeng, the martial arts cultivation instructor and also the homeroom teacher. Another teacher introduces himself as Kai Yuanfei, the mechanical augmentation instructor. A man in a lab coat raises his hand and says he is Liu Darren, the gene fusion instructor. A rugged-looking man follows, introducing himself as Cheng Bei, the wilderness survival instructor. After the teachers finish, they ask the students to introduce themselves as well. A girl with long purple hair stands up and smiles. She says her name is Kai Yuxi and that her hobbies are playing gyukin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Another girl with short pink hair stands and laughs. She says she is Zhang Yijia and likes watching anime, doing cosplay, and sports. A boy stands straight with both hands on the desk. He says his name is Peng Huaguang and that he usually stays home and plays video games. Soon it is Shen Qinghan's turn. With so many people watching her, she stands stiffly. She looks extremely nervous. She lowers her head slightly and stammers. She says her name is Shen Qinghan. She says she likes drawing. She asks everyone to please take care of her going forward. After that, he stands up. He says his own introduction is probably the shortest in the class. He calmly says his name is Lin Zichen and that he looks forward to working with everyone. Time passes quickly. After everyone finishes introducing themselves, the class bell rings. A voice suddenly asks Shen Qinghan what her score was on the entrance exam. She looks up in surprise. A girl with twin buns looks at her curiously. Shen Qinghan says she got 709. The girl beams and says that's more than 10 points higher than her 698. Then she asks about Shen Qinghan's physical test score. She says she only got 95. The full score is 100. 95 already places her among the top students. Shen Qinghan lowers her gaze. She says she didn't do as well. She only got 79, 11 points short of the cutoff for the elite class. The girl leans closer, guessing numbers one after another. 94, 93, 92. Shen Qinghan's face grows red. She whispers that it's a little lower. Suddenly, a hand slams onto the desk in front of the blonde girl. She looks up in surprise. Lin Zichen leans forward and asks if he can add her on WeChat. Flustered, she agrees and tells him to scan her code. Shen Qinghan thinks to herself that she is glad Lin Zichen stepped in. Lin Zichen turns to Zichen and asks to add him as well. Zichen raises his phone and tells him to scan. Later, Lin Zichen casually creates a 4-person group chat called Dawn Squad. A system window appears, showing that he successfully created a 4-person team and completed another cooperative task. It shows that 2 out of 1,000 group tasks are now completed. After forming the group, they get to know each other better. Zichen is from neighboring Nangyuan City, and his family has run martial arts schools for generations. He once ranked 8th in Nangyuan City's youth martial arts tournament. Lee Chuxin's family runs a chain of clothing stores. She comes from a wealthy background with shops across the district. Qinghan and I introduce ourselves, and very quickly the 4 of us become inseparable. The 4 of us gather near the lockers, chatting casually. Zichen suddenly raises a question. He asks who the strongest student in the class is and says we probably can't beat them. Lee Chuxin immediately guesses that Zichen is the strongest since he was the top scorer on the entrance exam in the entire district. Zichen turns to Zichen in shock and asks if he's that insane guy. But Zichen says being top scorer might not be enough. He explains that there are 2 monsters in the class, personally recruited by the principal from Nangyuan City. He points out the guy sitting in the 3rd row by the window, Wang Shiji. He placed 3rd in Nangyuan's entrance exam and runs 100 meters in 798 seconds. Then he mentions the big guy in the last row on the far right, Lu Gang. Lu Gang lifts a massive barbell with one hand, showing his strength. Zichen says Lu Gang has innate brute strength and can easily lift 300 kilograms with one hand. Qinghan looks surprised and says it sounds impressive. Lee Chuxin reacts in shock and asks if that's serious. Zichen exhales calmly and thinks that running 798 seconds and lifting 300 kilograms were his elementary school stats. Soon, the bell rings again, and it's time to distribute textbooks. 4 books are placed on the desk, each corresponding to one of the 4 core subjects. Since Zichen already studied all of them as a kid, he uses his free time to train alone in a quiet forest. He runs forward through the trees at high speed. He recalls that the threat of the Rat God cult still exists. The police have caught some cultists, but the Rat King hasn't shown himself. He clenches his fist and thinks he must keep leveling up. Reaching Tier 6 would allow him to face mutant rats head-on. That afternoon, their first practical class is wilderness survival. The instructor stands in front of the students and asks if anyone knows how to make fire by friction. Zichen mutters that who would learn something like that in their free time since it's basically useless. Suddenly, Wang Shiji and another student kneel down and begin spinning wooden drills against logs. Smoke starts rising from the wood. Zichen shouts in shock. The instructor looks impressed and asks how the 2 of them know how to do that. One says he signed up for an extracurricular course during middle school summer. The other says he learned it online in elementary school. After the 2 Nangyuan students finish showing off, the rest of the class begins practicing. Zichen kneels down and starts spinning the wooden drill against the log with steady motion. Smoke rises as he quickly teaches his Dawn Squad teammates a few fire-starting tips. Later, the martial arts cultivation class turns into another show-off moment from the Nangyuan students. The instructor announces he will teach a special breathing cultivation technique. Some students shout that they've already learned it. Even though it looks a bit ridiculous, they actually manage to perform it. Zichen watches quietly, thinking he already knows all this but prefers to stay low-key. Before long, more than a month passes. Back in class, the homeroom teacher says it's time to test their progress. He announces that the exam comes with rewards. First place gets 888 yuan, second place 666 yuan, and third place 333 yuan. Zichen hears that first place earns 888 yuan and calculates that it's nearly enough to buy half a jin of savage giant eagle meat. With that reward announced, everyone becomes motivated and starts the exam. The classroom falls silent as students focus on their papers. An hour later, the exam ends. The teacher repeats that it's been over a month since school started and it's time to test their progress. Not only that, gene fusion teacher Liu Darren also holds a test with the same rewards and difficulty. Li Gang shouts that he finally finished, then slumps over his desk in exhaustion. Students start complaining about the test being too hard and full of strange questions. One says the energy wavelength of a laser was asked, and he cannot believe he had to memorize that. Another says the questions were ridiculously niche. A third complains the essay required calculating precise decimal values about devices and atmospheric pressure. The purple-haired girl sighs and says she aimed for 90, but now she will be lucky to get 60. While everyone vents, the Nangyuan Du starts showing off again. One of them says the exam was tough and asks how the other did. The blonde says he will probably get 95 points and only missed the last sub-question. The other says the same and expects 95 as well. Li Gang glares at them and thinks he wants to punch them both. The teacher announces that the scores for the mechanical augmentation test are out. He begins reading the results. Gu Yanling gets 52 points. Shen Qinghan gets 61 points. Someone says he passed. Another student praises hard work being rewarded. The teacher continues. Zichen gets 88 points. The class reacts in surprise. Several students call him amazing. Zichen calmly says it was just luck and the test covered what he already knew. He then says that once he receives the 333 yuan prize for third place, he will treat everyone to a good meal. The teacher announces Li Gang scored 95 points, and Wang Shuji also scored 95. He says they were only one question away from a perfect score. The blonde student tells the teacher the last question needed more time, and he could have solved it with 10 more minutes. The other agrees. Li Gang clenches his teeth and thinks third place should still be his. The teacher says that although the test was difficult, someone in the class got full marks. He announces Lin Zichen scored 100 points. The blonde and the other student shout in shock. They cannot believe he got a perfect score. They call it absurd. The class looks toward Lin Zichen as light falls over him. The purple-haired girl says Zichen is incredible. Another student shouts praise. Zichen raises his hand and asks when the first place prize of 888 yuan will be distributed. The teacher says he will send the prize to the class group as a personal red envelope. Someone thinks Zichen really cares about money and wonders if he is that broke. An hour later, the results for the gene fusion exam are about to be announced. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom holding the papers. He announces that the gene fusion exam results have been fully graded. He says Liu Gang scored 81 points. He says Wang Shuji scored 83 points. For a test where most people failed, barely reaching excellent is already impressive. Liu Gang rests his chin on his hand. Wang Shuji lies slumped on his desk. Even so, both of them look clearly dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan scored 78 points, placing her in the top 5. She clasps her hands together in relief. Lin Zichen sits calmly at his desk. He has secured full marks again and pocketed another prize. Below him, He Yu, Wang Shuji, and Liu Gang react in shock. They raise their hands and protest. They shout that the test was too hard for anyone to get full marks. They question whether he already knew the answers. The teacher narrows his eyes. He says that's impossible. He explains that all the questions were designed by him and the answers aren't online. There was no way to cheat. The two boys freeze in disbelief. Zichen and Li Chuxin laugh from their seats. They mock Wang Shuji for accusing someone of cheating just because he lost. Lunch break passes in the blink of an eye. Class 1 of Year 1 quickly begins the afternoon wilderness survival exam. The instructor stands in the forest and announces that the rewards are the same as the other subjects. First place gets 888 yuan. Second place gets 666 yuan. Third place gets 333 yuan. He explains that the exam includes 3 parts: rock climbing, tree climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Liu Gang looks at Wang Shuji and says they lost in the morning theory tests. This afternoon they have to redeem themselves. Wang Shuji clenches his fists and says they will crush Lin Zichen and wash away the shame. Soon the exam begins. The first part is rock climbing and tree climbing, ranked by speed. Lin Zichen grabs onto the rock wall and climbs upward. Below him, Liu Gang and Wang Shuji follow. Lin Zichen reaches the top first. He ranks first in rock climbing. As expected, he leaves the Nangyuan duo behind again. Next is tree climbing. Lin Zichen grips the trunk and climbs swiftly. Liu Gang struggles below and looks up. He says he gave it his all but could not even see Lin Zichen's shadow. Lin Zichen ranks first in tree climbing as well, but his eyes shift toward Shen Qinghan. She is still on the rock wall, moving carefully. At this point, she has not finished rock climbing and ends up in last place. The next segment is fire making. Lin Zichen presses the drill into the wood and spins it rapidly. Smoke rises. Behind him, Lu Gang and Wang Shuji stare in disbelief. They remember he was not this fast before. Flames spark to life. Lin Zichen successfully makes fire in 58 seconds. The swimming portion is last. In the pool, Lin Zichen slices through the water in front. Shen Qinghan follows close behind. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji trail farther back. Shen Qinghan surges forward and finishes strong. After the wilderness survival exam, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang sit in silence. But that silence only lasts until lunch ends. After over a month of martial arts practice, the instructor gathers everyone in the gym. He announces that they will test their progress. Everyone will spar on the martial arts platform. The top 3 will receive prizes. The class responds loudly. Lu Gang says theory and survival do not matter here. This is martial arts class. It is about physical fitness and combat technique. He declares that in this sparring session, he will reclaim the first place he lost. Before sparring, the instructor orders a physical test as warm-up. There are 3 metrics: a 100-meter sprint, a one-hand barbell lift, and vertical jump height. Lin Zichen dashes down the track. His 100-meter sprint time is 7:78 seconds. Then he grips a barbell with one hand and lifts it overhead. The single-hand barbell lift reaches 330 kilograms. Then he jumps. His vertical jump reaches 218 meters. He ranks first in all 3 categories. He notes that he did not go all out and only beat Lu Gang and Wang Shuji by a small margin. The 2 stare in shock. They say it doesn't make sense because he is faster than when he was a district champion in the high school entrance exam. They say he even seems stronger than them, even though he doesn't look muscular. Lu Gang tells Wang Shuji not to panic. Failing the physical test does not mean losing in sparring. Real combat needs technique. They say they still have a shot. After the test, everyone moves to the gym's dueling area. 2 rings are set up. Lin Zichen steps onto the ring first. Because his physical stats were strong, no one dares to challenge him at first. Even the Nangyuan duo hold back and observe. To avoid wasting time, the instructor calls out for Lu Wei to spar with Zichen. Lu Wei steps into the ring. The 2 face each other and raise their guards. To save time, Lin Zichen moves first. He closes the distance and throws a punch. Lu Wei is knocked backward and hits the ground. Lin Zichen stands firm and strikes. The girl flies backward through the air, her body twisting as she's knocked away. He states that to take down everyone in class before the bell, he has to defeat each opponent quickly. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji stare in shock. Lu Gang wonders if Lin Zichen is really this strong. Wang Shuji thinks he didn't even go all out in the physical test and questions how anyone can compete. Lu Gang is sent flying over the ropes. He shouts Lu Gang's name as he tumbles. Lu Gang lands and immediately points at Lin Zichen. He says he's warmed up and is at his peak, then challenges him to fight. He declares he'll flatten him in 30 seconds. Behind him, another student braces himself and thinks that if he doesn't fight now, he'll have to face Lin Zichen next. He clenches his fists and decides he may not be confident against Lin Zichen, but he can beat this opponent. He shouts for him to bring it on. He charges forward with his fist raised. In an instant, multiple strikes collide in the ring. Arms and legs clash as the fighters exchange blows at close range. Wang Shuji steps in and throws a kick. Zichen catches his leg midair. In the next instant, Wang Shuji's body lifts into the air. He flips over the ropes and crashes outside the ring. He lands hard on the floor. He leans forward and vomits. After a moment, he wipes his mouth and forces himself upright. He looks at Zichen and admits that among everyone he has fought, he used physical technique is the strongest in terms of body skills. Then he says he is still slightly better. He tells Zichen to spar again. Zichen steps forward calmly. Wang Shuji lowers his stance and says he is not afraid. He suddenly rushes forward again and throws another punch. He steps aside the moment the punch comes in. Wang Shuji's fist cuts through empty air as He slips past him. Wang Shuji spins around, eyes wide, realizing how fast He moved. He stands several steps away, already out of range. Wang Shuji stumbles forward and drops to one knee, shocked. Students around the ring shout at him, telling him to avenge Lu Gang and not back down. Wang Shuji shouts back that he was already going. He faces him calmly and waits. Wang Shuji steadies his footing and rushes forward again. He stares at He and vows to beat him. He accelerates and charges straight in, declaring he is going all out. He closes the distance in a single burst. As his fist drives forward, He steps in and raises his hand. He catches the incoming punch. He twists his body and pulls. Wang Shuji is lifted off the ground. He flips upside down in the air. He slams onto the floor on his back. Air bursts from his mouth as he lies spread out on the ground. After that, He faces the next opponent. A boy lunges toward him. He shifts his hand and flicks the boy away. Another student rushes in from behind. He steps past him and strikes. The student is knocked forward. One more charges at him. He redirects him and throws him down headfirst onto the mat. He pauses as a blue interface appears in front of him. It indicates defeating the same opponent multiple times only counts once for the achievement. He realizes he can no longer spar the same people repeatedly. He then looks toward the girls watching near the ring. Several girls approach excitedly. One girl raises her hand and calls out, saying she wants to challenge him. A girl leaps forward and reaches toward him. He shifts sideways and avoids her grab. He taps her arm and redirects her past him. She stumbles forward and falls against the wall, admitting she almost caught him. Another girl charges in. He lightly pushes her shoulder and sends her off balance. More girls step up one after another to challenge him. He keeps his movements restrained and handles each of them quickly. Soon the sparring ends. The instructor announces everyone performed well and says the elite students must now learn to challenge stronger classes. He states that in 1 month their class will challenge the strongest regular class in the second year, and everyone must prepare. He listens while thinking he lacked enough matches to speed up the achievement progress. Class is dismissed. Lu Gang walks up to him and declares he will be his rival for the next 3 years. He looks at him calmly and accepts the coming matches. Wang Shuji stops beside Lin Zichen and tells him that winning once does not mean he will always win. He says before graduation he will erase this humiliation. Lin Zichen listens quietly. He thinks earning bonuses while completing achievements feels great and calculates that he made over 3,000 yuan today. 2 boys behind him glare angrily, saying he ignored them and even mocked them. Lin Zichen clenches his fist and thinks he can now use the money to buy beast meat. Night falls over the city. At home, he types rapidly on a keyboard. He decides to earn more money and registers as a web novel author, starting to write. Soon he receives a message from an editor inviting him to sign a contract and serialize his novel. He wakes up and finds a contract invitation waiting on his phone. After logging into the author platform and signing, he notices breaking news. A giant mutant rat attacked a beast meat cold storage facility on the outskirts 2 hours ago. Lin Zichen stares at the screen, focused on the incident. The report says the rat was over 5 meters long and even bit a cyborg in half. The cyborg triggers its hidden energy core. A bright light bursts from its chest. The explosion engulfs the giant mutant rat and tears it apart. Lin Zichen watches the report and wonders how many such rats are hiding in the city and where creatures that large could stay unnoticed. The next day at Shanghai High Gymnasium, the elite students gather. Han Yuanfeng explains that today they will spar against the second-year regular class. He says the opponents will rely on numbers, defend, and drag the fight out, so once they get on stage, they must finish quickly. The students respond that they understand. Lin Zichen steps forward and asks to go first. He thinks defeating more opponents early will help complete the achievement. A girl speaks up, saying the opponent appearing first is the strongest, and she is the weakest in their class, asking how she can fight that. The opposing teacher says that by the usual sparring rules, the weakest student should fight first and questions why the strongest was sent out. Han Yuanfeng points toward Lin Zichen and tells him to step down and let the weaker classmates go first. Lin Zichen nods and walks off the stage. Han Yuanfeng calls another student to go first. A pink-haired girl hesitates, saying she is not ready yet. Another girl with twin ponytails steps forward and says she is the weakest and should go first. She walks onto the ring to face her opponent. She looks at the other girl and grows nervous. Classmates cheer from the side, encouraging her to fight. She grips her fists, trembling even more. The match begins. The blonde opponent rushes forward at full speed. Qinghan braces herself. The opponent closes in and drives an attack down at her. Qinghan raises her arms and blocks while retreating. Blows rain toward her as she keeps defending. She thinks she cannot win and decides to hold on as long as possible to drain her opponent's stamina. 3 minutes pass. The opponent continues attacking, realizing Qinghan keeps enduring. She pushes forward, deciding to end it quickly. She leaps in and kicks. Qinghan is sent flying backward and hits the floor. She struggles and stands back up, trembling. Han Yuanfeng praises her, saying focusing on defense and wearing the opponent down was a smart decision. Lin Zichen tells Qinghan she did well for lasting over 3 minutes against a senior. Another match begins. A brown-haired girl rushes forward, seeing her opponent slowing down. She closes the distance and throws a kick. The blonde blocks and counters with a strike to her face. She grabs the girl and forces her down. The girl cries out and surrenders. The senior stands over her and mocks the class, saying they are relying on defense to drag the fight. She adds she trained a full year longer and tells her to come back after another year of training. Another girl steps onto the ring and declares she will avenge her classmate. She rushes forward and strikes immediately. Her kick lands and knocks her opponent down. Classmates cheer her victory. Lin Zichen tells Qinghan she also did well and says the opponent only won easily because Qinghan had already worn down the senior's stamina. 2 hours later, the teachers look at the remaining students and say the elite class only has 4 people left, and the regular class seems close to winning. Han Yuanfeng says not to rush to conclusions and points out the real strength of their class. He says the real showdown is just beginning. He then calls Hiyu to go next. Hiyu smiles and prepares to step forward. He drops into the ring and lands with one hand on the floor and one knee bent. He shouts that he's got it. He lifts his clenched fist in front of his face and looks ahead. He boasts that his fists have been itching for action and challenges the senior to face his punches. The brown-haired senior stands with his arms crossed and looks down at him. He tells him to stop acting pretentious and cringy. His foot connects with the brown-haired senior's face, knocking his head back. He yells that his cool moment was ruined and tells him to get lost. The brown-haired senior falls onto the tiled ground outside the ring and lies on his back. He holds his face and cries out in pain. He stands inside the ring with his hands on his hips and looks down at the fallen senior. He mocks him for being that weak and calls him trash for daring to insult others. On the ground, the senior clutches his face. A foot stomps down onto the ring floor. A purple-haired senior walks forward with both fists clenched at his sides. He calls him arrogant and says he's acting like a brat. The purple-haired senior lunges forward and throws a heavy punch toward He-Yu. He shouts that he will show him what real strength is. He-Yu slips to the side as the punch passes. The purple-haired senior reacts in surprise, thinking that He-Yu dodged his attack so quickly. He-Yu flips upward and drives his leg into the senior's torso. The senior's body bends back as he coughs out a PFF. The purple-haired senior crashes onto the tiled ground and lands flat on his back. He lies spread out with his mouth open. Two girls in the audience raise their fists and cheer loudly. They shout for He-Yu to keep going and beat them down. A caption below states that next, He-Yu knocked down several more opponents in succession. He-Yu charges forward and slams his shoulder into another opponent's chest, knocking him backward. Another opponent is sent flipping through the air after being struck, his body rotating as he falls away. He-Yu steps forward with his fists raised and calls for the next opponent to hurry up, declaring that he can still take down 10 more. Although he wants to continue, after defeating 5 opponents, he is clearly running out of stamina. When he faces the 6th opponent, he is eventually defeated. At that moment, Class 1, Grade 1 has only 3 people left, while Grade 2, Class 6 still has 13. A man turns his head and calls out that Wang Shuji is up. Wang Shuji leaps into the air with his knee raised and fist pulled back as he charges toward an opponent. He kicks one opponent away and then drives a punch into another student's face. Wang Shuji defeats 10 people in a row. A man in a white hoodie steps back in shock and says he does not remember their class having such a strong student. A gray-haired man smiles calmly and explains that the student transferred this semester, so it is understandable he does not remember. He adds that it looks like they are going to lose this time, and reminds him that the loser must treat the entire opposing class to a meal. The man in the white hoodie clenches his fist as tears stream down his face. He thinks that they really have a trump card like Wang Jin, and that no matter how strong Lin Zichen is, he cannot defeat that monster. He also realizes that he let his guard down and was ambushed. Han places his hand on Zichen's shoulder and tells him it's his turn. He tells him to spar properly to gain experience and not worry too much about winning or losing. Zichen turns with a small smile and says he'll win, addressing teacher Han. Han stands behind him silently with an ellipsis. A large, heavyset senior stands facing Zichen and looks down at him. He questions whether this skinny junior is really their final ace and says he doesn't bully the weak. 3 girls in the audience raise their fists and shout. They tell the fat senior not to get cocky, say Zichen will beat him, threaten to turn him into meat patties, and urge Zichen to teach that fat pig a lesson. The heavyset senior turns his head with a startled look, reacting with punctuation marks over his head. He smirks and says he'll stand still for 10 moves so the junior can't claim he bullied the weak. He continues smiling and says that way Zichen's fangirls won't complain that he bullied the weak and call it dishonorable. Zichen scratches the back of his head and casually agrees, saying all right, all right. He stands with one hand pressed against his belly and spreads his arms wide, telling the junior to go all out and attack with full force while he will remain standing still. Zichen is visible behind him inside the ring. He drives his palm forward into his own stomach and shouts as the impact lands against his belly. His entire body lifts off the ground and flips backward through the air. He crashes flat onto the tiled floor on his back with his arms spread wide. He lies face down on the ground with smoke rising around him while several students stand nearby staring at him. The crowd throws their fists into the air and shouts that Zichen won, celebrating loudly. He sits on the ground holding his head, looking dazed, wondering what just happened and insisting it is unreasonable and not scientific. Brother Feng walks beside the brown-haired teacher with a hand on his shoulder and says that Class 9's Zichen is insane, that he knocked down Wang Jin with one punch. He adds that Zichen feels almost comparable to Wu Tiancheng in his first year of high school. The brown-haired teacher turns his head toward him and replies that Wu Tiancheng wasn't even human back then, that in his first year he nearly scared the principal to death, and his performance was far too strong. Zichen walks toward them from the arena floor, raising one hand, and asks who Wu Tiancheng is. The brown-haired teacher gestures with both hands and explains that Wu Tiancheng is a senior from a few years ago who, in his first year, cleared out the top third-year elite class and frightened many school leaders. He then raises one finger and lists Wu Tiancheng's feats. In his first year, he ran 100 meters in 6:12 seconds, 96-meter standing vertical jump, and could lift a 650-kilogram barbell with one hand. He asks if Zichin is scared. Zichin scratches the back of his head with a small smile and admits he's a little scared. He casually comments that the record is impressive and almost catching up to his own power back during the summer vacation of 6th grade in elementary school. The scene cuts to the exterior of a building with a sign that reads Mingxiang Restaurant. A hand lifts a large soda bottle, and someone says that thanks to Zichin, they defeated the senior year 2 ordinary class. The speaker adds that their homeroom teacher honored the bet and is treating them to a meal, telling everyone to raise a glass to Zichin. Around 2 large round tables filled with dishes, classmates stand and cheer with raised glasses, shouting that Zichin is awesome, awesome, and that Brother Chen is mighty. Several classmates crowd around Zichin at the table, asking how he trains at home and if he has any secret tips. Another mentions they haven't added each other on WeChat yet and suggests they add each other. It's noted that after taking down the senior year 2 ordinary class, he became famous in school and classmates quickly came close, which feels a bit uncomfortable. Hanhin remains the same, worried he won't eat while socializing and keeps putting food into his bowl. She sits beside him holding chopsticks and a bowl with an egg on top. Hanhin suddenly widens her pink eyes in surprise. She stands up from the table with clenched fists and tells Zio Chen that she's going to the restroom. Zichin looks back at her while holding a cup. It's said that some things never change, including that uncontrollable urge to pee. In the background, Hanhin hurries away toward the restroom door. Hanhin pushes the restroom door open and steps inside, one hand on her forehead as she moves quickly. It's mentioned that Shen Qinghen had been pouring drinks for Lin Zichin and peeling shrimp for him, really fawning, looking like a servant always attending her master. Inside the restroom, Hanhin stands near the wall while 2 girls talk by the sinks. One says that with her ability, she could only get into their elite class by being Lin Zichin's bootlicker. The other adds that she probably won't be able to cling to him for long, that the gap in their abilities is huge and they're destined to drift apart. Han stands at the sink with her head lowered and says she's not a bootlicker. She walks forward with clenched fists and declares that she's his childhood sweetheart, while the 2 girls stare behind her. Later, on a busy evening street, Zichin walks beside her carrying a bag and asks Han why she looks down and whether something happened. In close view, she lowers her head and says that when she was little, her mom always told her that when she grew up she wouldn't wet herself anymore. From behind, she continues that even now when she sleeps at night, she still wets herself, that she has to wear a diaper to sleep, and that it's really annoying. In a close-up, she says she feels like she's disabled, like someone who can't hold their pee. Zichin looks at her seriously and tells her she's not disabled. He places both hands on her shoulders and says that not being able to hold her pee is her superpower, that it's just that this superpower hasn't fully developed yet. She looks up at him wide-eyed and repeats in surprise, asking about a superpower. With a serious expression against a dark backdrop, he confirms that yes, it is a superpower, and explains that her amazing water affinity is one manifestation of it. She turns toward him and asks that since he has been so strong since childhood, whether he also has a superpower. Walking at night, he rests his hand on her head and tells her that, like her, he also has a superpower. She clasps her cheeks while holding her bag and wonders aloud what kind of superpower it would be if she really had one. They continue walking under the night sky as he says it would definitely be a really powerful superpower. A small inset shows Zichin's face as he suddenly looks up, startled. From a wide view of a building entrance, large red text shouts, "Don't geo-closer," while people on the steps announce that they are exterminating rats for public safety and tell others to put down their brooms and cooperate. As Zichin and the girl stand below looking toward the commotion, a masked man swings a broom in a wide arc toward a group of rats on the floor, and he shouts for them to stop killing his brothers. Tears stream down the man's face as he screams that they are killing his brothers again. He charges forward and raises the broom high over his head, yelling that he will fight them. Zichin steps forward with one arm stretched out in front of Han as she looks at the man and asks if he is crazy, wondering if he is mentally ill, and saying he looks really scary. Zichin pulls Han along by the hand and starts walking away, saying that is what mental patients are like and they should go home, and she agrees. A night sky panel appears beside a house with a lit window labeled Lin Zichin's home. Inside, 3 people sit on a couch watching TV as the news reports that last week a young female teacher disappeared after leaving school and her whereabouts are still unknown. A woman with long teal hair looks concerned and says young women are disappearing again, and that this seems to be the 4th one this month. The man with messy brown hair and glasses corrects the count and says it is not the 4th disappearance. It is the 5th. All 5 women who went missing this month are young and beautiful, and the warning advises young women to avoid going out at night, travel in pairs if they must go out, and stay away from secluded places, while images of the 5 missing women are shown on screen. The blue-haired woman tells Zio Chen that things outside are not safe lately, and firmly tells him not to let Han-Hin go out alone, and he smiles and assures her he will watch over her. The scene shifts to Shanghai City, XX District, XX Street Security Station, showing the exterior of the building. Inside a room, a guard stands at the doorway while a man in a white lab coat opens the door and steps out, with another man seated inside at a table. The guard asks how the examination is going and whether the man is a mental patient, and the doctor answers that he is not sure yet and says he has tried communicating with him, but the man has not spoken and seems mute. The guard insists the man isn't mute and says that back at the market he was shouting non-stop. The guard's eyes widen in alarm as he looks forward in shock. Inside the interrogation room, the seated man suddenly hunches over the table as dark energy lines surround him. The guard and doctor stare in shock as the man grips the tabletop. The man transforms into a giant mutant rat. An officer urgently calls for headquarters to send a mechanical cyborg for support, shouting that the interrogation suspect has turned into a massive rat. Outside at night, the giant rat charges forward as multiple officers fire their rifles. Muzzle flashes burst from their guns as bullets strike the creature's body. A female officer runs behind the chief and reports that all cyborgs are out on missions. She says it will take about 10 minutes for support to arrive and warns they're running low on ammunition, afraid backup won't make it in time. The rat leaps forward, debris flying from the ground beneath it as officers keep firing. The chief orders everyone to get in the car and lure the rat man toward the outskirts to stall for time until support arrives. Inside the vehicle, the female officer reaches forward and presses a button on the dashboard. The driver stomps on the accelerator, gripping the wheel as the car surges forward. The giant rat bounds through the air in pursuit while the police car speeds down the road with its lights flashing. An officer shouts to go faster and directs them to lure it up the mountain to buy as much time as possible before support arrives. The police van races toward a tunnel entrance with headlights blazing and sirens flashing. The giant rat crashes down behind them, smashing through rock and debris as it bears down on the van. The police vehicle skids and flips through the air amid smoke and dust. The van lands overturned, and a female officer hangs upside down from the wreckage, blood on her face, thinking that in the end it's too late. The towering rat stands over the wrecked vehicle and roars. A massive explosion erupts against the rat's body, flames bursting outward. A woman in a mechanical combat suit appears midair as large projectiles streak past her, and she announces that the target is locked on. Multiple explosive rounds slam into the rat's body as it recoils under the impacts, and someone shouts for it to die. She stands over a massive smoking crater torn into the ground. She notes that the giant mutant rat actually dug a hole and escaped, and that these creatures are getting smarter. Seeing chunks of flesh scattered around, she concludes it's badly injured, probably hasn't gone far, and there's still a chance to track it down and kill it. It is 3 in the morning as the city skyline sits under the night sky. He sits at his desk using a mouse, thinking that after more than half a month of writing over 4,000 words a day, he's nearly reached 100,000 words and earned over 10,000 already. He reflects that several recommendation slots remain during the new book period, and once those are used, the stats should improve even more, though he's unsure how much he'll earn after the official release. Late at night, after checking his novel's stats and feeling too excited to sleep, he decides to head to a small alley without surveillance cameras to test the results of his recent training. He sprints forward through the alley and thrusts his hand out as a shockwave bursts against a distant wall. He notes that his 100-meter sprint now takes only 43 seconds and his vertical jump reaches 722 meters, showing obvious improvement. He leaps high into the air with one hand extended downward, the rain streaking past him. He lands in a low crouch, one hand pressed to the ground, dust kicking up around him. He believes that if he keeps improving like this, he might eventually achieve sainthood through his physical body. He lifts his head slightly, his eyes sharpening as he senses something. He turns to face down the alley, where a small red figure crouches in the distance. The rat man crouches on the ground, clutching a piece of flesh and apologizing to his brother, saying he didn't mean to eat him because he was too hungry and promises to offer sacrifices every year once he is full. Lin Zichen stares at it in shock and realizes it matches the giant mutant rat mentioned on today's news that turned into a rat man. He immediately decides to leave and call the police, then turns and runs while the creature chases behind him shouting that it won't eat him and will go eat other people instead. Multiple rat men suddenly leap down from above toward him, screaming about wanting meat and human flesh, and he realizes they are too fast to dodge. He charges forward and strikes the giant rat head-on with a heavy blow. The attacking rat men are blasted backward through the air as their bodies spin away. The giant rat steadies itself, breathing hard, and questions how a weak-looking student can possess such strength. The giant rat jerks forward in shock, staring toward Lin Zichen with a startled cry. A rock slams straight into its face with a heavy impact. Lin Zichen rushes in and unleashes a rapid series of strikes, deciding he cannot give it any chance to fight back and must finish it immediately. His blows hammer into the creature's body from all directions, battering it repeatedly. He stops and breathes heavily while staring at the remains on the ground, wondering if it is dead. He crouches and presses his hand onto the body to check again if it is already dead. Energy flares around him as a notification appears. He absorbs a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and the giant mutant rat codex rises to 7%. And he notes that although it looks completely dead, the absorbed amount is only a small portion. He decides to leave first since morning is approaching and the area isn't safe, then walks down the alley away from the scene. A pair of armored boots drops onto the ground with a heavy landing. A female mechanical cyborg stands over the corpse and questions who killed the rat man. The scene shifts to the outside of an old building at night. A hooded man carries an unconscious woman and steps into a ritual circle surrounded by lit candles. He kneels and raises his arms, offering the woman to the Lord Rat God. A dark presence responds, complaining that one woman is far from enough and asking if he wants it to starve, even suggesting the man himself could be the offering. The hooded man hurriedly denies it and begs the rat god to listen to his explanation. He explains that young women have become cautious, no longer going out at night and moving in groups during the day, making them difficult to capture. The looming shadow of the rat god rises over the ritual circle and orders that next time he should capture young men instead. The hooded man bows flat to the ground and accepts the command respectfully. A piece of raw flesh drops in front of him, and he quickly grabs it with both hands. He bites into the meat and thanks the rat god for the gift while chewing. A thick fleshy tentacle coils around the unconscious woman and lifts her body into the air. The monstrous mouth opens wide and swallows her whole. A chilling laughter echoes through the building. The rat god declares ordinary people taste bad and commands him to target wealthy nobles whose meat is richer and tender. To help Shen Qinghan improve her martial arts as quickly as possible, they use any free time to train at her house. He adjusts her arm and explains her punch angle is too high, and she should lower it to add more force, and she agrees. He points out her legs are too close together and tells her to separate them slightly. Standing behind her, he corrects her posture and tells her not to face the opponent directly but keep a slight angle, and she says she understands. He tells her to practice and attack him with full strength while he stands ready. She charges forward, announcing she's coming. Her fist strikes his hand with a smack, and he praises the punch angle and the increased power. She immediately follows with a kick toward him. He blocks her sweeping kick with his hand and tells her the kick stance is wrong, explaining she shouldn't keep her legs too close and should repeat the move after correcting it. She answers okay and repeatedly kicks while he parries each strike with sharp smacks. She drops to the floor breathing hard, saying she's exhausted but can feel her martial strength getting stronger. She asks if they can train every day because 3 times a week feels insufficient, and he refuses, saying 3 times a week is already enough. He explains daily training would be too much to endure, and she agrees to keep it at 3 sessions weekly. A phone notification sound rings as he looks down toward his pocket. They stand together watching a special news report on his phone. The report announces a medical group will provide free treatment for a disabled former cyborg prodigy girl after premature mechanical modifications, and also reports a Kyoto University genius successfully completed a second gene fusion with a 1,000 silk spider beast gene, setting a new age record. He looks at his phone and wonders if the Kyoto University genius mentioned is the same prodigy from before. The report explains most people can only undergo gene fusion after adulthood because the body otherwise cannot withstand mutant beast genes and mutations may occur. Yet that Kyoto prodigy has already completed a second gene fusion before turning 18, showing frightening talent and raising the question of whether gene fusion is the ultimate path. Night falls over Lin Zichen's home. He types at his computer while comments praise his writing speed, calling him a writing monster for producing thousands of words daily. He notes that thanks to biological attributes and a month of practice, he can now write 10,000 words per hour, and he only spends an hour a day writing without affecting training. A friend beside him says his novel is performing well and estimates that maintaining 10,000 words daily could earn about 50,000 yuan in the first month, and later even 100,000 monthly. He is surprised and thinks that income would cover unlocking Mutant Beast Codex costs and hopes early royalties will unlock the fierce Great Eagle Codex. In martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organizes an in-class sparring session to check the students' training progress. He flips an opponent through the air with a heavy impact. He follows with another strike that sends a student stumbling across the stage, completely dominating the match. He leaps and slams another opponent down hard, leaving them unable to fight back. Afterward, he receives 888 yuan and gains experience points for completing the Primal Dominance achievement. Shen Qinghan still fails to defeat anyone and ranks last in the class, standing dejected beside another girl. During her spar, she is knocked down quickly by Wen Yuntang in a single blow. This time she fights back, trading punches and kicks with Wen Yuntang and managing to hold on for nearly 3 minutes. Han Yuanfeng smiles and praises her progress, encouraging her to keep improving. Han Yuanfeng announces that in 1 month they will challenge the strongest second-year elite class, and their goal is to defeat everyone except the top 3, and the students loudly agree. He smiles and praises their response. More than a month passes since the novel went live, and Lin Zichen checks his phone showing a balance of 80,000. He goes to a shop and asks to buy fierce Great Eagle meat. The clerk offers a 5% discount if he buys 50 kilograms at once and asks how much he wants. He decides not to purchase yet and plans to wait until he saves enough money to buy 50 kilograms together next month. The next day at school begins. Shen Qinghan excitedly tells Xiao Chen the cafeteria opened a new stir-fry window and invites him to try it, and he agrees. Several chefs cook over flaming woks at the cafeteria stir-fry counter. Shen Qinghan watches excitedly from the counter as the aroma rises, saying it smells amazing while Lin Zichen stands beside her. A tray of food is placed on the table with rice, vegetables, and sliced meat dishes. They sit and eat while a long line of students forms behind them, and an argument breaks out in the queue over someone cutting in line. One student angrily points and confronts the cutter, who admits he cut in and challenges what they can do about it. Shen Qinghan tells Xiao Chen that He Yu is arguing with someone and asks if they should check, but he says there is no need since He Yu can handle it. The angry student glares and calls the other a brat, while another boy stands behind with hands on his hips. Nearby students turn their heads toward the commotion, watching the confrontation. A group of students walks over and asks what they are doing, and one replies they are just cutting in line. The shaved-head student shouts angrily, telling them to get in line. He freezes in surprise as the group surrounds him. He raises his hands nervously, realizing he cannot push past them. At the table, Shen Qinghan points out that it's He Yu being bullied, and Lin Zichen stands up. Lin Zichen places a hand on the cutter's shoulder and calmly tells him to go to the back of the line. The boy points at him and refuses, asking what he can do if he doesn't move. Lin Zichen lifts his phone and says he will report him. The student mocks him for using the "I'll report you" trick. He Yu retorts that cutting in line is even more shameful while Lin Zichen holds up his phone. The group clicks their tongues and walks away. The scene shifts to Shanghai City, inside a villa in the wealthy district at night. A hooded leader sits before kneeling followers and announces Sha Qiang is dead after provoking the security team at the market and losing his life. He introduces a newcomer who will take Sha Qiang's position from now on. He adds that the rat god said ordinary people taste bad, so future sacrifices must be high and mighty individuals to avoid offering the wrong prey. The followers warn that targeting important people is very risky and missing persons could bring serious consequences. The hooded leader raises his hand and orders them to target sons of wealthy but powerless merchants, because the risk is lower. 2 robed followers stand before him while he sits on a throne and explains the newcomer should first practice by capturing an ordinary handsome young man, who will then be offered as a sacrifice to a divine child under the Lord Rat God. Another hooded member bows slightly and promises he will present the most handsome offering in the entire city. In a classroom, a boy gestures while talking to Lin Zichen and reports that the students who cut in line that day are from second-year class 3, the strongest elite class they are about to challenge, then complains that elite students still have terrible manners. Lin Zichen leans against the lockers holding his phone and remarks that being good at studying doesn't mean someone has good character. He looks down at the phone in his hand. Reading the news on his screen, he realizes another rich second-generation student has gone missing, and that this is already the 5th case, with a large reward offered to find the child. Walking in the hallway while staring at his phone, he notes the kidnappers never demanded ransom and considers that the disappearances might be connected to the Rat God cult. An announcement declares that today the first-year class will challenge the strongest second-year elite class, and 2 large martial arts rings are set up with crowds gathering around them. Several second-year students glare and provoke, one raising his middle finger toward He Yu. He Yu immediately returns the same insulting gesture, while Lin Zichen stands behind him watching. Shen Qinghan lifts her knee and steps forward onto the martial arts stage as the sparring begins. Her opponent leaps high and brings a leg down in a heavy kick toward her. The kick strikes with a loud impact and sends her flying backward across the stage. She lands on the ground and realizes the senior opponent is far stronger. Even her defensive tactic can't stop the attack. Another senior girl jumps up and slams a punch into Shen Qinghan's torso, knocking her upward into the air. She follows with a fast kick that smashes into another girl's face, sending her flying. The narration states that even Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin were powerless against that senior. A short, stocky girl steps onto the stage and delivers a heavy kick that defeats the senior sister, slamming her onto the floor. Another red-haired senior girl steps forward and immediately takes control of the situation. She dashes in and kicks a male student away, defeating multiple opponents within minutes, including 3 boys. Soon only 4 first-year students remain standing: the blue-haired boy, Wang Shuji, Lu Gang, and He Yu. A large crowd of second-year class 3 students stands confidently, They have only lost 5 female students and have not even sent out a single male fighter. The coach clenches his fist nervously and admits the strength gap is too big and his students barely stand a chance. He turns to Hee-yu and tells him it is his turn, asking if he can defeat the 6 remaining girls. Hee-yu steps onto the stage in a fighting stance and confidently says it is no problem. He imagines facing even more senior sisters and smiles eagerly. He jumps and lands on the stage, shouting that he is done after knocking them all off. One defeated girl lies on the ground unconscious after being thrown from the stage. Hee-yu plants his foot firmly on the platform. A senior male opponent crouches and taunts, asking if Hee-yu is ready to meet his end. Hee-yu clenches his fists and fires back that the opponent is rude and lacks self-awareness, while the other student thinks this is his chance for revenge against a weak first-year boy. The brown-haired senior rushes forward and throws a punch toward Hee-yu. Hee-yu suddenly reacts in shock. As he looks down at the incoming attack, the brown-haired senior's fist slams straight into Hee-yu's abdomen, lifting his body upward from the impact. Hee-yu drops to one knee, one hand on the ground and the other holding his chest, reacting that the opponent is very fast and that punch hit hard. The brown-haired senior steps over him and insults him, telling him to admit defeat while Hee-yu remains kneeling and holding his stomach. Hee-yu swings a hand backward while shouting for him to get lost, striking the senior and knocking him away. The senior kicks him in the abdomen. Hee-yu crashes onto the ground and lands on his back. Hee-yu lies curled on the floor holding his torso and in his thoughts, notes the other side's male student is not weak and that he underestimated him. And notes the boy came out specifically to take revenge. The tall senior stands on the ring railing and points toward the blue-haired boy while taunting him, telling him he always meddles in others' business and should come up if he has the guts, otherwise forget it. The blue-haired boy faces him from the floor. The blue-haired boy jumps upward toward the ring, lifting his knee as he rises. He lands in a low crouch on the stage with one hand touching the floor. His inner thoughts say he was worried he would not get a chance to step onto the stage and that his turn has finally arrived. A group of students on the side shout toward the ring, calling for Brother Chen to crush and humiliate him, complaining about cutting in line at the cafeteria, and urging revenge for Hee-yu. Brother Chen dashes forward across the stage toward the blue-haired boy. Brother Chen swings a fast kick toward the blue-haired boy's head. The blue-haired boy raises his arm and blocks the kick, stopping the strike as the attacker bends forward from the contact. The blue-haired boy grabs him and flips him over, slamming him headfirst onto the stage floor. Brother Chen lies on his back on the stage with his eyes wide and one hand raised. Lin Zichen stands over him with his foot pressed onto Brother Chen's chest. A sharp strike lands, and Brother Chen is knocked off the stage. He hits the ground below. Several students stare toward the ring. One says Chi Yue is among the top 5 in the class and was defeated instantly. Another says the junior is very strong. A male student rests his hand on his chin while watching. He says Lin Zichen must be hiding his true strength. 2 students shout in shock. One says that is even Lin Zichen's full power. The other asks if he is even human. Lin Zichen turns toward the students and asks who is coming next. 3 male students recoil backward in shock with their hands raised. Half an hour later, students from second-year class 3 lie defeated across the floor. Lin Zichen stands on the stage with his fist clenched. A fallen student lies in front of him. A system window appears showing primal dominance and a defeated opponent count of 119 out of 1,000. Lin Zichen notes the progress is still slow. Lin Zichen covers his mouth with one hand while folding his other arm. He says his turn in class sparring always comes last, and he cannot allow that anymore. He says his strength already surpasses the high school level and he will no longer follow the school's rules. He declares he will make his own rules from now on. Monday, in the hallway outside the principal's office, a voice from inside shouts in surprise. Inside the office, a purple-haired woman with glasses reacts in shock. She asks if he wants her to arrange a personal challenge with a reward. Lin Zichen confirms. He says he will challenge the entire school. The principal leans forward with one hand pressed to her forehead and the other on the desk as she asks how a first-year high school student can challenge the whole school and whether he is serious or just acting on impulse. Lin Zichen stands facing her and calmly replies that he is serious, asking her to come to the gym with him so he can prove he has the strength to challenge the whole school. In the gym, Lin Zichen walks ahead between rows of weight benches while the principal follows behind him. The principal stands with her arms crossed in the gym and asks why he brought her here so late. Lin Zichen pulls off his jacket to reveal his shirt and says it is to show his strength. The principal raises her hand in surprise and thinks he cannot be planning something reckless, then calls out for Zichen to wait a second. A hand grips a metal bar tightly. Lin Zichen lifts a massive barbell overhead with one arm, and the weight plate is labeled 700 kg, while the principal stands in the background staring at him. The principal stands between Lin Zichen's legs in the gym and stares up at him in shock as she reacts wordlessly. She covers her mouth in disbelief and realizes this is the strength he meant, saying 700 kilograms, and that this is even stronger than when Shan Wu Tiancheng was a first year. She straightens her posture and gives a thumbs up, agreeing to arrange a personal challenge for him against the whole school. Lin Zichen smiles and scratches his head as he reminds her to set up prizes, saying without prizes no one will be motivated. He raises one finger and explains there should be two kinds of prizes, one for participation to encourage everyone to step onto the stage, and another accumulated prize that grows with each challenge, adding that whoever defeats him takes the prize, but if no one defeats him within the specified time, it belongs to him. The principal smiles confidently and tells him not to worry, promising everything will be done exactly as he said. She places her hand on his chest while he speaks, and he asks her to keep his strength a secret for now or no one will challenge him once they find out, and she replies that she will listen to him. A hallway view shows the sign reading principal's office. The principal stands beside Lin Zichen holding a document and asks what he thinks about running the challenge this way, and he replies that there is no problem and thanks her for her hard work. She tilts her head with a soft smile and answers that it is no trouble at all. From a low angle behind her shoulder, two male staff members in white coats stare forward in shock, one thinking he must be dreaming and the other wondering what is going on here. The principal sits on her desk with one leg crossed, and a faint smile as a thought reads that the female principal who always wears a fierce, cold expression at school is smiling like a sycophant in front of Lin Zichen. A wide overhead view of the gym shows two rings surrounded by a large crowd. The principal stands with a microphone beside Lin Zichen and introduces his basic personal information and recent achievements. She thoroughly explained all the rules, prize details, and every aspect of the challenge. The audience erupts in loud reactions. A student says the principal must be crazy. Another asks how a first year has that kind of confidence. Someone argues beating the second-year elite class does not mean beating the third years. A student asks if he thinks he is as strong as Wu Tiancheng, the strongest student in the school's history. Lin Zichen faces forward calmly. He announces that starting tomorrow he will stay in the gym during the 2-hour lunch break, and anyone can challenge him. In his thoughts, he believes this is perfect, and with so many challengers the primal dominance may unlock sooner. A wide view of the city street at night shows tall buildings on both sides as crowds of people cross the intersection under green traffic lights. On the sidewalk, a blond young man walks forward sipping from a yellow juice box, while a smiling woman and a mustached man pass by in the foreground. Two women step in front of him and pose confidently, one asking if he is alone and the other inviting him to the bar for a couple of drinks. He lowers his gaze while holding the juice box and tells them he is not interested and to get the hell away from him. The two women walk off down the sidewalk as one calls him zero sense of fun, and the other says he will definitely stay single for the rest of his life. And he exhales smoke while thinking he is speechless and wonders if Shanghai City is really this pathetic. From above, pedestrians move along the pavement as a woman complains she just wants a 10 out of 10 handsome man and asks why she has not found one after searching for so many days, while another voice says none of the men passing by are handsome. A hooded figure stands with arms crossed in the shadows as the blond young man grips his head in front of him and worries about failing the sacrificial mission and what the leader will think. He keeps holding his head and wonders if he will be excluded from the cult later. He imagines 3 guarded figures walking forward and recalls that he originally thought about kidnapping a male celebrity, but they are always surrounded by bodyguards, and he admits he is just a newbie in the rat god cult and does not have the power to kidnap them. He walks down the empty sidewalk gripping his head, and he worries that the mission deadline is almost here and asks what he should do. A teal-haired young man in a white tank top runs past in the foreground while he stands near a building still holding his head. The teal-haired runner moves forward with sweat on his face, and he blurts out in surprise that the guy is damn handsome. From behind the runner, he stands alone in the middle of the road as he thinks that after all that searching, the target shows up without any effort. His face twists into a wide grin, and he declares that this is the one he has been searching for. He steps into a deserted alley and watches the teal-haired man running farther ahead. His eyes darken and his grin widens as he notes that there is almost no traffic on this road and calls it perfect. He shouts that it is time to strike as a monstrous creature with a long tongue and rows of sharp teeth lunges forward. A brick slams into the monster's head with a loud impact, blood splashing as the creature's skull jerks from the hit. The brick remains lodged in the monster's skull as blood sprays outward, and its head jerks violently from the impact. The teal-haired young man stands over it holding the brick and says he did not expect that going out for exercise would let him run into a rat man, and that the mutant rat codex can increase its unlocked progress again. The monster hunches lower on the ground, clutching its head, and it trembles while thinking this guy is scary, that he is saying things it cannot understand, and wonders why it is so damn unlucky. The rat man collapses forward onto the pavement with a heavy thud as the teal-haired young man stands a short distance away watching. He looks down in surprise and says that is it. He just picked up a rock, threw it at him, and he died, Then he questions whether there are actually rat god cult followers this week. He kneels beside the corpse and presses his hand against it, deciding to absorb the life essence before anyone shows up. A system window appears stating he absorbed a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and that the giant mutant rat codex has reached 8%. He narrows his eyes and remarks that it only increased by 1%, calling it so little, and saying no wonder this rat man was garbage. A giant rat monster with its jaws wide open fills the frame, and he says that for safety's sake he had better stop running at night for now, adding that not all the cult followers are trash like that one. He looks forward seriously as another massive rat figure looms behind him, and he explains that some stronger rat god cult followers, after turning into rats, have bodies of incredible strength and can even withstand gunfire. He opens the door to his home in pajamas while wiping his hair with a towel, and a news caption states that at 3 a.m. last night, the city security HQ, working with the teachers of Shanghai University's Evolution Institute, completely destroyed the rat god cult. He sits on the sofa watching a news anchor on television and reacts in surprise, repeating that the rat god cult was destroyed. Narration states that Wu Tiancheng, a teacher from Shanghai University's Evolution Institute who defeated the Rat King, is a gene fusioner at the advanced biological level. Under the night sky, a winged figure with black feathers descends from above toward a rat creature wearing a golden ringed collar. The winged man spreads his massive black wings and unleashes a rain of sharp black feathers downward toward the rat. He dives through the falling feathers and strikes with explosive force, blood bursting outward as the attack tears into the rat below. Smoke rises from the fallen rat as the winged man descends, and states that the fight lasted half a minute and resulted in an overwhelming victory. Back in his room, he looks forward with a serious expression and asks if this is the strength of a gene fusioner at the advanced biological level, then admits it is really powerful. A tall building stands against the night sky with several windows lit up. Inside a room, a blue-haired man in tactical gear sits in a chair holding a teacup and asks Tian Cheng if he still cannot reach the teacher. A close view of the cup near his mouth shows him answering that there is still no contact. A red-haired man in similar gear sits across from him with a cup in hand and says that the group of powerful individuals who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 are still missing. From above, the two sit facing each other across a table as one asks about the current situation at Site 36, and the other replies that it is fairly stable and that otherwise he would not have time to come here to clean up the small fry who slipped out during the chaos, prompting the question of what he means by small fry. Behind the blue-haired man, a towering rat king with a golden collar and multiple eyes looms with claws raised as he mentions the rat king that the whole city security HQ could not handle. A chibai rat with a halo stands on a pile of remains behind the blue-haired man, and he says that in front of a genius at the advanced biological level like him, the rat king was really just small fry. He leans casually over the red-haired man's shoulder and suggests that since he is already here, he should return to his old school and give a lecture, while the red-haired man replies that he is not idle and has serious work to do. A view of the hallway door appears as a voice adds that guiding the adorable junior students also counts as work. The scene shifts to a dark tunnel opening framing the full moon in the night sky. Inside the cavern, a rat creature lies low as a voice says that at first it only ate beggars and homeless people, then started hunting young and tender people. The rat crouches on the ground as the voice continues that later it began to prey on the high and mighty who lived in luxury. Large green feet step down in front of the rat as the voice says he went through all the trouble to bring it there to help its species grow and dig tunnels, yet it went around eating people and causing chaos instead. A massive green monster with glowing red eyes towers over the rat, looming above its trembling body. The green monster leans forward with glowing red eyes and bares its fangs as it asks the rat if it deserves to die. The rat trembles and bows its head, begging its lord to give it another chance. The green monster lowers its face toward the rat and says he can give another chance, but pauses. Its massive hand reaches down toward the rat as it says that it will have to pay the price. A sharp slicing sound cuts through the air. Blood spurts from the rat's body as the green monster lifts a small red piece between its fingers and says the eyes of sewer rats reek of stench. He brings the bloody piece toward his mouth and declares that they taste delicious. The wounded rat clings to the green monster's body as the monster grins and says it is not completely brainless, hiding in the shadows enjoying itself while letting its own brother pretend to be the Rat King and take the fall. The green monster lowers its claw toward the rat's face and warns that if it does not start digging tunnels right now, it will still die. The rat's mouth hangs open as blood spurts upward, and the words declare that it is still going to die. Students walk across the campus path while narration says Lin Zichen is the one challenging the entire school, that he is just a first year who does not know his place, asking if he is heading to the gym now, and suggesting they go check out the show. Lin Zichen walks forward while looking down at his phone with a calm expression. His phone screen shows 9 fugitives from the rat god cult on the run, offering rewards from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan for clues. He looks at the screen and calls it a whopping 500,000 yuan. He stands beneath the trees with one hand in his pocket, and another thought system says that if he runs into them, he should lay low and power up first, and talk about rewards later. A wide overhead view shows a large square ring surrounded by a massive crowd, with 2 figures standing inside the ring facing each other. He stands inside the ring with clenched fists and thinks that a lot of people showed up. A close-up of his eyes appears as he adds that there are also participation rewards. A girl with twin purple ponytails holds a megaphone and announces that joining the challenge gets a lottery ticket with big prizes. First come, first served, while a banner reads that the chapter can be read on Thunderscans. Calm. Excited boys in the crowd shout that the latest game consoles are up for grabs, even iPhones too, and ask if they can brush hands with Shen Qinghan during the draw. A boy with heart-shaped eyes raises his hand and shouts that he wants to challenge. A girl leaps forward with a raised knee and declares that she is going in. Several girls rush forward saying me too and calling out to Zichen Jr. to count them in too, while someone on the ground mutters, "You guys." From above, multiple girls surround him inside the ring and shout that they want in too. A girl presses against his arm and grabs his sleeve as she exclaims that she touched it and that he has such strong arms. Another girl leans close with her hand raised and blurts out about that handsome face. A close view shows a girl's chest pressed against his shoulder while her hand grips his arm. He stands surrounded by several girls crowding around him as one says that things are starting to get weird. He lowers his stance and extends his hand as he thinks that he does not like hitting girls, but for the sake of his achievement. His palm slams forward with a burst of force, and a girl is blasted backward as she screams. He thrusts his hand upward and strikes another girl in the abdomen, lifting her off the ground. A shockwave explodes outward from him as multiple girls are flung away in different directions, and one of them shouts, "Forgive me." A blue system window appears beside him reading, "Survival of the Fittest, 309 1000. A girl at the ring edge raises her hand and says she wants to challenge again. He stands inside the ring and states that defeated challengers may not re-challenge. Several girls stare at him in surprise and ask why not, while one thinks she still wanted to stick close to him. 2 male students step forward as one glares and says Lin Zichen has annoyed him for a while and that it is time to teach this punk a lesson. A punch connects with the man's face, snapping his head sideways as a blue window updates to "Survival of the Fittest, 419 1000. The man flips through the air and crashes down headfirst with a loud impact. A wall clock shows the hands aligned at 12. Lin Zichen stands with one foot planted atop a pile of defeated students as golden light beams behind him, raises his hand in a poised stance, and says, "Who else?" What? A tall male student steps forward with his hands in his pockets while the surrounding students look on, and he declares, "I'm in too." The tall student launches himself forward through the air in a powerful leap as the crowd looks up, and someone shouts that it is Yan Xiaoxuan, the tyrant of the Year 2 top student class, then asks who will win between the two. Yan Xiaoxuan stands over a fallen opponent with dark energy streaking behind him, while the narration explains that he will probably win since the Year 2 honors class and the top student class are not on the same level, and that he once soloed an entire class but was later put in his place by Chen Wuxing, a senior 1 year above. Yan Xiaoxuan steps forward inside the ring with a confident smile and says that he used to be arrogant like this junior, but only after being beaten down did he realize something. He faces Lin Zichen and states that there is always someone stronger out there, while Lin Zichen remains silent with an ellipsis bubble. Yan Xiaoxuan gestures as he delivers a long speech about giving his junior a real lesson in life, and declaring he is ready, while Lin Zichen asks the teacher if he may begin, and the teacher responds, "B battle start." Lin Zichen's fist slams into Yan Xiaoxuan's face in a sudden strike as Yan Xiaoxuan's eyes widen, and his words cut off mid-sentence with "Junior." A wide shockwave bursts across the ring as Yan Xiaoxuan's body is sent flying from the impact, his silhouette skidding across the mat, while the surrounding students watch from the shadows. Yan Xiaoxuan crashes into the far wall and leaves a crater in the concrete as dust and debris scatter, while Lin Zichen lowers his hand and thinks, "Finally, some peace." The crowd leans forward with wide eyes and shouts that Yan Xiaoxuan got one-shotted, asking if Lin Zichen is that broken. 2 hands come together in a sharp clap inside the arena. A group of senior students stride forward through the hallway as one calls out that Chen Wuxing has just arrived. Another says he must be here to help Xiaoxuan save face, and someone adds that even the top student of the whole school is here to challenge him, and that this is going to be good. Lin Zichen turns his head to the side and says that if the top student is coming, Then the older brother is stepping in after the younger one was beaten. A red-haired senior drops down into the ring in a low crouch and says he never thought Shaoxuan would lose to him, kid. Lin Zichen faces the teacher and says they are ready and asks if they may begin, while the red-haired senior shouts for him to at least let him finish talking, and the teacher extends his hand and says, "Start then." The red-haired senior lunges forward with his fist cocked back and grins, saying he will have to beat him down first before he is willing to listen. Their fists collide at the center of the ring as Blue Force crashes against Golden Force, splitting the arena with a thunderous impact. The red-haired senior is suddenly blasted upward into the air while Lin Zichen lowers his arm and says, "Really sorry, but I'm in a hurry." The red-haired senior flails midair with his shirt riding up and screams, "No way." The surrounding students stare with bulging eyes and open mouths, frozen in shock. Lin Zichen points toward the edge of the ring and calls out, telling someone not to space out and to get on stage and fight him. A male student outside the ropes points at himself and asks, "Who, me?" And Lin Zichen replies that yes, him, since he has not fought him yet, right. The student hurriedly climbs into the ring and pleads, "Please go easy on me, sir." While Lin Zichen smiles and thinks that since he is already here and just for joining the challenge, he gets a lottery ticket, and the student quickly adds, "Definitely, definitely." Lin Zichen drives his fist forward, and the student's face twists as he falls backward, while a blue window appears reading, "Survival of the fittest progress +1." The crowd surges closer and shouts, "Come on." And if it's Lin Zichen, losing to him doesn't count as embarrassing, while another yells that he wants to win an iPhone. Another student rushes in, but Lin Zichen extends his palm and strikes him back as a blue window flashes again, "Survival of the fittest progress +1." The red-haired senior staggers forward with his arms thrown wide as Lin Zichen's fist stops him at close range, and another +1 notification appears above. Lin Zichen raises one arm straight up as a defeated student is sent flying toward the ceiling. A large blue system screen fills the view and reads that in an official competition setting, using the most primitive method of biological selection, accumulate and eliminate 1,000 different opponents. Achieved. Another blue panel tilts into view stating he gained biological trait, "Survival of the fittest," and he shouts, "Finally." A new blue window appears reading, "You acquired a biological attribute, Primal Dominance. Primal Dominance increases the damage you deal to other living beings," while he rests his hand on his chin and thinks that it is a simple and straightforward damage boost biological attribute and really useful, though it does not explain how much the boost actually is. Lin Zichen drops down from the ring toward the crowd and announces that the challenge ends here and everyone may go now, while students below react, saying it is too soon and that they still wanted to watch more. He walks away through the hallway beside the purple twin-tailed girl as other students look on. An exterior view shows students dispersing from the school building. A quiet hallway appears outside a door labeled Principal Office. Inside the office, the principal leans forward over her desk and congratulates him for claiming first place in the entire school. She brings a finger to her lips and says he even took down Chen Wuxing in an instant and must still be hiding some of his true strength. In a wider view, she turns slightly while he sits on the couch drinking tea beside the purple twin-tailed girl, and she remarks that it is not much, just a teeny tiny bit, while the girl comments that it does not seem like just a tiny bit. A flashback panel shows Chen Wuxing lifting a massive 690-kilogram barbell single-handedly during the Kyoto University special entrance exam. Back in the office, the principal says judging by his measured strength, he should be able to lift at least 800 kilograms. And he responds that his measured strength is 795 kilograms while thinking he cannot let her find out his true strength. She laughs and says she knew it, while he calls out to the principal. He raises his hand and asks when the 8,810 yuan prize money will be transferred to his account. She uses her phone and agrees to send it right away, thinking he is completely obsessed with money, and a ding appears as his phone shows the money has been successfully received. She then tells him he will represent the school from now on, and he responds by asking what it is now. He points toward Shen Qinghen and says both of them love swimming and asks if they can use the pool in the gymnasium, causing the girl to react in surprise. In a close-up, he adds that they would like to use it at any time and have it closed to everyone else while they are using it. The principal smiles and agrees, telling them they can use it. Lin Zichen raises a finger and says she agreed really fast, then adds that he does not like people watching him in swimwear, and during their usage he will cover up all the cameras in that area, while Shen Qinghen reacts in surprise behind him. The principal smiles with a hand near her lips and thinks that being alone together is one thing, but now he even wants to cover all the cameras. A fantasy image shows Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghen standing close together in the pool in swimwear as she thinks, "Do not tell me this kid is thinking of that." The principal opens a drawer and says that since he wants it, she will grant all his requests. She presents a key and tells him that from now on that will be his private pool. She leans close to him with a hand on his shoulder and says to be careful and try not to cause any accidents. A chibi version of Lin Zichen appears against a background full of question marks as he repeats, accidents. He and Shen Qinghan walk side by side down a school corridor together. Lin Zichen holds up the key and thinks that next he can finally find out what kind of superpower Hanhin really has. In the hallway, Shen Qinghan steps forward and asks Xiaojin if he can help her with something, and he turns toward her and asks what it is. She clasps her hands together and explains that she signed up for a singing contest, has practiced her solo part well, but wants someone to rehearse the chorus part with her. Facing him closely, she asks if he can rehearse with her tonight, and he answers sure. She turns and runs down the hallway with one arm raised, shouting great, while he watches and notes that she really cares about this contest. He smiles softly and thinks that he hopes she finds some confidence through it. A night view shows the school building under a starry sky with several windows lit. Inside a pink-themed room, Shen Qinghan moves energetically across the floor, while Lin Zichen sits on a chair behind her as she begins practicing. A man and a woman sit on a couch in the living room as the man says that the kids are grown up now, and asks if it is inappropriate for a boy and girl to be alone together in the same room. The woman stands up angrily and says they grew up as childhood friends, and it is none of his business. She places a hand on her hip and tells him to mind his own business, and he raises his hands and says he will not say anything. A close-up of Lin Zichen's ear shows him reacting as if he overhears the argument. Back in the room, Lin Zichen stands by a chair and tells Hanhin they have been rehearsing for half an hour and should stop and get back to studying. At the doorway, he holds the doorknob and tells her that after school tomorrow they will go to the pool to practice swimming and reminds her to bring her swimsuit, and she answers okay. She waves toward the door and says goodbye Xiaojin, while he replies see you tomorrow. Left alone, Shen Qinghan blushes and touches her chest as she thinks about the pool. Standing in front of her closet, Shen Qinghan looks at her clothes and wonders which swimsuit she should wear. 2 swimsuits lie on the bed, a black bikini and a blue one-piece, as she presses a finger to her lips and stays silent in thought. She lifts the black bikini in front of herself, blushes, and wonders if this one is too revealing. A fantasy image shows her and Lin Zichen in the pool together laughing and splashing water, while her imagined self in the foreground blushes in shock. Back in her room, she stuffs something into her bag while blushing and tells herself that it is just Xiaojin there anyway. The next day, the school building appears under the daytime sky. A wide overhead view shows the large rectangular pool inside the gymnasium. Lin Zichen stands at the poolside already changed into swim trunks, hands on his hips. He looks up as she calls that she has everything covered and not to worry. He turns his head when someone calls Xiaojin. She approaches in a black bikini and raises a hand to greet him. She runs closer and apologizes for keeping him waiting. He warns her to slow down and be careful not to slip while a nearby student reacts that she is very cute. He tells her they should get into the pool and start training, and she happily agrees. They swim underwater forward with bubbles rising around them. They move beside each other underwater and their hands meet. Swimming underwater, her eyes widen, and bubbles escape from her mouth. Underwater, she bumps against him and grabs his arm as a startled sound escapes her. She faces him and gestures upward, indicating they should go up. He stretches one arm toward the surface while holding her and swims upward together. They break the surface in a splash as he holds her and asks what is wrong, calling her Hanhin. Standing in the water, she raises her hands and tells him the water is passing right through her body. She brings her hands together in front of him and tells him to look. She shows her palms as water pours straight through them again. She holds out her hands and wonders why water is leaking through her body. His eyes widens and he considers that it might be a surge of superpower. He takes her hand and asks to see it. She shows her palm as he presses it and notes that aside from water passing through, nothing is unusual. He steps toward the pool edge and says they should get out so he can examine her body and check other areas. With a blushing face, she softly agrees. She lies back on a bench calling Zio Chen, while water continues slipping through parts of her body. He leans over her and pours water onto her torso while asking how much longer. With a thoughtful look, he reports they have tested 3 times and nothing abnormal appears in her body. He supports her shoulders and concludes that for now only her hand has this ability, and she answers that she understands. They sit at the pool edge with their feet in the water as she asks if her childhood issue might be because parts of her body let water pass through, and he replies that might be the case. He tells her next time she cannot hold it and she should inform him. He turns slightly and adds she should try to feel if any other part of her body feels the same as her palm. He becomes embarrassed and worries he almost said too much and sounded like a creep while she looks confused. She raises both hands excitedly and declares she is actually a water-related super-powered being. Her eyes widened as she thought of fully unlocking her powers one day. She smiles at him and thinks she can stand by Xiao Chen's side as his most perfect partner. A night city street shows a large building screen displaying a mechanical-armed man while pedestrians gather below. At a store counter, a woman in an apron raises her hand and greets with a welcome. A card is placed on the counter with a tapping sound. Xiao Chen stands at the counter holding a card and requests 100 caddies of savage giant eagle meat. The clerk takes the card and note, and he tells her to deliver it to the written address while she agrees. From behind the counter, she watches him leave into the crowded market and wonders who this rich young master is. Later, she hands him a form to sign and politely asks for a 5-star rating while he writes on the order sheet. Outside, near a truck at night, he holds a package and notes this morning's payment was 120K, and he now has about 210K on hand. He opens the box to reveal large pieces of savage giant eagle meat and says it is enough to buy 100 caddies. He places his hand onto the meat and says he will see what happens when he unlocks its codex. Energy swirls around him, and a notice appears that he absorbed the savage giant eagle life essence, and the codex reached 100%. In a vision, a giant eagle spreads its wings and flies above him over a bright ocean-like space. Blue energy bursts forward in a close view of the power. A claw grips a purple squid and water splashes. The boy stands, and a notice appears that the savage giant eagle codex is unlocked, and he gains the biological attribute Sky Eye. Standing under the night sky with glowing eyes, another notice states his field of vision and motion tracking ability have significantly improved. He activates the ability and eyes glow golden. A wide view of a city intersection appears under a circular vision field. From above, he sees a man crossing the road holding a phone and briefcase while the highlighted area centers on him. A hand holding the phone is shown, and he observes clearly and remarks the eagle's vision is incredible. He opens a door and steps into a room. He looks toward a living room where 2 people sit on a sofa facing a television. An image shows a winged mutant lifting an overturned truck, while narration explains a triple gene fusion individual mutated in public and caused hundreds of casualties. In a lecture hall, a man at the podium declares gene fusion is the wrong path and humanity should unlock its potential to evolve into advanced life forms. A man in the audience stands and argues that without gene fusion they are expected to rely on traditional martial artists who cannot even stop a bullet to fight mutated beasts, while others sit watching. A woman sitting on a couch says gene fusion users are basically walking time bombs, and if they mutate it becomes a disaster, as the man beside her listens. The woman continues that the state has strict controls and the chances are extremely low, and the man smiles beside her. She adds they should worry more about whether gene fusion users can reproduce since they lose the ability to have children, and suggests storing essence ahead of time or having kids before the fusion process. Her eyes widen in sudden realization. She greets Xiao Chen's return and worries they might have said something inappropriate in front of their son while blushing and covering her cheek. The man scratches his head awkwardly and says since Xiao Chen is back, they should eat first, while Xiao Chen stands behind them. The family sits at the dining table eating as the man mentions that tomorrow the school will hold a campus singer competition, and Hanhin also signed up. He adds they should go in person to cheer her on, and the woman replies Hanhin is like a daughter to her. Xiao Chen lifts food with his chopsticks and quietly acknowledges with a short response. A large crowd raises their hands toward a brightly lit stage at night. People in the crowd hold up a glowing sign reading Shen Qinghen you're the best while cheering. Xiao Chen walks across an empty classroom toward a seated purple-haired girl. The girl sits with her eyes closed as a makeup brush touches her cheek. She asks why Xiao Chen keeps staring at her while he holds the brush near her face. He answers that she is beautiful while holding a compact and brush. The girl trembles and blushes, unable to speak. Another girl leans in from behind and teases, asking if they are done showing their love yet as the seated girl jolts in embarrassment. The teasing girl says she only asked Xiao Chen to help because her makeup skills are bad and jokes about a married couple playing pure love while the seated girl panics. Xiao Chen appears with multiple makeup brushes and states it is never bad to have more skills. The teasing girl peeks from the classroom door and informs that she does not mean to interrupt and that she is up after 2 more people, and the purple-haired girl responds she understands. The classroom door slams shut with a loud bang. Xiao Chen offers to walk her out so she can prepare while she shakes nervously. The girl stands up in her black dress, still trembling and blushing in the classroom. The girl grips the boy's sleeve and leans into him, blushing as she stammers his name. Liquid suddenly spills down her leg and splashes onto the floor, and she cries that she couldn't hold it in again. She breaks into tears and asks Xiao Chen what to do because it's almost time for her and Chu Xin to go on stage. Liquid continues dripping from her dress onto the floor as she worries that ruining it will make the other girl hate her. He holds her shoulders and tells her to stop crying or her makeup will ruin. They stand facing each other between the desks in the classroom. His eyes open wide and he stares straight ahead without speaking. He says he got it, and the curtain hangs still in front of him. He leans over the desk and grips a pair of scissors, pulling them out from the books. He grabs the hanging curtain and tugs it down from the rod. He cuts into the cloth spread across the desk, slicing along the surface. Tears gather in her eyes and start spilling down her cheeks. He holds up the finished cloth toward her while she stands facing him and calls his name, Zio Chen. He tells her everything is ready and urges her to hurry to the bathroom and change. She clutches the cloth and says there is no need, asking him to turn around because she will change here. He freezes in place, his face reddening as he stares ahead. He replies okay and turns his back to her while she lifts the garment behind him. Fabric rustles as she begins changing while he remains facing away. He stiffens and a sweat drop forms while he senses movement behind him and she adjusts her clothing. His back stays straight while she remains behind him holding the dress against herself. She lifts the hem of her outfit and pulls it upward, stepping out of it as the fabric slides down her legs. He blinks in surprise, still flushed, and slowly shifts his gaze forward. She stands in front of him in the finished dress and thanks him, saying that after crying so much earlier, she actually feels less nervous now. One hand rests lightly near her collarbone as she looks at him. He steps closer and tells her to go on, hoping her performance goes well. She answers with a bright, yeah, looking up at him as he gently pats her head. A voice announces that next up are contestants number 20, Lee Chuksin and Shen Qinghan. The name echoes as the stage lights glow in the background. She stands on stage holding a microphone and points forward with confidence. Beside her, another girl in a long dress sings into her mic as colored lights flash and confetti falls around them, while hands in the crowd wave glow sticks below. A voice declares that the winner of this year's campus singer competition is about to be revealed. The stage lights shine brightly behind them. The announcement comes out clearly. Lee Chuksin and Shen Qinghan. The two girls clasp hands excitedly at center stage as the audience erupts, cheering loudly and raising their arms. Under the night sky, he stands among the crowd and claps steadily with a faint smile on his face. People around him cheer with their mouths open as he keeps applauding. A classroom door swings open and a heavy-set man steps inside, staring at the torn curtains hanging by the windows. He shouts angrily, demanding to know who cut the curtains to pieces. Inside the classroom, sunlight streams through the damaged fabric as desks sit in neat rows. He stands holding a broom while she bends over a desk nearby, both of them quietly cleaning. He grips the broom handle and says they should just call it compensation for damaging the curtains. A small bead of sweat runs down his cheek as he keeps a calm expression. A blue system screen appears in front of him stating that a cooperative milestone of 1,000 tasks has been completed, and he gains the biological attribute social animal. He forms a faint smile as the words unexpected bonus appear beneath him. Several girls walk beside Shen Qinghan in the hallway and tell her she sings so well, asking if she wants to join them for karaoke after school and if she can teach them too. They move together down the corridor while looking at her. She smiles brightly and answers, sure. A note states that the singing competition really helped Hanhin regain her confidence. She throws a punch forward while a boy raises his arms to block the strike. A note states that now that her confidence is back, her martial arts progress is also stabilizing. Confetti falls as people crowd around him while he holds a large trophy. Voices call out that Zio Chen is amazing, that he won another championship, that their captain is a legend, and that after 5 long years, Shanghai High has finally brought the championship trophy home again. A wall filled with trophies and certificates appears beside his portrait. A line states that he won lots of martial arts championships like that. Another line states that he then signed a sponsorship with the martial arts hall owned by He Yu's family. He holds up his phone and looks at the balance displayed, which reads just over 900,000. A woman leans forward over a large cardboard box and smiles up at him. She greets him, saying they meet again, handsome, as the box sits between them. An open box reveals chopped pieces of a creature labeled as a stealth lizard, described as a lizard known for its exceptional stealth. Blue energy flares around his body as he presses his hand down onto the lizard remains. A system message states that he has absorbed a large amount of the stealth lizard's life essence, and that the stealth lizard codex is now at 100%. A system message announces that he has successfully unlocked the stealth lizard codex and gained the biological attribute natural camouflage. He raises his hand and looks at his darkened palm while thinking that lowering presence allows hiding or ambushing enemies, and masking biological level allows striking hard while playing dumb. He walks along a city street among pedestrians as buildings rise on both sides. He thinks that now that it is done, he will buy the cake his mother asked for, saying he will buy a cake and then head back. He freezes as someone shouts for him to stay still, and he turns his head toward the voice with a tense look. 2 armored officers walk forward while gripping a red-haired woman between them, her wrists restrained in front of her. She keeps her head lowered as they escort her ahead. A man with a mechanical armored leg faces him and calls out Zichen, saying what a coincidence. He stands squarely in front of him as he speaks. He looks at the man and says Senior Zhang Kai. His gaze lowers toward the man's leg. The metal leg is planted on the pavement, showing heavy armor plates and clawed mechanical toes. Zhang Kai rests a hand on his hip and says he failed to enter high school, rebelled, rode a motorcycle, crashed, and had his leg amputated. Behind him, an image shows him suspended in a tank with machinery attached to his body. An armored officer asks about the woman. Another answers that she is a remnant of the rat god cult and the only female among the 9 remnants, while holding her firmly in place. He calls out, telling Zhang Kai to stop chatting and hurry up. Zhang Kai answers that he's coming as he turns away with the others escorting the red-haired woman. Zhang Kai runs a few steps, lifts his hand in farewell, and says they'll talk again sometime. Xiao Chen raises his hand back and replies that he'll catch him later. Xiao Chen lowers his gaze and thinks that the security department has been hunting the rat god remnants without success, yet the Mechagod group caught one easily. He looks forward with a firm expression and thinks that the Mechagod group should not be underestimated. A sharp buzz vibrates near his pocket as his hand moves toward it. He holds a phone to his ear as a voice asks if he got the cake and when he'll be home. He answers that he's on the way to get it and will come home right after, and the voice tells him to be careful on the road. A memory shows everyone around the table singing happy birthday as the cake sits in the center. He and Hanhin sit side by side with their hands together while the song repeats around them. He and Hanhin lean toward the cake and blow at the candle together. A voice cheerfully announces that it is time for the handsome boy and pretty girl to exchange gifts. Hanhin holds out a wrapped box and says it is her gift for Xiao Chen, and he presents his box to her in return. The table jolts violently with a loud crash as dishes shake and debris falls. Someone shouts that it is an earthquake. He stares forward with a tense expression and thinks that something feels off. In the darkness underground, rats with glowing red eyes gather among cracked earth and rubble. Their red eyes shine in the shadows. A news anchor reports that authorities say the 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City was only a minor tremor. The broadcast adds that the city is not at a tectonic junction, and citizens should remain calm and not panic. He stands beside the dining table with a bag over his shoulder and says he has finished eating and is heading to school. His parents sit at the table and tell him to be careful on his way. Hanhin stands ahead of him and calls out for Xiao Chen to go to school together. He faces her and answers okay. After some time, he finally saves enough money to unlock the Void Eel Codex. Purple energy surges around his body as he leans back, the power rising around him. A notification states that he has absorbed a large amount of Void Eel life essence, and that the Void Eel Codex has reached 100%. The eel's body twists through the water as its essence disperses. Water bursts upward as a fierce blue creature dives forward with glowing eyes, cutting through the surface in a violent splash. The Void Eel swims through the water, its long body bending sharply as bubbles rise around it. A new notification appears stating that he has successfully unlocked the Void Eel Codex and acquired a biological attribute called Danger Sense. He rests his hand against his chin and says it can help him prevent sneak attacks. He decides to go to the mall first to test how effective it is as people move through the shopping center below. Walking along the upper floor of the mall, he looks ahead and says that, as expected, most people in real life are still ordinary. He stands near a display counter and says that next, he will unlock this codex. Trays of dark slugs are displayed with a label reading Undead Slug, 100,000 yuan per half kilogram. He thinks that maybe he will acquire the undead slug's self-healing biological attribute, but it is far too expensive, and even his 100,000 yuan monthly royalties would not cover it. So he will need to find a way to increase his income after the college entrance exam. A view of the city skyline appears, followed by a building labeled Nanjang Provincial Department of Education. A door sign reads Director's Office. A woman sits with her legs crossed and says that this year, the educational performance of all cities across Nanjang Province is almost the same as last year. She faces forward and states that Kyanjin City still tops the list, followed by Changzhou, Nangyuan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally Heiyuan City at the last. Her name is shown as Yuan Dongjai, Vice Principal of Shanghai University and Director of Nanjang's Education HQ. A man stands before a projection screen and says that concludes this year's educational report of all cities in the province. She lifts a cup and says, "Thank you for your hard work," as she takes a sip. The man asks Principal Yuan about the current situation inside source site number 36. She replies that it is mostly stable now, otherwise she would not have time to personally oversee this year's provincial college entrance exam. He responds that is a relief, otherwise the entire Nanjang province would have been doomed. She says there is nothing more on her end and tells him to go ahead and take care of his own work. He answers that he will call her if she needs him. The office doors close. She looks downward and says that unknowingly, it has been many years since she last took in a disciple. She stands before a wide window, looking at her reflection as the ocean stretches outside with waves rolling toward a distant island. Waves crash against the shore under a bright sky as seabirds circle above. A statement appears explaining that in this world, the martial arts college entrance exam lasts a total of 9 days. It adds that on the first day, there will be a written exam in the morning to assess theoretical knowledge. Students sit in a classroom writing on their test papers while the exam sheets lie spread across their desks. Another notice explains that in the afternoon, there will be a physical test to assess overall fitness. A student sprints along a track while others run behind him. The same student strains as he lifts a heavily loaded barbell overhead while others watch, and a proctor records results. A notice states that from the 2nd to the 8th day, there will be a week-long actual combat assessment. It explains that all martial arts students across the province will be sent into a forest to survive in the wild as they move along a wooded path. Another notice states that on the 9th day, there will be a compatibility test for gene fusion and mechanical modification. A figure with cybernetic enhancements stands back-to-back with a horned, beast-like figure. A final notice states that today, June 7th, marks the first day of the college entrance exam as students walk along the campus path. Zyro Chen walks beside Hanhin, both carrying their bags, as they head toward the school building among the other students. Hanhin reaches out and grips the sleeve of his jacket tightly. She looks up at him with teary eyes and says she is so nervous, asking what if she wets herself again during the exam. He smiles gently at her. He pulls her into his arms and says not to be nervous. Holding her close, he tells her that her theoretical knowledge is very solid and that she has already put on her diaper, so she should just give it her best later. Blushing, she presses a hand against his chest and says she will do her best and that he must do his best too. He answers that they will both do their best together. He sits in the classroom and writes steadily on his exam paper while other students continue working around him. Resting his head on his hand, he thinks that he has finished writing, and that since there is still a lot of time before the exam ends, he might as well start brainstorming the novel plot. In the hallway, he looks ahead and wonders if Hanhin did not do well in the exam as she walks toward him with her head lowered. He places a hand on her shoulder and tells her that as martial arts students, as long as they pass the written exam, it is enough, and there is no need to pursue high scores. She replies that she actually did really well, so he does not have to comfort her. He looks at her face and asks why she looks so pale. Blushing deeply, she admits that she peed and asks him to wait while she goes to the restroom and comes right back. A voice urges her to hurry because the physical test is about to start. A result is announced stating that Lin Zichen lifted a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand. He stands beside the barbell as the crowd behind him raises their arms. Students shout that it is unbelievably amazing, that his 100-meter sprint was 5.12 seconds, and that his vertical jump reached 4.91 meters, saying he is way too strong. Hanhin walks toward Zyro Chen holding a towel around her neck and asks how he did on the physical test. Smiling nervously, she says her 100-meter sprint was 9.32 seconds, her vertical jump was 1.62 meters, and she lifted a 125-kilogram barbell with one hand, adding that she still cannot compare with him. He pats her head and tells her she is already a top female student. She lets out a small laugh. A classmate runs over holding up a phone and shouts that Zyro Chen and Hanhin's written exam results are out. A male student gestures as he speaks, saying Wang Xuji and Lu Gang both scored in the 80s, and he got exactly 80, then asks what Zyro Chen and Hanhin scored. Hanhin looks down at her phone and says she will check right away while Zyro Chen stands beside her. Hanhin lifts her phone and announces she got 82. The male student reacts in surprise and says that is higher than his score and calls her impressive. The male student turns toward Zyro Chen and asks what he scored. Hanhin also looks toward Zyro Chen, waiting for his answer. Hanhin raises her hand excitedly while Zyro Chen holds up his phone showing a full score of 100. She calls it amazing, and the male student says he is still a total monster as always. Zyro Chen and Hanhin walk side by side on the street as she says the week-long actual combat assessment begins tomorrow and wonders what the forest looks like. Zyro Chen holds Hanhin's hand and tells her not to worry because he will stay by her side and protect her. Hanhin answers that she will stick close to him. Two men sit facing each other in a dim room with wine bottles and glasses on the table, as one states that the actual combat assessment begins tomorrow. A masked man in a suit points forward and says that when the time comes, the other should use his safety officer status to stop and control 10 geniuses. A young man holds a small wooden box in both hands as he is told there are 10 demonic seeds inside the box. The wooden box opens in his hands, revealing 10 dark seeds arranged neatly inside. A voice says these can lend him a helping hand. The masked man sits across from him and says that if he handles this matter well, he will recommend him to the higher-ups and make him an official member. The young man replies that he is not in a hurry to join, and that what he wants right now is an evolution fruit. The masked man raises one hand while holding a wine glass in the other and tells him his vision is too narrow. He says a single evolution fruit can at best raise him to ordinary 7th rank, but joining the organization could allow him to evolve into a higher life form. The young man's jaw tightens as he listens in silence. He looks forward with a tense expression and admits that it is more worthwhile to become an official member of the organization first. A line of buses moves along a road surrounded by dense forest as a notice states they are about to reach the exam site for the actual combat assessment. Inside the bus, Han-hin sleeps leaning against Zio Chen's shoulder, while an announcement tells examinees to prepare to disembark. Zio Chen tells her they have arrived at the exam site and asks her to wake up. Han-hin opens her eyes and murmurs that they have arrived already. Students stand in the aisle of the bus as an announcement instructs examinees assigned to entrance number 9 to get off and proceed to the designated assembly point. A notice explains that numerous score tokens have been placed throughout the forest, each marked with numbers representing points. It adds that these tokens are hidden in treetops, cliffs, and even on wild animals and mutant beasts, while safety officers monitor the area and calling for help results in instant disqualification. Another notice states that mutant beasts deep within the forest are meant for geniuses to earn extra points, and ordinary students should act within their limits. It also explains that the final score will be based on both individual points and a performance grade judged through real-time camera footage, and that with 100,000 examinees, but only 50,000 points available, more than half will end up scoreless. A group of students stands gathered as a notice says the assessment encourages both cooperation and competition, allowing examinees to share tokens or snatch them from opponents. Another announcement tells them to prepare themselves because the exam starts in an hour. A heavyset student raises his arm and says his father is a senior executive at the Mecha Deity Group and offers compensation to anyone who takes him under their wing. A muscular student steps forward and declares he will take him in, claiming to be a top student and promising success. A woman with glasses stands before them and delivers a first warning, saying open team forming like this is forbidden. The heavyset student lowers his head and apologizes. Several girls gather around Lin Zichen and ask if he can take them under his wing because he is strong. Lin Zichen answers that he refuses, and one of the girls asks why he is like this. A tall male student approaches Zio Chen and says he is a bit hungry and asks if he can buy some of his food. Zio Chen holds a bun in one hand and looks at him. Zio Chen flicks his hand and tosses packaged snacks toward the man while holding his bun. He says there is no need to pay and tells him to just take it and eat. He holds up the snack and says he can't accept it for free, introducing himself as Hong Junping from the rocket class at Kyanjin No. 1 High School and asking to join their team instead. Lin Zichen sits eating and replies that he appreciates the offer but there's no need, while Hong Junping stands in front of him holding the snacks. Hong Junping turns away with the bread and cookies in hand and says all right then, thanking them for the food as he leaves. Han-hin looks at Lin Zichen and says the guy was strange, pointing out that there are many food stalls nearby, yet he came to ask them for food. Lin Zichen looks at her and says the man didn't want food. He just wanted to talk to the beautiful girl here, and Han-hin blushes and asks if he came to hit on her. Lin Zichen holds Han-hin's hand and says it's about time and they should get going too, and they step forward together. A crowd of examinees gathers near the edge of the forest, as a statement explains they did not go straight into the deep forest, so Han-hin could get used to it. Lin Zichen and Han-hin walk along the forest's edge, as a note explains they start by searching for score tokens around the outer area. His eyes glow bright gold, signaling the activation of his Sky Eye ability. A glowing circular view expands from his eye as light radiates outward, revealing a token marked with the number 1 in the distance. He tells Han-hin there's a score token at the top of a tree and to grab it, and she answers okay while leaping upward through the trees. Han-hin lands and raises a paddle marked with the number 1, shouting that she got it, Zio Chen. Golden flashes reflect in Zio Chen's eyes as he calmly indicates more locations, saying over here, over there, and there too. Han-hin holds up several paddles all marked with number 1, gripping them tightly in one hand. She jumps onto Zio Chen with her arms around his shoulders, lifting the tokens high and praising him for spotting them all. They stand close together looking forward as he says what a coincidence. Hong Junping steps toward them from the forest path and says they meet again. He holds a stack of tokens and smirks, saying he has already collected 28 points, and that he repays a small kindness 100-fold. Han-hin suggests teaming up and splitting the tokens evenly among the 3 of them. Zio Chen stands in front of Han-hin and says there is no need to team up, and if he wants to repay their kindness, he can hand over all his score tokens. Hong Junping's eyes widen in shock. He glares and says Zio Chen has made a huge mistake. Hong Junping lunges forward with his fist raised, shouting that Zio Chen messed with the wrong person. Zio Chen covers part of his face with one hand and calmly says that indeed, he messed with the wrong person. Zio Chen drives his fist into Hong Junping's abdomen. Hong Junping spits blood and screams as he is struck. Zio Chen walks away holding a paddle and says thanks, while Hanhin links her arm with his. Behind them, Hong Junping lies on the ground injured. Hanhin asks if he's going to be okay. Zio Chen replies that he only hit him very lightly. Hanhin runs forward carrying a large rock over her head while a note says he continued helping her find more tokens. A token lies on the ground nearby. They stand in the bushes facing a wild boar. Zio Chen tells her to aim precisely and strike fast, hard, and accurately. Hanhin smiles from a tree branch holding a piece of fruit while a note says they even picked and ate fruit together. Zio Chen stands below looking up at her. Several boys charge toward them with wooden clubs while a note says they taught their ambushers a lesson. They walk forward holding hands while the defeated attackers lie on the ground behind them. Rain falls as they sit under a small shelter, leaning against each other. A note says they rested together and wish the peaceful moment could last longer. They stand before a sign that reads "Danger, mutant beasts roam in this area." She says they've reached the central area of the forest, the mutant beast zone. They walk along a forest path stained with blood. She says it looks like they arrived too late and all the mutant beasts are gone. She looks troubled and says it's a pity they arrived too late, because if they had come earlier, he would have been awarded the genius title for slaying the mutant beast. He places a hand on her head and tells her not to feel bad, saying that title doesn't matter much anyway, while she looks up at him with flushed cheeks. They walk side by side holding hands, and he says they should head back now. He thinks that with cameras and security officers everywhere, even if he killed a mutant beast, he couldn't absorb its life essence here, and that it's more worthwhile to train Hanhin in survival skills. An island surrounded by ocean appears as narration states that right after the combat assessment ends, the gene fusion compatibility test begins. Buses are parked outside a large facility labeled the Island Gene Research Institute. Students gather beside a bus as an announcement tells everyone to go inside and line up at the test window. Inside the laboratory, a voice calls, "Next," while a student sits as a gloved staff member draws blood and others wait in line behind him. She looks toward several tall tubes filled with blue liquid and asks if those are the reagents used to test gene fusion compatibility. He answers that yes, those are the flow-cloud jellyfish gene reagents. Jellyfish drift in the water as it explains that their genes have high compatibility with the human body and are used to test gene fusion compatibility. A nurse draws fresh blood from a student's arm as it states that the testing method involves extracting blood on the spot. The blood is then injected into the jellyfish reagent to trigger a reaction. A red cellular reaction appears as it states that the intensity of the reaction determines whether the examinee is suitable for gene fusion. A boy grips his arm and says he really hopes he passes the gene fusion test because he does not want to take the mechanical modification test. A girl says she heard the mechanical modification compatibility test involves implanting alloy materials into the body and that the pain is worse than giving birth, while an image shows a restrained figure with mechanical implants. Another student clasps his hands together and shouts for God to let him pass the test as the others stand beside him. She sits with her arm extended while a gloved hand holds a syringe against her arm, her expression tense. They sit in the waiting area as it is announced that the test results should be out in about an hour. She sits beside him and exclaims that her gene fusion compatibility is 8% and that she can become a gene fusioner, while another voice nearby laments only getting 4%. A student laughs while looking at his phone and says he got 6% and barely passed, as it's stated that 6% is the passing score, 8% is excellent, and 10% is the benchmark for top universities. A silhouette lifts a heavy barbell as it's mentioned that a Kyoto prodigy scored 16%, while he thinks his physical strength is above that, and wonders if he'll get around 20%. She leans toward him and says she's too nervous and can't take it anymore. He holds her hand and tells her not to worry because feeling nervous is normal, while thinking that if Hanhin's score is low, they won't be able to stay together anymore. He looks at his phone in shock and says he got 10% and qualified for both top universities, and she stares at him in surprise. A girl jumps with her phone raised and says she didn't expect to get 10%, while a boy nearby complains that he only got 11% and expected 12 or 13. He turns toward her holding his phone and says the two behind them already got their results, and that theirs should be out too, urging her to check quickly. She looks at him anxiously and says she's too scared to check, asking him to check his first and then help her check hers. He looks at his phone and says he will check his results first. His phone screen displays Lin Zichen's gene fusion compatibility result as 15%. She throws her arms around him and hugs him tightly, saying that with this score he has definitely become the top scorer in the province. He stares ahead and thinks that 15% is still lower than that Kyoto prodigy, and that physical strength alone is not the only factor. He turns to her and says it is her turn now, and she nervously answers okay. Another girl speaks up, saying that even she got 10%, and Hanhin will definitely do better, and Hanhin softly responds. His eyes widen in shock as he looks at the phone. He and the two girls stare at the phone in stunned silence. The phone screen now shows Hanhin's gene fusion compatibility result as 21%. A building is labeled Nanjing Province, a provincial education hub building. Several officials sit around a long table in a meeting room. A woman with antler-like ornaments announces that the gene fusion compatibility results from all schools are out and tells everyone to take a look. A display shows candidate Lin Zichen from Shanghai High School with a gene fusion compatibility of 15%, and someone remarks that this year's provincial top scorer came from Shanghai High School. The officials stand and congratulate Principal Bai, saying her school produced the provincial top scorer, and she modestly replies that they flatter her while praising Zichen. A notice states that just when everyone thought he was the top scorer, Hanhin's test result completely shocked everyone, and the officials look around in surprise. A display shows candidate Shen Qinghan from Shanghai High School with a gene fusion compatibility of 21%, and voices exclaim in disbelief asking if such a score is even humanly possible. A woman reacts in shock and says Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen's childhood friend, always seemed so average. She plants a hand on the table and asks, "What kind of student is that Shen Qinghan?" Another official raises a hand and says Shen Qinghan's performance has always been average, asking if there could have been an error in the result. She closes her eyes and says, "There's really no other way." She turns and strides toward the door, saying she will go there herself to confirm this. Several officials stare at the display and shout, "What the hell, 21%? Was there a mistake in the test?" A girl grabs her backpack straps and asks, "Xiaochen, how could it be 21%? It has to be a mistake, right?" He steps close beside her and says, "No, I think it's accurate." And she blurts out, "Huh." He leans toward her and says she naturally has a very high affinity with water, and that the flow cloud jellyfish used in the gene fusion compatibility test was a water-type mutant beast. Hanhin grips her jacket and beams, saying her body is highly compatible with water-type mutant beast genes and that she is a genius. She smiles brightly and thinks, "I can finally be worthy of Xiao Chen." And he smiles back and says, "That's great, Hanhin." Both of them look forward in shock as a voice shouts, "Hey, look over there, what is that?" A massive wave surges upward outside and someone yells, "There's a woman on the wave, a dragon maiden." The horned woman stands atop the towering wave as water spirals beneath her feet. Several students stare up in alarm and shout, "Is she a heretic? She's not planning to flood this place, is she?" Her heel presses onto the crest of the wave as water splashes around it. Staff members bow toward her and say, "Hello, Vice Principal Yuan." As someone exclaims that she might be the Vice Principal of Shanghai University, Yuan Dongjai, from the 1,000-year-old Marshal Yuan family. As the staff bow around her, someone says they heard the Yuan family once slew a dragon and fused its genes, and another adds that she must be a water-type gene fusioner who can control ocean waves. She stops in front of Hanhin and asks, "You are Shen Qinghan, right?" Hanhin looks up nervously and answers, "Yes, it's me." She raises a finger and orders, "Take her blood sample 3 times, then test again." And a staff member responds, "Yes, ma'am." Hanhin sits between her friends as one exclaims that they took 3 more tubes of blood and asks if she is all right, and Hanhin replies that her hand is a bit numb. A staff member extends his hand and says, "Shen Qinghan, please come with me for a moment." And she answers, "Okay." She stands before the desk and says, "Excuse me." Leaning back in her chair, she smiles and says, "The results are out." She leans forward and says, "Unbelievable, all 3 tests showed 21%. And Hanhin stammers, "Ah, really?" She smiles and says she will get straight to the point and that she wants to take her as her disciple. Hanhin points at herself in shock and repeats, "Take me as your disciple." Reclining in her chair, she lifts her hand and says that if Hanhin becomes her disciple, things like riding on waves will be simple. A stream of water spirals upward from a glass as she says that in the future, Hanhin will be able to do it effortlessly. Hanhin fidgets and says it is so sudden and asks for time to think, thinking she should first go back and talk to Xiao Chen about it. The water swirls more violently in the glass as she says there is nothing to think about, and that becoming her disciple comes with only benefits, no drawbacks. She stands tall and says she is both the director of the Provincial Education HQ and the vice principal of Shanghai University, adding that since they now share a master-disciple relationship, Hanhin should attend Shanghai University for her studies. She leans in close, pressing Shen Qinghan back against the desk and asks, "Anything you want to say?" Shen Qinghan blushes and answers, "No, nothing." She straightens up and holds out her phone with a QR code, saying, "Good. Then let's add each other on WeChat." Shen Qinghan holds her purple phone while the QR code is presented in front of her, thinking, "I totally got dragged along." Looking at her phone, the woman says, "Oh, by the way, aside from you, I have another disciple. She became my disciple 10 years before you, though she's around your age, so you may call her senior sister." Shen Qinghan grips her phone tightly as the woman adds, "I've sent you her photo. I'll introduce you too when there's a chance." A silver-haired girl stands in a forest of twisted vines, holding a spear while facing a giant open-mouthed flower, and a voice says, "This." In a classroom, a silver-haired girl with braided hair stands by a desk, and Shen Qinghan looks up at her phone and says, "Bai Zhu." Shen Qinghan faces her and asks, "Master, what's senior sister's name?" She leans in close to Qinghan's face and asks, "Luo Gangsu, why? Do you already know her?" Qinghan explains that in elementary school she had a close friend named Bai Zhu who looked just like senior sister, but that friend transferred schools soon after and she wonders if they are the same person. She looks at Qinghan and says firmly, "That's impossible." She presses her glowing hand against Qinghan's chest and says Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility is far beyond anything she has seen, adding that she will run a full-body examination to check for anything unusual. And Qinghan answers, "Okay." Her palm emits a golden light against Qinghan's chest as Qinghan stands stiffly with her eyes closed. She frowns slightly with a bead of sweat on her face and says, "Strange." Qinghan grips her own wrist nervously and asks, "Is there something wrong with my body?" She says, "To protect you, I'll alter your real score to 16% when announcing it publicly, so malicious people won't target you." The girl nods and answers, "Okay." She looks at her phone and says, "It's getting late. I've said what I needed to say. You can go home now." The girl turns at the doorway and says, "Then goodbye, master." The door shuts with a loud bang. She sits on the ledge with her legs crossed and lifts her phone to her ear. She says, "How's it going, Dongjai? Dad, remember the person I told you about, the one with a 21% fusion score? I've taken that person as my disciple." A reply comes through. "Good, well done, make sure to train this disciple well." A man in a suit speaks into his phone and says, "Remarkable, this disciple of yours is destined for greatness. The benefits we'll reap from them in the future will be beyond imagination." She faces the window and says, "I understand, Dad." A voice reminds her, "You must never let anyone else discover your prodigious disciple's terrifying talent." A boy pedals a bicycle with a girl sitting sideways on the back seat as he says, "This is just too strange. How did you suddenly end up having a master out of nowhere?" She answers, "Yeah, I find it strange too. It all just happened too fast." The boy turns his head while holding the bicycle and says, "Forget it. Let's just see how things go. If she means no harm, it doesn't hurt to have a powerful master." Standing beside the bicycle, he adds, "But if she turns out to be a bad person, you can end the master-disciple relationship yourself once you are strong enough." The girl nods and replies, "Him." Two women approach with smiles and say, "Zio Chen, Han-Hin, you're back. And you're back just in time. Let's celebrate properly at Mingxiang restaurant tonight." Two black cars sit in the parking lot with their headlights on as voices say, "I heard Han-Hin ranked first in the province this time. That's amazing. And I'm so happy Han-Hin and Zairochen can go to the same university again." Everyone raises their glasses around a table of dishes and declares, "Let's celebrate Han-Hin and Zio Chen for achieving the first and second rank in the provincial exam." They stand beside the cars at night and wave as someone says it's getting late and to be careful on the way back. Another voice replies, "You too, let's hang out often." The full moon hangs over the city buildings in the night sky. The door rattles with knocking sounds. A woman opens the door and says, "Coming." The girl in a pink dress stands shyly in the doorway, blushing as she says, "Han-Hin," and asks if she's here to sleep with Zairochen again. Han-Hin raises both hands nervously and says, No, it's not like that. I just have something really important I need to talk to Zio Chen about in person." Blushing, she steps inside and says, "Aunt Zin, I'll go talk to Zio Chen in his room first." As the woman covers her mouth in surprise, the woman holds the door handle and thinks, "Oh, something important, and it has to be said in person. Don't tell me she's going to confess her feelings." Han-Hin lifts her hand toward the door and says, "Zio Chen, there's something very important I need to tell you." He opens the door in his pajamas and asks, "What is it?" She stands facing him and says it's about the master she acknowledged earlier today, and he turns at the door asking, "Your master?" Sitting on the bed hugging a pillow, Han-Hin says, "She gave me a full-body examination but didn't find anything special about me. My body's completely normal, just like anyone else." Facing him on the bed, she adds, "She couldn't find anything about my body leaking water during the examination." She stands facing him and says it's about the master she acknowledged earlier today, and he turns at the door asking, "Your master." A vision of a woman standing atop raging waves appears as text reads that Yuan Dongjai, who can control the sea, still couldn't uncover the secret within Hanhin's body. He places a hand on her shoulder and says not to let a third person know for now because they can't predict the consequences. Lying on the bed holding a pillow, she says she'll listen and that they can study it slowly when they become stronger with no need to rush. She lifts herself slightly and says there's one more thing, explaining that back at the base, Master told her she has a senior sister. Holding out her phone, she says when she saw that senior sister's photo, she thought it was Bai Zhu. He looks at the phone and says they do look alike, but their aura and temperament are completely different. He raises the phone closer and asks, "Do you know where this photo was taken?" Looking down at the phone, she replies that she has no idea and will ask Master. The phone screen shows their chat, where Master replies Origin Ground and says she'll know when she becomes stronger. She looks up from the phone and says all she could find out is that it's called the Origin Ground and couldn't get anything else. Sitting beside her on the bed, he says, "Then let's just leave it for later." She lies on her side facing him while he sits upright holding his phone in silence. Resting her head on the pillow, she quietly asks, "Zairo Chen, do men all like women who wear kippaos?" An image of a woman in a kippao appears in his thoughts as he wonders if she could be influenced by her master. Blushing and touching his cheek, he answers, "It depends on the person. If Hanhin were the one wearing it, she'd look really good in it." She leans over him on the bed and asks, "So do you like it or not?" And he blushes, answering, "I guess I like it." Blushing as she straddles him, she asks, "And what about the stockings, black, white, or skin-colored?" While he protests, "Why are you asking me all these weird questions?" Lying back with his face red, he says, "If I have to choose, black or white, I guess." Sitting beside him with her phone, she thinks, "All right, I've placed the order for both the kippao and stockings," as he wonders, "What's going on all of a sudden?" Knocking sounds hit the door. Opening the door slightly with a bag in hand, the woman says, "Hanhin, your mother just brought over your toiletries. She said you'll be sleeping here tonight." Holding the bag tightly and blushing, she says, I didn't even ask her to bring these. How could she just decide that on her own?" Standing at the doorway, the woman says, "It's fine, you two are adults now. Staying up late together is totally fine, Tilda," while he sits upright on the bed looking toward them. The door slams shut with a bang as she stands facing it. She grips the door handle while staring ahead, and he sits on the bed behind her in silence, blushing. She clutches her bag and says, "Guess I don't have a choice. I'll just change my diaper and go to bed." She pauses and looks down, saying, What's this?" She pulls out a box labeled Natural Latex Ultra-Thin Condom and screams. She blushes furiously and shouts, "What the hell did Mom even pack in here?" She scrambles off the bed and rushes to the door yelling, "I am going to go change my diaper now." He exhales in confusion with question marks behind him and says, "What the hell is going on here?" He grips the handlebars and says, "I'm going to ride now, hold on to me tighter." A caption states that Hanhana and he were both admitted to Shanghai University's Evolution College. She wraps her arms around his waist from behind on the bicycle seat. He pedals forward and says, "Let's go." A caption states that Hanhin also signed a contract with He-Yu's martial arts school. A caption states that today they are heading to the martial arts school to take part in a promotional event as the city street stretches ahead. He looks ahead and says, "Hello." A caption states that shortly after stepping outside, they ran into a group of strange people blocking their way. A group of men in martial arts uniforms stands in front of him as one steps forward and asks, "Excuse me, are you student Lin Zichen?" He stops the bicycle in front of them and asks, "Who are you?" The bearded man declares, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Martial Arts College." He says, "Today, I'm here on behalf of the Heaven Human Pavilion," as he stands in front of them outside the building. An image shows mechanical and beast-like figures attacking martial artists, as text explains Tianren Pavilion opposes gene fusion and mechanical modification. He stares ahead while the text states they've remained a hot topic online, mostly criticized for misleading the younger generation. He steps closer and says, "I'm here to invite you to join the Tianren Pavilion," while the boy tells him to please step aside. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder and says, "Could we trouble you for a moment to talk?" He smiles and presents a phone box, saying, "We can give you the newest iPhone." Inside a cafe, he explains their pavilion researches unlocking pureblood human potential without gene fusion or mechanical modification. A dark monster looms behind a fighter as he declares they aim to break ordinary limits and evolve into advanced, rare, or even legendary beings. He holds a phone across the table showing a fight video and says they've already achieved some results, and the details will be clear after watching it. He states his biological level is ordinary 9th rank, and that the video shows him overpowering and defeating a high-level gene fusioner as his muscular form faces a winged opponent in an arena. The red-haired winged man glares forward, and a voice says, "Huh, it's Wu Tiancheng, the one who single-handedly wiped out the rat god cult." The winged man stands on the arena edge with his black wings spread wide over the forest backdrop. He releases a storm of black feathers that rain down from above toward the arena floor. Feathers pierce into the muscular man's body as blood sprays, and he shields his head with both arms. The red-haired fighter lands in a crouch on taloned feet as feathers fall around him. The bearded man lunges forward with a bloodied fist. A blow smashes across the red-haired fighter's face, his mouth open in a shout as the strike connects. The muscular man drives another punch forward, his fist exploding with force as the winged opponent recoils backward. His voice echoes over a wide view of the ring. "The human body is already unrivaled. Why rely on the bodies of other races? Pure-blooded humans who train with body-tempering technique are the real future of humanity." Zichen stares down at the tablet in his hands and thinks, is it real or fake? Was this video edited, or is Wu Tiancheng just a planted actor? The bearded man rests his hand on the phone and says the video has not undergone any post-production editing, and he will continue challenging other high-level gene fusioners, welcoming anyone to watch anytime. Zichen asks why not post the video online to promote the Tianren Pavilion, and the bearded man replies they want to, but the current authorities won't allow it. The muscular man stands in the ring with energy surging around him as he declares the authorities believe there is no future without raising biological levels, so they think it is not worth promoting. He slams both fists onto the wooden table and says that without promotion and more people joining the research, breakthroughs will be extremely difficult because qualitative change only comes from enough quantitative accumulation. He says that if a genius like him joins, he will not end up training hard for 50 years and staying at ordinary 9th rank, but will absolutely evolve into a high-level being. Zichen looks forward and thinks, wait, 50 years, but he looks like he's in his 50s. The bearded man stares ahead and says not to be fooled by his appearance, that he may look 50 or 60 but is actually almost 100 years old, and that he stays this young because of the body-tempering technique. He says that if they do not believe him, they can look up his information on Cayenne Du Encyclopedia, as a phone is held up with the search page open. His profile appears with his name and a birth date of March 1929 beside his portrait, and Zichen thinks that the body-tempering technique can truly extend one's lifespan, but wonders if his parents can cultivate it. Holding the phone in one hand, he thinks, let's see what other useful information there is. A sign reading Liu Family Martial Arts hangs above as he learns that in his youth, Liu Chuanwu was the esteemed eldest young master of the renowned Liu martial family, one of the top families in Nanjiang province. Several martial artists walk away across the street as the Liu family declines after refusing to undergo fusion with mutant beast genes during the gene fusion era. Liu Chuanwu lowers his head with tears on his face as it is revealed he ended up with a broken home, and both his wife and children chose the path of gene fusion and abandoned him. Lin Zichen holds his phone and imagines himself embracing Hanhen as he thinks that she would never leave him because of their bond as childhood friends. His eyes widen and he blurts out, "This is." He reads that Liu Chuanwu's ex-wife is Yuan Dongjai and recognizes the name, thinking, Yuan Dongjai, isn't this Hanhen's cheap master? And notices that both his son Yuan Zhesheng and daughter Yuan Xiaoi have grayed profile photos, wondering if they are dead. Holding the phone at the table, he thinks, this person truly shouldn't be underestimated. Liu Chuanwu raises his thumb and declares that being almost 100 years old, yet still looking this young proves pure-blooded humans have immense potential, and that this is why Tianren Pavilion exists. He spreads his arms wide and shouts that Tianren means humans who defy fate itself, those who triumph over the heavens. Monstrous mutant beasts snarl with bared fangs as he says gene fusion borrows power from them and can never surpass them, warning that one day humanity may fall to their invasion and face extinction. Armored and mechanically modified fighters stand in formation as he explains that many materials used in mechanical modifications also come from mutant beasts and still cannot surpass them. He leans forward and clenches his fist on the table, saying Tianren Pavilion does not oppose gene fusion or mechanical modification, but opposes relying solely on those two paths and urges using them only in the early stages while researching alternatives. He thrusts his hand forward and shouts, "Student Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join the Tianren Pavilion and work with us for humanity's future." His raised arm faces Lin Zichen and Hanhen as he declares he firmly believes Lin Zichen can become the first pure-blooded human to break through the limits of ordinary level. Lin Zichen touches his cheek and asks, After talking about the body tempering technique for so long, what exactly is it? The bearded man strokes his chin and explains that the Tianren Pavilion's body tempering technique refers to the blood tempering technique found in ancient ruins, which uses one's qi and blood to refine the body and increase combat power. Figures train amid blazing energy as he says that at its highest realm, the technique can create a sanctified body capable of soaring through the skies, shattering mountains and rivers, and tearing apart giant mutant beasts using only human flesh and bones. A human figure meditates within blazing golden energy as he says the blood tempering technique can only be cultivated by pure-blooded humans, that gene fusioners have impurities in their blood, and cyborgs have incomplete bodies that prevent proper circulation of qi and blood. He lowers his gaze and states that this is why they firmly believe the future belongs solely to pure-blooded humans, not gene fusioners or cyborgs. He extends his hand across the table and asks, "Lin Zichen, would you like to join our Tianren Pavilion, cultivate the blood tempering technique, and walk the pure-blooded human path?" Lin Zichen raises one hand slightly and says he still knows too little about these so-called pure-blooded humans and will look into it first. The bearded man slams both palms onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud and says it is fine to take time, but with Lin Zichen's extraordinary physical talent, it would be a waste not to try the pure-blooded human path. He leans in close to Lin Zichen's face and says that the provincial top scorer with only 16% gene fusion compatibility is utterly insignificant compared to him, and that she cannot compare to a single strand of his hair. Han sputters as she grips her cup, liquid spraying from her mouth. He clenches his fist before a blazing backdrop and declares that Lin Zichen, who ranked first in the physical test, is the true top scorer of Nanjiang province. He says that if Lin Zichen chooses the pure-blooded human path, he will definitely crush her in the future as both sit quietly at the table. Han pouts with her eyes closed and thinks, "I didn't even say anything. How did I get dragged into this?" Lin Zichen raises his hand slightly toward the bearded man while the girl lowers her head beside him. Lin Zichen points toward the girl and says that the provincial top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility is her, and she forces a smile and says, "Haha, hello." He reaches for the phone box on the table and says it is getting late and they still have other things to do. Standing up, he holds the phone box and says, "Thanks for the iPhone and for treating us to milk tea. We'll be leaving now." The bearded man thrusts his arm upward and shouts, "Wait, just 6 months. Just join us for only 6 months and give it a try." As Lin Zichen and the girl walk away side by side, he calls out that whatever benefits Evolution College offers during that time, Tianren Pavilion will give double. He reaches toward them as they walk away and shouts that if double isn't enough, the Tianren Pavilion will give triple. Lin Zichen stares forward in shock and blurts out, "Triple." The man stretches out his hand while Lin sits at the table and says he has always genuinely admired the ideals of the Tianren Pavilion. Lin clenches his fist and declares that he has decided to bring his talent to the Tianren Pavilion and contribute to the future of pure-blooded humans. The man freezes in stunned relief as money floats in his imagination and says he's glad Lin finally understood, then panics about how much triple benefits will cost. Lin turns his head and says he has a question to ask. He asks if the man knows what the origin land is, and the man thinks in shock that this kid actually knows about it. The man answers with a hardened expression that the origin land is believed to be the origin of life. The bearded man answers with a stern expression that that place is believed to be the origin of life. He states that all the mutant beasts that exist today originated from there as monstrous creatures, surround a glowing red core called the origin land. He calls it Beast Origin, the birthplace of all life, as Lin Zichen thinks that humanity knows about anomalies and can even access the origin ground. Sitting at the table, Lin Zichen asks if the meat from the mall also came from there, and the bearded man replies that without it, Earth's remaining supply is not enough even for those in power. The bearded man spreads his hands and says that all electronic devices stop working there, so recordings can only rely on realistic paintings. An image of a silver-haired woman holding a spear in a twisted forest appears, and Lin Zichen realizes that the picture was a drawing, not a photo. A phone vibrates on the table with an incoming call. Holding the phone to his ear, Lin Zichen hears that the promotion event at the martial arts hall is starting soon and answers that they are heading there now, and the voice tells him to hurry up. He stands up beside Han and says he has things to do and they can chat again sometime. A book titled The Blood Refining Technique is handed to Lin Zichen with detailed instructions included. The man says there is a threshold, requiring at least ordinary tier stage 4 with sufficient qi and blood to begin cultivating it. He explains Lin Zichen's physical test data already places him close to ordinary tier stage 4 and tells him to study it during summer break and start cultivating once he evolves at school. Lin Zichen answers he is already ordinary tier stage 6 and will start training when he returns. A school campus stands under the bright daylight. Inside the training hall, a woman strikes a hanging punching bag and it swings from the impact. She follows with a high kick that hits the bag. She lifts her knee toward the bearded man while he stands calmly, even humming. She wipes sweat with a towel and asks Dean Liu why he looks so happy. He proudly says the province's top physical test scorer and the second-place college entrance exam student has officially joined their Heaven Human Pavilion, and she reacts in shock. He shows his phone and says he even got his contact information, claiming it was thanks to his personal charisma. He says he promised to give 3 times whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offers, and she shouts they are already buried in debt. He adds he has arranged meetings with 3 wealthy ladies to cover the triple benefits, and she asks him not to act so recklessly again. He asks how long it took her to sense qi and blood after starting the blood refining technique, and she answers about 1 week and 2 months to control the blood. He praises her talent, saying even he needed 2 weeks to sense qi and blood. She says she abandoned gene fusion to join the Celestial Pavilion and admits she has failed to evolve into a high-tier being and has been mocked for years. He pats her shoulder and tells her to ignore the laughter, because once she becomes a high-tier being in a few years, she will defeat them all. She admits even after 2 body refinements, she has not opened a single acupoint and asks how long Lin Zichen might take to sense qi and blood. He says the boy's test stats are incredible and estimates around 10 days. She excitedly says she will personally teach this genius junior. Night falls over the city buildings. Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed with the manual open in front of him. He thinks sensing qi and blood is easy and says he felt it in 3 seconds. He states the next step is controlling it and beginning the refinement while reading the manual. He begins refining the right arm as heat-like energy rises from his skin and his skin durability and technique proficiency increase. He says the right arm refinement is complete and presses a blade against his forearm to test it. The blade scrapes across his arm without cutting, and he notes a single refinement already makes it blade-proof. He sits in meditation surrounded by a glowing aura and wonders how tough his body will be after 5 refinements. 3 hours pass and he looks at his hands, saying he can finish refining all his skin in under a week and that both arms consumed about 1/3 of his qi and blood. A phone vibrates on the bed beside him late at night. He reads Hanhin asking if he is asleep. She invites him to her room for a surprise. He asks what surprise and then replies he will come now. He wonders what kind of surprise would make her call him this late as he leaves his room. A woman in the hallway asks if he came to see Hanhin, and he says she messaged him and urged him to come check it out. She tells him to hurry and not keep her waiting. He knocks on the door and says he is here, and a voice invites him inside. He opens the door and steps into the room. He sees Hanhin sitting on the bed, wrapped in a blanket, and says this is. She blushes and says she prepared a surprise for him, and he asks why she is wrapped in a blanket. The blanket drops, revealing her, and he blushes in shock, thinking the surprise is her. He blushes hard, sweat running down his face, and says she looks great. She shyly says she also bought black stockings and asks if he wants to see her wearing them. Flustered, he nods and tells her to put them on so he can see. She pulls the black stockings up over her legs while sitting on the bed facing him. Both legs are now covered by the stocking. He gulps nervously, his throat tightening as sweat beads on his cheek. She asks if they look good on her, and he says they look great and suit her perfectly. Covering her mouth shyly, she says the texture feels really nice, and asks if he wants to touch them. He rests his hand on her stocking and says they feel surprisingly soft and comfortable. She asks which feels better, the stockings or her legs. He holds her legs and answers definitely her legs, and she agrees. A voice from outside says his mom brought daily necessities and hung the bag on the doorknob for him to take later, and he jolts in shock with raised hands. He walks out into the hall and calls back that he got it, Aunt Meng. He stands at the door holding his shirt, looking down in silence. He pulls out a small box from the bag and realizes what it is. He stiffens and says they have not even kissed yet and wonders what the rush is. She walks toward him and tells Zio Chen it is getting late and he should stay here tonight. Then adds she will put on a diaper so he should turn around and not look. He faces away blushing while she changes behind him. She comes closer and says she is done and tells him to turn off the lights and sleep, and he answers okay. They lie side by side under the blanket on the bed. He leans on the pillow and asks why her bed smells so nice and whether she sprayed something on it. She smiles and says it is her body fragrance and tells him to go ahead and smell it if he does not believe her. He looks at her and asks how that is even possible. She smiles softly at him. He stares at her with wide eyes, his cheeks flush. Her lips curl into a soft smile. He parts his lips slightly. He leans forward and wraps an arm around her as she falls back onto the bed. They press together and kiss, his hand holding the back of her head. He pulls back slightly, their faces close and her eyes trembling. She suddenly says wait and pushes against his chest. She sits at the edge of the bed flustered while he looks at her in confusion and asks what happened. She looks down shyly and says she peed. She stands near the door in embarrassment while he sits on the bed staring at her. He asks what she was feeling just now and whether her mental state fluctuation was intense. She clutches her dress and says her heart was racing. She felt a fluttering warmth and then she peed. He looks at her and says her mental state fluctuation really was intense and that he expected it. He explains he suspects her unknown superpower is related to mental power and controlled by it. She listens with wide eyes as he says that if her mental power grows strong enough, she may fully awaken and control this superpower. She says to wait and that she will change her diaper first. He replies it will get wet later anyway and tells her to continue. They sit on the bed and kiss, holding each other close. He asks how she feels this time. She blushes and says her mental state fluctuated a lot again and then she peed. She says she is soaked in sweat and will go take a shower. From outside the room, she asks Zio Chen to bring her a set of pajamas, and he answers that he got it. He opens the closet and looks inside. He stares at the clothes on the shelf. Blushing, he holds up a pair of underwear and says it is so cute. He thinks Han-Hin probably sleeps wearing a diaper instead of underwear. He lifts a set of clothes and says he will take this set. They lie under the blanket together on the bed. He looks at her quietly. She sleeps with her mouth slightly open, a bit of drool at her lips. He gently touches her lips with his finger while lying beside her. He reaches for the door handle and opens the door. A woman holding a tray tells Zio Cheng breakfast is almost ready and asks him to eat before heading back, and he agrees. Han-Hin's father holds a bun at the table and asks if Han-Hin is awake. Zio Cheng answers that she is still sleeping. He remarks Han-Hin should be as disciplined as him, and she replies Han-Hin ranked first in the province for him, so sleeping during vacation is fine. He agrees that is true. He raises his hand at the doorway and says there is no need to see him off, Aunt Meng. She faces him by the door and waves back. She covers her mouth, blushing with her hand on the doorknob. She stands alone at the doorway. She says she heard the upstairs shower at midnight and wonders if their daughter was with him. The man beside her answers that it is probably the case. She lifts her phone and says this is huge progress and she will tell Wongson the good news. Her eyes shine as she smiles at the phone. He steps through the doorway holding the door open. He faces forward as he enters the hall. He pulls his shirt off beside the washing machine and says to wash yesterday's dirty clothes. He runs up and bangs on the door as a woman behind calls. Son, she smiles and gives a thumbs up, saying he's very capable. He turns his head toward her with a questioning look. A tall building stands under the daylight sky. Dean Ma strides forward and shouts Liu Chuanwu, demanding an explanation about Lin Zichen right now as three men follow behind. Liu raises both hands calmly and says he has no idea what explanation they want about Lin Zichen. Dean Ma shouts that Lin Zichen is already enrolled in his evolution college, yet they secretly pulled strings to take him to their martial arts college, asking if they have no shame. Liu argues back that recruiting students isn't only for Evolution College, and his martial college can too. Dean Ma says you're already this old, yet you still don't understand first come, first served. The old man replies he doesn't care about that principle, and can recruit whoever he wants since the college hasn't started, and he broke no rules. Liu folds his arms and says the recruitment was open and fair, telling him to convince Lin Zichen to return if he's unhappy. Dean Ma bares his teeth and challenges him to get on stage and fight for real fair competition. Liu taps his ear and asks if he thinks he's stupid for fighting on stage. The man says the rank difference is bullying, and the other answers their ages, then calls him an old man. Dean Ma clenches his fists and shouts at him. Dean Ma turns away and says Liu Chuanwu will remain an ordinary 9th rank weakling without gene fusion. Dean Ma marches forward with his men behind him and mocks that he's weaker than an ant. The principal sits with crossed legs and says after college starts Lin Zichen will see weaker peers surpass him through gene fusion or mechanical modification. She adds he will naturally return to Evolution College, and Dean Ma says Liu Chuanwu should be punished for breaking the rule. Holding a cup, she suggests using the same tactic and poaching the second-ranked student back. Sweat on Dean Ma's face, and he forces a smile and agrees to do what Principal Yuan said. A sharp clatter sounds as she sips her drink at the desk. She calmly notes Ma Zhen loses reason whenever he faces Liu. She drinks again and remarks Liu still speaks as sharply as ever. She lowers the cup and says his body could have been formidable, but he chose the wrong path and would otherwise be a principal. Two youths run side by side down the middle of the street. Panting and sweating, the girl says she can't run anymore. The boy holds out a bottle and tells her to drink some water as she bends forward exhausted. He gestures ahead saying they should end training and relax on a bench while she drinks. She lies face down on the bench, catching her breath. He sits beside her and massages her leg. Blushing, she thanks Zio Chen while his hands remain on her legs. Zio Chen smiles and says saying thanks is too formal between them. Han-Hin props her chin on her hands and asks what kind of relationship they have, suggesting friends, childhood friends, or girlfriend. Zio Chen smiles gently and says they are family. Han-Hin rests her cheek on her hand and asks what kind of family he means, then asks what kind he thinks they are. Her face reddens as she leans closer and softly suggests fiancé. Han-Hin brightens with wide eyes and happily agrees, saying fiancé. Hanhin sits on the bench facing Zichen, her posture relaxed and attentive toward him. Facing him, she nervously fiddles with her fingers and asks if they should get married after graduating from university. Xiao Chen raises his hand with a small smile and agrees, saying okay. Their little fingers hook together as they make a pinky promise not to back out for 100 years. 3 people sit quietly in the living room around the table. A knock sounds at the door and the bespectacled man walks over, answering that he is coming. He opens the door in surprise and asks Dean Ma what brings him here. Dean Ma apologizes for the late visit and says he came to discuss Zichen's college choice. The man at the door repeats choosing a college and wonders why bring it up so late at night. Dean Ma hands over a bag, saying it contains 2 ice crystal fish from a former student and calls it a small token of goodwill. The man says Xiao Chen is in the living room and invites him inside, and the visitor replies, excuse the intrusion. Seated in the living room, Dean Ma says Zichen's gene fusion compatibility is 15% and his potential would be limitless, and adds there is no reason to choose the pure-blooded human path. Holding a cup, Dean Ma warns the pure-blooded human theory has shown no real progress and would ruin Zichen's future. Dean Ma advises Zichen not to take the pure-blooded human path and to return to the Evolution College instead. Xiao Chen listens silently with a calm expression. Zichen's mother looks worried and asks what he means and whether Xiao Chen is already enrolled in the Evolution College. Xiao Chen's student says he forgot to tell them a few days ago. He explains he joined the Tianren Pavilion, transferred to the Martial Arts College, and will pursue the pure-blooded human path, leaving his parents shocked. Zichen's mother stares at him anxiously and asks what exactly is going on. Xiao Chen says he agrees with the Tianren Pavilion philosophy and accepted the pavilion for half a year because the martial arts college dean offered triple benefits. Zichen's mother stands behind her husband with her hand on her chest, and Xiao Chen says if no progress is made in 6 months, he will return to the Evolution College and pursue the gene fusion path. Liu's imagined figure flashes behind Dean Ma making a peace sign, calling the other dean a penniless fool offering triple benefits. Dean Ma clenches his teeth in irritation. Dean Ma lowers his head slightly and says he wants to give the young man a piece of advice. Dean Ma spreads his hands and warns that triple benefits are small compared to the future and 6 months alone can make him miss invaluable knowledge. Zichen thanks Dean Ma, but says he believes in the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy and wants to try it at least once. Dean Ma exhales a long breath from his mouth. He says since the young man is determined, there is no point in saying more. Dean Ma states he has other matters to attend to and will leave. The bespectacled man reaches out to walk him to the door. Clouds drift across the sky as the house stands under the night stars. Zichen drinks from a bottle while holding his phone and says he will check today's news. He reacts in shock while reading an official announcement accusing the Tianren Pavilion of brainwashing the provincial exam's second highest scorer. Zichen stares at his phone as it reports Lin Zichen joined the Tianren Pavilion and chose the pure-blooded human path, mentioning a similar case from 10 years ago. He scrolls through comments calling the pavilion harmful and saying the scorer is stupid, and he notes the posts look like hired spam bots. A sweat forms at the corner of his eye as he realizes his personal information was exposed, and he is being cyberbullied, fearing cultists may target him. Holding his phone tightly, he wonders whether Ma Zhen or another force leaked his information. He lifts the phone to his ear and says he wants to report a news post for leaking a student's personal information. 2 hours pass, and he sits on the couch checking his phone, thinking the post has been taken down. He tosses the phone onto the couch and leans back. He reads a group chat asking why Lin Zichen joined the Tianren Pavilion and saying his photos were leaked. He realizes his photos were leaked and sweat forms on his face. Night hangs over the city under a crescent moon. Hanhin rushes in and says she will sleep at Xiao Chen's place tonight. She sits beside him on the bed and asks if he is reading the news about himself, saying those people used an innocent examinee as a pawn. Hanhin asks if her powerful master could help resolve his trouble. Zichen says this faction conflict is the Gene Fusion faction suppressing the pure-blooded human faction, and her master belongs to the Gene Fusion faction, so she has no real reason to help. The twin-tailed girl lies on the bed holding her phone and says trying won't cost anything. She reads a message from her master saying, "All right, and it's resolved," and exclaims it's already been only half an hour. Zichen jolts with a sweat drop and asks how that is possible. She checks again and tells Xiao Chen she can't find any news about him anywhere. He holds his phone and wonders if she helped him or if it's because of her past relationship with Liu Chuanwu. Zichen says whatever the reason, he benefited from it, and asks Hanhin to thank her master for him while she asks how he will thank her. She pulls his face close and says to give her a kiss. Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on the bed as white currents coil tightly around his body. He exhales sharply, a faint breath escaping his lips as the energy swirls past his face. Biological level up to ordinary, 7th rank. Lin Zichen, age 18, ordinary 7th rank, with 9 biological attributes, and body tempering completed once for skin, while muscle and bone tempering remain at 0. Lin Zichen smiles faintly, sweat running down his cheek, as he thinks 9 biological attributes are basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions, and that he can crush the Kyoto University genius with 4 gene fusions. A notification sound rings as his phone lights up on the bed at 14:59. Lin Zichin picks up the phone and reads Hanhin asking him to accompany her next Monday for egg retrieval. He replies with a single word: sure. Monday arrives as a hospital building stands under the daylight sky. Hanhin lies on a hospital bed in black underwear and thigh-high stockings, looking toward the side with a small smile. The nurse holds a syringe and says the superovulation injections have been given and asks her to come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval, while Hanhin replies thanks and apologizes for the trouble. Walking down the tiled corridor, Lin Zichin says it is such a hassle since he thought they could have them taken out right away and did not expect to return tomorrow, while Hanhin admits she is still a bit nervous. Hanhin wraps an arm around Hanhin and says since they are already out, they should go shopping to ease her nervousness, and Hanhin answers okay with a bright smile. Hanhin looks toward him and asks, Zichin, are you coming with us? And Lin Zichin replies he will not since he has a few things to take care of at home. Hanhin raises her hand and cheers that today is just her and Hanhin in their little two-person world, while Hanhin laughs beside her as Lin Zichin walks behind them. Back on his bed, Lin Zichin sits cross-legged and thinks it is time to temper his muscles. Lin Zichin sits cross-legged with a tense expression and thinks the burning sensation of muscle tempering is much stronger than skin tempering but still bearable. He collapses onto the bed with sweat on his arms and thinks he tempered an entire right arm in one afternoon, and his head is already starting to spin. Lin Zichin eats bread at the table and thinks he needs to properly replenish his qi and blood. He grips a hand gripper tightly and thinks that with just one right arm tempered, his strength has increased by 50%, and the blood tempering technique really suits his constitution. A knock sounds 3 times at the door as a voice outside says, Zyro Chen, I need to talk to you about something. And Lin Zichin answers that the door is unlocked and to come in. Hanhin steps inside and says Chu Zin suggested they all go out together before college starts since Heiyu is coming too, so she agreed on his behalf. Lin Zichin holds her hand and says if she goes, he will definitely go. Hanhin lowers her gaze with a small sweat drop and says Chu Zin wants to go to the beach, and she does not want to spoil her fun but does not know how to refuse since she already promised her. A vision forms of Hanhin in a swimsuit drifting inside a swirling blue vortex as she says she heard terrifying sounds in the sea before and feels scared. Lin Zichin holds her hands and tells her it is okay, he will be there, and at the very least they just will not go into the water, and Hanhin answers okay with a blush. A circular stone altar engraved with runes stands suspended above molten lava inside a cavern of jagged rock. A lone figure stands at the center of the rune-covered platform as flames flicker around the edges. A muscular green monster with glowing red eyes bares his fangs and says, Lord Envoy, I had those damn rats finished digging them all through. A tall man in a black suit and plague mask rests a hand on his cane and says, Next, please set a biological coordinate here. The plague-masked man's round lenses gleam in the dim light as he faces forward in silence. He lifts his cane upright, revealing a red eye embedded at its top as dark energy surges around him. A pillar of red energy slams into the ground, blasting rocks outward as the earth splits apart. The plague-masked man slices his gloved wrist, and blood spills from the cut. His blood streams downward and merges into the red eye atop the cane, wrapping it in spiraling crimson energy. The red beam drills into the cracked ground, black tendrils spreading through the rock as debris scatters. A voice declares that the biological coordinate has been set here, and now they only need to wait for the origin land to find the same nexus point and establish an identical coordinate. Crimson streams coil around the rune-covered altar as the voice states that once the coordinates resonate, the tunnels will connect to the origin land. A car drives along a coastal mountain road beside crashing waves as someone asks Heiyu when he got his driver's license. Heiyu smiles behind the wheel and says he got his license 10 days after summer vacation started through a fast-track course arranged by his dad, and Hanhin exclaims that such a course exists while he asks if they are interested. In the back seat, Hanhin leans forward and says, Young master, he of course we are, as Lin Zichin looks on and Heiyu grins with flushed cheeks. The car skids into a parking space as Heiyu calls out, We're here. Heiyu spreads his arms toward the shoreline and shouts about the sea breeze as the others step onto the sand behind him. Heiyu looks toward the water and exclaims, The sea. Heiyu stares at women in bikinis splashing in the surf and blurts out, Bikinis. Hanhin swings her arm and smacks Heiyu, shouting, Stop being so perverted. As he recoils, Hanhin links arms with Hanhin and says they will go change into their swimsuits and to ignore him, while Heiyu protests from behind. Heiyu drapes an arm over Lin Zichin's shoulder and says they should go change into their swimsuits too. With his arm still around him, Heiyu grins and says, I can't wait to dive. Heiyu narrows his eyes and hears, Isn't that the second highest scorer in Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam? As he walks with an arm over Lin Zichen's shoulder, a nearby boy says he's the one who joined the Tianren Pavilion, and another adds that he's either brainwashed or stupid and completely ruining his future. Yu's face darkens as he snaps, asking who they think they are to judge Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer. The group of boys falls silent under his glare, and Yu demands they speak up and asks why they stopped talking. Yu grabs Lin Zichen's arm and tells him to ignore them and not waste his breath. Yu says Zichen has a good temper and that he would have punched them already, and Lin Zichen replies that he simply doesn't care about such things but would act if it were something he truly cared about. Yu looks at him and asks what he actually cares about, and Lin Zichen answers, "Do you even need to ask?" The twin-bun girl points at Hanhin and declares that what Zichen cares about most is definitely Hanhin. Yu scratches his head and says, "Right, I shouldn't have asked." Then the girl adds, "You two should hurry and change into your swimsuits quickly, too." Now shirtless on the sand, Zichen asks, "Hanhin want me to put sunscreen on you?" While Yu stands beside him. Hanhin lounges on a beach chair and hums, while the blonde girl reclines on the chair next to her. Zichen spreads sunscreen across Hanhin's back and asks, "Is this okay?" And she answers softly. Yu blushes as he watches them, thinking, "You brat really knows your way around things." Blushing and holding a bottle, Yu says, "Chuckson, I'll put sunscreen on you too." And the blonde girl replies, "Get lost." Hanhin lies face down on the chair, her cheeks flushed as she murmurs in thought, "Zio Chen, really?" A sudden voice declares, "The great God awakening," as Hanhin's eyes widen in shock. A disembodied voice declares, "Revival," as Hanhin pushes herself up on the beach chair, eyes wide and trembling. The voice continues, "The sea origin land," while Hanhin sits dizzy with spirals circling her head, and the green-haired boy thinks, "That voice." Facing the shoreline, Hanhin stares at the water and realizes, it came from the sea. Zichen grips Hanhin's shoulders and asks, "What's wrong?" As she lowers her head and hugs herself, Hanhin looks up with tears forming and says, "Zio Chen, I heard that voice again," then adds, "It said something about the great God, revival, and sea's origin land. It's just as creepy as before." Zichen asks, "Could it be related to the origin land?" Then says, "Our current knowledge is too limited and we can't find anything out. We have to learn more information about the origin land first." Holding her close, Zichen tells Hanhin, "Once the college starts, you can try to subtly ask your master about the origin land." And she replies, "All right." Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Zichen thinks, "After tempering all the muscles in my body, I successfully moved on to tempering my bones." Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed, steam rising from his body as he endures the pain and thinks, "I didn't expect bone tempering to be hundreds of times more unbearable than muscle tempering." Lin Zichen lies sprawled on the bed, breathing heavily with sweat on his face, and thinks, "I finally finished tempering all 206 bones in my body." A blue system window appears above him, announcing he has successfully reached ordinary level, 9th rank, and he thinks, "I'm just one step away from reaching advanced level." Lying on his stomach with a book open in his hands, Lin Zichen thinks, "So, as long as I can open even a single aperture within my body, I'll reach advanced level," then adds, "But the method to open an aperture is extremely vague in the book." Lin Zichen presses the closed book against his chin and thinks, "Looks like I'll have to figure it out on my own." The sign above the gate shines with the words Shanghai University as a voice calls out, "Zio Chen, Hanhin, we've arrived." Hanhin points ahead excitedly and says, "Zio Chen, look, that ice cream shop is still there." As Lin Zichen walks beside her, walking through the street, Lin Zichen answers, "Yes, it's the same place we used to visit and eat at when we were kids." The teal-haired woman smiles and says, "Come on, let's go buy some ice cream. It's still early anyway, so we won't be late for registration even if we finish eating first." And Hanhin answers brightly, "Okay." Hanhin holds up a spoon over a bowl topped with strawberries and says, "Mine is strawberry milk flavor. It's really delicious." Hanhin lifts a spoonful toward Lin Zichen and says, "Zio Chen, try a bite." And he leans forward as she exclaims, "Whoa, Tilda." Lin Zichen looks at her with puffed cheeks as she urges, "Come on, another one." Lin Zichen looks through the bar window as a man inside says, "Jackson, your skirt is way too long today. It's hard for me to reach in and feel anything." Inside the bar, the woman on his lap says, "You can slip your hand in, I don't mind," while another voice calls out, "Brother Yang, stop touching her and hurry up and guess the number." A voice inside laughs, "Haha, you lost, so drink up," as people crowd around the table. Two men gossip that Wang Jiaxin, who acts like an untouchable ice queen at the art college, is now clinging to a guy from the evolution college, saying it's expected because those students have a secure future, and admitting they'd do the same if they were inner campus students. Lin Zichen touches his lips thoughtfully and murmurs, "The inner campus." An overview explains that Shanghai University is divided into inner and outer campuses, with cultural and art students in the outer campus, while evolution, mechanical, and martial arts students study in the inner campus. Armed guards stand before sealed gates as it is explained that the inner campus handles confidential matters like gene fusion and mechanical modification, and only its own faculty and students are allowed to enter. The teal-haired woman raises a finger and says, "Now that you two are in university and have more freedom, you mustn't start indulging like those people drinking and having fun outside all the time. You must stay disciplined and keep studying hard. Understand?" And Hanhin answers, "Understood." The bespectacled man places a hand on her shoulder and says, "Zyro Chen and Hanhin have always been good kids. They certainly won't become like those guys." Then adds, "It's getting late now. Zyro Chen, Hanhin, you should get ready to go to the inner campus." The bespectacled man tells Lin Zichen, "Your mom and I can't go into the inner campus, Zyro Chen. You have to take good care of Hanhin." And Lin Zichen replies, "Don't worry, I will." An armored guard blocks the entrance and says, "You two, please show me your admission notices." Lin Zichen hands over his notice and says, "Here's mine." And after checking it, the guard returns it and says, "All right, all good." The armored guard looks at Lin Zichen and says, "All right, you don't have to show me yours, I know who you are." Then adds, "You're the provincial college entrance exam's second highest scorer who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Go on in." A notice explains that the inner campus is full of gene fusion students and cyborgs as students walk between the building. Lin Zichen signs the registration form while Hanhin fills out hers beside him, and it is stated that after finishing the freshman registration paperwork, they head toward their assigned dorms. Hanhin waves with her suitcase and says, "Zyro Chen, see you at the welcome party tonight." And Lin Zichen replies, "See you at the party," as she heads into her dorm at the Evolution College. A note states that he has also arrived at the Martial Arts College when several girls crowd around him, saying, "Junior Zichen, you're so handsome. Junior Zichen, let me carry your luggage. And Junior Zichen, can I add you on WeChat?" A blonde senior steps forward and says, "Junior Zichen, let me take you to your dorm." And Lin Zichen answers, "Then I'll trouble you, senior." Walking beside him, the blonde senior says, "Junior Zichen, there's the university's combat power ranking over there. Do you want to take a look?" And he replies, "Thanks for taking the trouble to guide me, senior." While she adds, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Being able to guide a handsome junior like you is an honor for me." Two ranking boards are displayed as it explains that there are two combat power rankings, the peak ranking and the freshman ranking, with one listing the top 500 students in the entire university, and the other listing the top 100 new students. A notice says the top 3 on the peak ranking are all advanced-level seniors from evolutionary or mechanical paths, while only 3 martial arts college students made the list, and they rank near the bottom. Walking beside him, the blonde senior says their college once had a senior who reached 6th place. Like him, she was the second highest entrance exam scorer and chose the martial arts college. She explains her pure-blooded human path eventually hit a bottleneck, and gene fusion and mechanical users surpassed her. Her name is Song Yuyan, now a mentor at the college, the top researcher of the Tianren Pavilion and Dean Liu's trusted assistant. The blonde senior stops at a doorway and says, "Junior Zichen, we've arrived." Inside the dorm, she looks around and says, "Being the provincial college entrance exam's second highest scorer really comes with privileges. Getting an entire dorm room to yourself is truly enviable." She touches her hair and says, "Junior Zichen, walking around outside just now was so hot. Would it be all right if I take a quick shower here?" Lin Zichen smiles and says, "You've worked hard, senior. There's a milk tea shop right across the dorm. Let me treat you to a milk tea." And she answers, "Oh, okay, sure," while thinking, why didn't this kid take the bait? A note states that after treating her to a fully loaded milk tea, he has pretty much repaid the favor of her guiding him around. Lin Zichen looks at his phone and reads Hanhin's message. "Zyro Chen, have you arrived at your dorm? Quick, send me pictures." Holding up his phone to take photos, he thinks, compared to Hanhin's luxurious apartment, this small single room suddenly loses all its charm. The Evolution College really is rich. On her phone, Hanhin says, "Your dorm is too small. Why don't you move in here with me? The bed in my dorm is even bigger than the one at home." Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and says, "Move in. I absolutely have to move. I'm coming over right now." Pulling his luggage down the hall, he thinks, the Evolution College truly is rich. Even their student dorms are luxurious. Stepping outside, he thinks, compared to her luxurious apartment, the room Martial Arts Academy assigned me is practically a doghouse, and that was their best room. Standing by the elevator with his suitcase, he wonders, will Liu Chuanwu really be able to fulfill his promise of triple the benefits? Hanhin stands waiting and calls out, "Zyro Chen, you're finally here." Hanhin steps into the living room with him and says, Zio Chen, quickly come inside. I turned on the AC in the living room, it's super cool. Hanhin looks at Zichen and says this dorm is luxurious and spotless, adding that he chose the right master. Zichen replies that his master really treats him very well. She throws her arms up and declares this will be their little home where no one will care even if they run around naked, cheering, "Yay Tilda," while Zichen blushes and tells her not to be too wild. She pulls her top over her head and drops her clothes on the floor, saying she is covered in sweat and going to shower first, and Zichen tells her not to throw her clothes everywhere. Zichen blushes while holding his phone and thinks that since he finally has a moment to himself, he should check the new student app he downloaded earlier. He taps his phone and says, "It's this one, Shanghai University Campus app." He browses the mall section and sees evolution resources like gene fusion items and a high-speed mechanical leg prosthetic that require credits, wondering how to earn credits again. He reads that there are 3 ways to earn credits: climb the rankings, complete university missions, or represent the university in competitions, and thinks it looks easier than earning money. Hanhin calls out from inside, "Zio Chen, I'm done showering. Can you bring my clothes in?" And Zichen answers, "Okay, I'm coming." He stands at the bathroom door holding her clothes and says, "Your clothes." Hanhin sits in the bathtub and asks, "Zio Chen, it's so comfortable soaking in this bathtub. Do you want to join me?" Zichen blushes heavily and says this big tub of hot water would be such a waste if he were the only one soaking in it, falling silent as he stares ahead. He pulls his jacket open with a flushed face and says, "Then let's soak together." Zichen sits in the bathtub facing Hanhin and asks if he can scrub her back, and Hanhin smiles and replies, "Sure." Water spills over the edge of the tub as she says after he finishes her back, she will scrub his too, and he answers, "Okay." He sits cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed while faint energy flickers around his arm. And he states that after showering and eating, he began the second round of skin tempering. Sweat drips down his face and arm as he looks at his hand and explains the second round was much harder than the first, taking 2 hours just to temper his entire right hand. Hanhin lies on her stomach on the bed and asks Hanhin if he has a sewing needle, then adds that she will go get one for him. Zichen holds a sewing needle against his finger while Hanhin looks at him in surprise and asks what he plans to do with it. And he answers that he wants to test his skin toughness after cultivating the blood tempering technique's second round. He stabs the back of his right hand with the sewing needle, and a system message announces his skin toughness increases repeatedly. Hanhin says the sharp needle cannot penetrate the back of his hand, and that he is almost invulnerable now. The needle bends against the back of his hand with a sharp impact. Hanhin walks beside him and says the needle even bent and snapped, praising the blood tempering technique's power. Zichen says next he will test the heat resistance of the skin on his right hand. He holds his right palm over a blazing flame while Hanhin watches from behind. Flames burn beneath his palm as a system message announces his right palm heat resistance increases repeatedly. He says he only feels a slight burning sensation after more than a minute and praises the blood tempering technique's effect. Zichen turns his head and says, "A notification." He looks at his phone and says there is a message from Liu Chuanwu. He reads that Liu Chuanwu asks if he completed registration at Shanghai University and whether the luxurious private dorm is good enough, and he replies, "It's good." He reads Liu Chuanwu inviting him to visit the Tianren Pavilion headquarters and saying someone will pick him up downstairs, and he replies, "Yes, I'm free." He types a message and sends, "Dean, I'm not at my own dorm right now. I'm at my childhood friend's dorm, Central Courtyard, Building 8, Room 603. Zichen reads the reply, "Then I'll send someone to pick you up from Central Courtyard, Building 8, and thinks he will head downstairs and wait. Lin Zichen turns at the doorway and says, "Dean Liu of the Martial Arts College invited me to visit the Tianren Pavilion headquarters. I'm heading out for a bit," and Hanhin answers, "Go ahead." He walks along the campus path and thinks, "There's shade under that tree." A brown-haired student stands under the tree as Lin Zichen approaches, and Lin Zichen thinks, "Let's just wait here for the Tianren Pavilion person to arrive." The brown-haired student looks at him and says, "I know you. You're Lin Zichen, the second highest scorer on the college entrance exam in Nanjiang province, the one who joined the Tianren Pavilion." Lin Zichen lifts his gaze and says, "Hello," then thinks he really did become famous. The brown-haired student speaks at length, saying he admires Lin Zichen for choosing the pure-blooded human path and hopes Shanghai University's institute achieves a groundbreaking result. Lin Zichen turns his head and wonders where that chatterbox comes from as the brown-haired student gives him a thumbs up and says he hopes he achieves great success in the Tianren Pavilion and wishes him good luck. Lin Zichen turns his head slightly, his eyes shifting to the side. A woman on a red motorcycle stops and asks, "Hello, are you Lin Zichen?" Lin Zichen stands facing her and replies, "Yes, it's me." The woman removes her helmet and says she is Song Yuan, a mentor at the martial arts college and a researcher of the Tianren Pavilion, here to pick him up. She greets him with a smile and reaches out her hand as he steps forward. She pulls him into a tight embrace and says, "Zichen, you can hug me a little tighter." Riding together on the red motorcycle, she asks if he is not happy that such a beautiful mentor came to pick him up, and he replies, "I'm honored." Song Yuan asks why he was standing downstairs at the Evolution College's luxurious dorm building. Lin Zichen answers, "My childhood sweetheart, who is now my girlfriend, lives there, so I moved in to live with her." She replies that young people have good lives while she is nearly 30 and has never even held a man's hand. She announces, "We've arrived," as the red motorcycle stops in front of a large building. Song Yuan says, "Let's head inside," beneath a sign reading the Pure Human Institute, and Lin Zichen wonders if it is the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. Song Yuan says this is the institute's living and leisure area where he can relax when research gets boring. She adds that everything in the fridge was bought with institute funds and tells him to help himself to any food or drinks. Holding a can, Lin Zichen watches as Song Yuan says she will show him around the research area and get him familiar with the place. Walking through an empty corridor, Lin Zichen asks, "Sister Yan, why is the institute so empty? I haven't seen a single person." Sister Yan touches her chin and says the Tianren Pavilion has never been well regarded, and the university gives them very little funding, so they can't afford to support many members. Sister Yan explains that the Tianren Pavilion currently has only Dean Liu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 senior martial arts students. Lin Zichen stares wide-eyed at Dean Liu leading a large group in white uniforms and thinks that those followers were just hired to put on a show. Lin Zichen stands alone thinking he only cares about triple benefits, while Sister Yan calls out toward a door, "Dean, I've brought Zichen." Dean Liu trembles slightly and says, "Zichen, you're here. Come inside, both of you." Inside a cluttered library, Sister Yan asks, "Dean, you look so worn out. How long have you been in here without coming out?" As Dean Liu walks ahead of them, Dean Liu gives a thumbs up and says with tired eyes that with Zichen joining them, the pure-blooded human path will definitely make great progress in the future. Dean Liu says Sister Yan was the second highest scorer in the Kyoto College entrance exam back then, and Sister Yan adds that her physical test score was even higher than his, while he tells Lin Zichen not to feel discouraged. Dean Liu smirks as a blazing aura swirls behind him, and he says that thanks to Sister Yan, he broke through to the 3rd round of body tempering and even overwhelmed advanced gene fusion experts with his 9th-rank pure-blooded human body. Dean Liu places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder and says that although Zichen's entrance score was lower than Sister Yan's, he still has great potential and a strong chance to surpass her in the future. Dean Liu asks about Zichen's progress with the blood tempering technique and whether he has learned to control his qi and blood, and Lin Zichen answers that he has learned it and reached ordinary level, 4th rank. Dean Liu says he will have Sister Yan guide him through skin tempering, and that with her help he can complete the 1st round in his freshman year, and Sister Yan says to leave it to her. Lin Zichen says he already completed his 1st round of skin tempering during the summer vacation. Dean Liu and Sister Yan lean forward in shock, and Dean Liu asks if he heard that wrong. Sister Yan shouts that he must be joking since he was home alone all summer, and Lin Zichen says he learned it after reading the translated blood tempering manual and studying it for a few days. Dean Liu points at Lin Zichen and says he probably made a mistake and asks him to give his hand so he can verify it himself. A system notice shows Lin Zichen used natural camouflage, masking his biological level as ordinary level 5th rank and his body tempering as 1st round skin tempering. He lowers his head and thinks he should improve his disguise. Dean Liu takes Lin Zichen's wrist and examines his forearm closely. Lin Zichen says, "Here, take a look." Dean Liu grips his arm, eyes wide, and exclaims that Lin Zichen has truly completed his 1st round of skin tempering. Sister Yan leans in and demands, "What? How in the world did you do that?" Dean Liu stares in shock and asks, "Zichen, what's your current biological level?" Lin Zichen touches his cheek and answers, "Ordinary level 5th rank." Dean Liu throws his head back and shouts that he is a genius and that the pure-blooded human path is secured. Dean Liu wraps Lin Zichen in a tight hug and declares that with him, the pure-blooded human body will break the limits of the ordinary level and evolve further. Sister Yan watches from the side and says, "Indeed, there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens." Sister Yan rests her chin on her hand and smiles gently. She says that with someone even more capable leading them, they can push further along the pure-blooded human path, and that it is a blessing for all of them. Sister Yan clasps her hands and says they must quickly publicize Zichen's potential to attract more geniuses and secure more funding. Dean Liu frowns and says Zichen's matter must not be spread for now, warning that exposing his astonishing compatibility with the pure-blooded human path could bring him danger. Dean Liu says true genius relies on quality, not quantity, and that now they should pour all resources into Zichen to help him break the limits of ordinary level. Sister Yan asks how much funding they will lose and how they can continue researching the pure-blooded human path without enough support. And Dean Liu says he will use his connections to prepare evolution resources and find a powerful backer once Zichen proves himself. Sister Yan praises Dean Liu for thinking everything through, and Dean Liu answers naturally as Zichen silently thinks that if he revealed he was already ordinary level, 9th rank, and had completed muscle and bone tempering, they would lose their minds. Dean Liu declares that from now on Zichen does not need to attend martial arts college classes and should come straight to the research institute, making Sister Yan his assistant. Sister Yan crosses her arms and protests about being an assistant to a junior, and Dean Liu says their skins are thick enough to be bulletproof while she falls silent. Dean Liu states that tomorrow afternoon the university will hold the freshman welcome assembly, and afterward there will be an entrance test to select the freshman king. The dean looks at Lin Zichen and says that with his current strength, unless something unbelievable happens, the freshman king title will almost certainly be his. The dean grins widely and says that during the test, he must thoroughly crush the freshmen from the Evolution College and the Machinery College to bring honor to the Martial Arts College, promising him 10 chi blood pills after he succeeds. And Sister Yan remarks that this was his real motive. The dean adds that winning the freshman king title will also earn him 10 university credits, and 10 university credits are awarded. Soon, the day of Shanghai University's freshman welcome assembly arrives as students gather inside the venue. The crowd whispers that is the second highest scorer in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam who joined the Tianren Pavilion, and they question why he is sitting with Shen Qinghen and what his relationship is with their goddess. A brown-haired freshman leans forward toward Lin Zichen and asks, "Hey, Lin Zichen, still remember me?" Lin Zichen looks at him and answers calmly, "I do." The brown-haired freshman points at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghen and asks, "What's your relationship with each other?" Lin Zichen calmly raises his hand and says they are childhood friends who are engaged and will get married right after graduation, while Shen Qinghen blushes and stiffens beside him. The brown-haired freshman turns back with a forced smile, a bead of sweat on his cheek as the others fall silent. Students in the surrounding seats whisper among themselves, glancing toward Lin Zichen with mixed expressions. A black-haired girl with cat-like ears sits quietly in her seat, her hands resting on her lap as she looks down. She lifts her gaze slightly, her green eyes narrowing as she looks ahead. Lin Zichen's expression tightens, a drop of sweat appearing on his cheek. The brown-haired freshman twists around in his seat and gestures animatedly while speaking to the students behind him. At the front podium, a suited host leans toward the microphone and extends his hand as he begins addressing the assembly, while a woman in white walks onto the stage behind him. The brown-haired freshman abruptly rises from his seat, drawing startled looks from the students beside him. Students whisper he is the freshman representative, usually the strongest, and question why it is Li Moyu, a blonde chatterbox without a genius aura. He walks forward and says you can't judge a book by its cover. Li Moyu closes his eyes with a faint smile and thinks that he dyed his hair blonde and acted like a chatterbox on purpose to create contrast, calling it his moment for aura farming so he can finally pull off a big act. Li Moyu stands behind the podium with a microphone and says, "Everyone's heard of Li Yijin, right?" An image of a powerful armored figure appears behind Lin Zichen as he thinks, who doesn't know the genius from Kyoto University. From the stage, Li Moyu announces Li Yijin's younger brother was this year's Kyoto exam top scorer with 16% gene fusion compatibility, tied nationwide for first with Nanjing Province's top student, and ranked #1 in physical tests. Holding the microphone close, Li Moyu declares that the genius little brother is him, Li Moyu, standing right there before them. On the stage, Li Moyu proclaims that back in middle school he and his brother made a pact to break the records at Kyoto University and Shanghai University, and that the records of both universities will belong entirely to the Li brothers from Kyoto. Standing at the center of the stage, Li Moyu releases a surge of pressure and declares that he will show them what biological pressure of ordinary level, 5th rank, feels like. The surrounding freshmen stagger and gasp, shouting that this is the pressure of ordinary level 5th rank, that most of them are only 3rd rank or even 2nd rank, asking if this is the gap between them and a genius and calling it despair-inducing. Li Moyu smirks confidently and says, "My name is Li Moyu, please remember it well." Shen Qinghen leans close to Lin Zichen and whispers that Li Moyu is only ordinary level, 5th rank and acting invincible, saying he could crush him with one finger. And Lin Zichen answers that they should keep a low profile as the host announces that next they will invite Student Council President Zhou Zuhong to the stage to speak on behalf of the student union. While Li Moyu walks down the steps as applause echoes, the host extends the microphone and says, "President Zhou, here is your microphone," as Zhou Zuhong steps forward. Holding the microphone, Zhou Zuhong says, "Good afternoon, freshmen. I am Zhou Zuhong, the president of the Shanghai University Student Union. I am here today to mainly talk about three important things." Behind him, members of the student union stand in a line as he states that the university's student discipline is overseen by the student union, which holds immense power beyond imagination. Zhou Zuhong announces that second, the student union recruits 10 freshmen every spring semester based solely on strength, and anyone who wishes to join must properly demonstrate their power over the next 6 months. He states that the inner campus of Shanghai University operates on survival of the fittest, where the strong prey on the weak and senior students often oppress juniors, warning everyone to be mentally prepared. Zhou Zuhong lowers his gaze and says that is all he has to say before he steps down. His eyes sharpen as he declares that he will let everyone experience the strength of the advanced level. A violent wave of biological pressure erupts from the stage, sweeping across the venue as students shout that the pressure is overwhelming, that they can barely breathe, and that it feels unbearably uncomfortable. Lin Zichen sits calmly and thinks that although the advanced level pressure is overwhelming, from this distance, it barely affects someone like him who is only at ordinary level, 9th rank. Zhou Zuhong walks down from the stage as students gasp that it is a good thing it only lasted 5 seconds, and that for a moment they thought they were going to die, calling an advanced level being truly terrifying. A horned woman steps forward and announces that after the freshman assembly ends, they will begin the entrance test right there, adding that the test rules are very simple. The horned woman explains the gymnasium's central stage. Anyone who stands alone for over 1 minute becomes this year's freshman king and earns 100 credits, 10 times last year's reward. A lion-eared senior says the second to stand alone for 1 minute gets 90 credits, continuing until 10th place gets 10 credits, adding the top 10 are always dominated by the genius class, and this year will be the same. A freshman says if even one regular class student enters the top 10, all freshmen except the genius class get 1 credit, equal to 10,000 yuan, so securing 1 spot still profits them. A student shouts for everyone to quiet down as heads turn toward the disturbance. A bald freshman grabs a microphone and declares that he is He-Yu from Evolution Class 6, that his desk mate is Lin Zichen, reminding everyone that Lin ranked 2nd in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam and joined the Tianren Pavilion. He-Yu points toward Lin Zichen and shouts that he is the strongest among regular class freshmen, urging everyone to focus on besieging the genius class to help Lin Zichen break into the top 10, while Lin Zichen sits with his arms crossed in silence. Several freshmen clench their fists and shout that they will help Lin Zichen break into the top 10 and clear the path for him. From the stands, a senior voice calls out, asking President Zhou if he is being a little too petty. A mustached senior asks if President Zhou is targeting Li Yijin's younger brother, because Li Yijin defeated him on the stage earlier, while another man mocks Liu Chuanwu as the most petty among nearly 20,000 at Shanghai University. The bearded man in sunglasses replies that his pettiness is directed only at the person involved, and that he never drags family into it. He turns to Dean Ma and remarks that he heard his daughter performed exceptionally well in the college entrance exam, and Dean Ma answers that she merely ranked 3rd in Kyoto. President Zhou says to let her join the student union and that he will train her as a future president, while Dean Ma agrees and asks him to look after Ziwei, and President Zhou assures that as long as she is a genius, she will receive proper support. A senior asks who will take this year's freshman king title between Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei, as Li Moyu stands with his arms crossed and a cat-eared girl faces forward among the freshmen. One person says it has to be Li Moyu since he has already reached ordinary level, 5th rank, and is basically invincible among freshmen, while another argues that Ma Ziwei fused with the Shadow Nightcat genes, and her current strength may not be inferior. A bald man states that even so, he is sticking with Li Moyu because Ma Ziwei's gene fusion was only partial, and her improvement is limited. President Zhou declares that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Ziwei will become freshman king this year, drawing stunned looks from those around him. The mustached senior smiles confidently and announces that the freshman king will be a member of Tianren Pavilion, Lin Zichen, as the others fall silent. The bearded man in sunglasses frowns and says Lin Zichen's physical test score did not even place him in the top 10 among this year's freshmen, asking on what basis he could become freshman king, and whether it is just because he is in Tianren Pavilion. President Joe smirks and asks Dean Ma if he dares to make a bet, and Dean Ma clenches his fists and replies that he would not refuse as they agree to wager 100 credits. The mustached senior invites the others to join the bet for fun. Someone suggests Principal Yuan should wager 1,000 credits, and Principal Yuan answers with a calm, sure, while Dean Ma wonders if Lin Zichen could truly become freshman king. Dean Ma's expression tightens as he thinks that Lin Zichen becoming freshman king should be impossible. The armored dean of the mechanical college stands beside Dean Ma and remarks that Lin Zichen was supposed to join Evolution College, but was poached midway, asking if that does not hurt. And Dean Ma replies that one provincial second highest scorer makes no difference. The armored dean mentions that Dean Ma poached 3 senior students from Tianren Pavilion and questions if that is revenge, while his visor reflects the light. President Joe stands with his hands in his pockets and declares that 9 people bet 100 credits and 1 bet 1,000, saying he will make a big fortune this time. A freshman shouts for everyone to charge and smash the genius class as a large group rushes forward on the floor, and a voice remarks that the entrance test has finally begun. A brown-jacketed student slams his fist down on a fallen opponent as the injured boy cries out, "Stop hitting me! Stop! I surrender!" 2 students grapple on the floor, trading punches, while the blue-haired student stands behind them and thinks that many in the genius class only entered due to high gene compatibility, and the real strength lies with the 12 elites led by Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei. The blue-haired student looks up toward the balcony at a muscular man, a cat-eared girl, and another fighter, recognizing them as the 12 elites from the genius class. A notification appears before his eyes. Biological attribute, danger sense, while he notes that Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei are at ordinary level, 5th rank, and the remaining 10 are at ordinary level, 4th rank. Several students raise their fists and shout that the genius class has already been knocked flat by them as defeated bodies lie across the floor. A group of students rush forward with fists clenched, shouting, "Stop hiding up there, get down here and accept your beating." The muscular man leaps high into the air and roars that they rely on numbers to bully the weak and are getting cocky for beating a few weaklings. He crashes down onto the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, and declares, "Come, I'll stand right here. Attack me however you want. I'll let you feel just how weak you really are." A muscular man rushes to attack as several students shout, "Get him!" and someone yells that numbers are enough to knock him to the ground. They rush forward together, shouting over each other as they close in. The muscular man twists midair and mutters, "Ants." His leg sweeps past as the attackers recoil beneath him. A student's body snaps sideways as the impact lands, his mouth open in a scream. Another student is flung back at the same instant. 2 students skid across the floor and slam down, dust trailing behind them. They lie sprawled where they land. The muscular man stands above the fallen group and says ants can never scratch an elephant. His hand hangs open as the others lie crushed below. A shouting student points forward and yells that Lin Zichen is hiding and must be dragged down. Others crowd behind him, faces tense and mouths open. Lin Zichen stands alone on the steps and says, "If that's the case." Lin Zichen plants his feet on the ground with his hands in his pockets and says, "Then bring it." The muscular fighter crouches in the cracked floor and shouts that he has wanted to fight Lin Zichen for a long time. The white-haired man spreads his arms and declares he is Lu Kijai, boasting his sprint, jump, and lifting records, then challenges Lin Zichen to announce his own score. Lin Zichen faces him calmly and says there is no need to announce it. Lin Zichen's kick slams into the muscular fighter as he says the opponent will experience it personally. The muscular fighter is hurled across the arena through a burst of impact lines. Students raise their arms and shout that Lin Zichen is incredible while the defeated fighter lies on the floor. The long-haired spectator and nearby students stare toward the stage, saying he won through sheer strength and wondering how powerful Lin Zichen really is. Another student drops onto the stage with a heavy impact and is identified as Luo Yangjian, the top scorer of Jiangxi Province's 100-meter sprint. Lin Zichen's kick strikes the incoming fighter's body. Students shout that he is crushing the genius class and that the ordinary class also has a genius. A voice from the stands calls for Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei to step in, or the freshman king title will go to the ordinary class as a woman jumps down. The cat-eared girl lands on the stage, while someone says Sister Wei will crush him. Students call out for Sister Wei to show the power of the genius class, while others shout that Brother Chen will win. Lin Zichen faces the cat-eared girl and notes this is a chance to observe a gene fusion user up close. The cat-eared girl dashes toward him, and he remarks she is fast. Her kick stops inches from Lin Zichen's face as he recognizes the boost from Shadow Nightcat genes. The cat-eared girl realizes he dodged easily and admits she cannot threaten him in her current state. The cat-eared girl asks for 30 seconds to fully activate her Shadow Nightcat genes. Lin Zichen agrees and tells her to do what she wants. The cat-eared girl crouches low with claws extended as he considers witnessing gene activation a rare opportunity. Observers report to Dean Ma that his daughter's Shadow Nightcat fusion has reached a high degree and call her a greater genius than expected. A bearded man warns she only recently completed gene fusion and continuing will cause severe backlash. The cat-eared girl lunges forward and tells Lin Zichen he was arrogant for waiting for her to activate her Shadow Nightcat genes. The cat-eared girl crouches low and snarls that he will now pay for his arrogance. Her leg snaps downward toward Lin Zichen's head. He thought that she was at ordinary level 5th rank, but is now nearly ordinary level 6th rank. Her eyes widen with a trembling breath as she realizes she still cannot hit him. Multiple afterimages of Lin Zichen flicker around her as he slips past every strike. Her clawed punch sweeps across his face line, missing by a hair. While dodging her attacks, Lin Zichen states he has gathered almost all the data on the Shadow Nightcat gene fusioner. His fist drives forward toward her while saying there's no need to waste any more time on her. Lin Zichen's fist drives into the cat-eared girl's stomach, and she gasps. How? A massive shockwave blasts across the floor as she crashes down and a voice cries, "Is this possible?" The cat-eared girl lies spread on the ground trembling while nearby students stare, and one student says her beautiful face has been turned into a swollen mess by Lin Zichen. The cat-eared girl covers her face and cries, my face." As the bearded man rushes forward shouting, "Why?" The bearded man yells, "Lin Zichen, how can you hit a girl like that? Are you even a man?" While Lin Zichen answers from a distance that on the path of evolution there is no distinction between men and women, only strength matters. A blond young man nods and says, "Well said. On the path of evolution, only strength matters." The blond young man drops down with arms spread as someone shouts that Li Moyu is finally stepping in. The blond young man lands firmly while nearby students shout, "Brother Yu, you're the last hope of our genius class. Crush him mercilessly. Avenge Sister Wei." The orange-haired student points toward Lin Zichen and declares he expected his pretense, saying he struck down top scorers during the entrance test. His eyes flare with burning light as he says, "Too bad, you're not the only one hiding strength, because I am too." Power bursts around his body as he roars and releases his strength. The observers at the balcony react. Li Moyu is also a gene fusioner, and it's the demonic-eyed great ape genes, usable only by those at advanced level. His transformed body radiates pressure as they conclude he has reached ordinary level, 6th rank, and fused the demonic-eyed great ape, calling him a monstrous genius. The old bearded man grabs his head in panic, shouting he has lost 1,900 credits worth 19 million yuan. Two men stand by the doorway as one thinks. The organization has issued a mission. The man in blue orders his partner to retrieve an advanced-level demonic seed from the park and make Li Moyu consume it, while the blonde man questions the risk since Li Moyu is the young master of the Li family. A wrist device glows as the man says the organization's backing is powerful enough to destroy the Li family instantly. Sweating, the subordinate asks, "Ajay, are we doing this?" And the blonde man replies, "Do we have a choice?" Zichen studies Li Moyu as information about the demonic-eyed great ape's strength and defense is considered. Li Moyu stands before him and says that although Lin Zichen and Ma Ziwei are top freshmen, the gap between their strength is world apart, and asks if he can stay composed once they begin fighting. Zichen dashes forward as his fist drives toward Li Moyu. Li Moyu swings an arm past him and notes his reaction speed allowed him to dodge a punch limited to ordinary 6th rank speed. Li Moyu declares he will increase it to ordinary 7th rank speed as Zichen's strike crashes into his torso. A punch slams into Li Moyu's face, snapping his head sideways on impact. Li Moyu laughs and claims his defense is exceptionally strong at the same rank and calls the attack dishonorable. He steadies his stance and says now that he is focused, Lin Zichen's punches will have a hard time hitting him. Lin Zichen swings again at close range. A flurry of blows pounds into Li Moyu's body as observers note Lin Zichen is faster, but cannot deal significant damage, and Li Moyu could end it with one punch. Lin Zichen knocks Li Moyu away and declares he is done testing his reaction speed. Lin Zichen rushes forward again while Li Moyu prepares his next move, stating it is time to test strength. Li Moyu grins and tells Lin Zichen his speed was underestimated, but his strength is far too weak, and he cannot hurt him, declaring Lin Zichen is destined to lose. Li Moyu raises his massive fist and says, "Now it's my turn." Lin Zichen looks up as a massive fist drops toward him and someone shouts, "Lin Zichen, move out of the way." The bearded man says not to forget to transfer those 100 credits while others stand behind him. Lee Moyu's punch blasts forward, and the impact wave crashes into Lin Zichen. His fist collides with Lin Zichen's hand, and the bones inside the arm visibly crack. Lee Moyu collapses to his knees, clutching his arm, and screams that his hand is broken. Nearby students stare in shock and ask what happened to Lee Moyu and if Lin Zichen actually won. Lin Zichen stands over him. As it is explained, the demonic-eyed great ape gene fusion gave him overwhelming power that shattered his own hand. Zichen announces Lee Moyu's right hand has a comminuted fracture and orders medics to come immediately and treat him. The medical team answers, coming. A horned woman steps forward and says, "Step aside." She examines the injured hand and wonders if Lee Moyu injured himself after striking Lin Zichen. She drops a pill in Lee Moyu's mouth and questions how tough Lin Zichen's face must be. Lin Zichen activated the natural camouflage ability as the principal looked at him to check his strength. She stands up and concludes that his physical attributes are strong but nothing else special. The group discusses, so what exactly is Lin Zichen's true strength? Another replies, ordinary level, 6th rank with unusually strong physical attributes. I didn't find anything special. Looking at the teachers, Lin Zichen thinks he managed to fool them. The injured fighter sits on the floor and says, "What kind of miraculous pill did she just feed me? I've fully recovered without any side effects." Lin Zichen asks if his hand is completely healed. Lee Moyu answers yes and clenches his fist. Lin Zichen kicks him away and tells him to get lost. Lee Moyu grips his arm and shouts he will defeat Lin Zichen once his gene fusion advances. Nearby students argue that Lin can also undergo gene fusion and call the loser arrogant. Another student declares Lin's win is a victory for the entire ordinary class. Lin Zichen looks upward as he learns more than a minute has passed. An announcement congratulates Lin Zichen for becoming this year's freshman king. The crowd cheers and calls him the pride of the ordinary class. Lin Zichen leaps down from above while thinking he has secured the freshman king title. He catches Hanhin in his arms as onlookers recognize Shen Qinghin from the genius class. The girl blushes and thinks, "Don't tell me Zio Chen." Holding her, she wonders, is going to reveal our relationship right now. Lin Zichen faces forward and declares, "I'm taking all the spots from 2nd to 10th. A purple-haired student yells, "Lin Zichen, you've gone way too far. All of us from the genius class attack him together." Others shout to beat him down and also attack Shen Qinghin. Lin Zichen strikes multiple attackers at once, knocking them away. A female attacker leaps forward and screams, "Traitor, die!" as Hanhin reacts in alarm. Lin Zichen kicks her away, sending her sliding across the floor. A man in glasses shouts, "Waiwei," as he sees her fall across the arena. Lin Zichen stands among defeated opponents and states all genius class opponents are wiped out and no one should object now. An announcement congratulates Shen Qinghin for securing 2nd place in the entrance test. Lin Zichen tells the crowd to rotate the remaining rankings while they keep the ranks and he takes the credits, and the students eagerly volunteer. The female announcer reports the top 10 account for a total 550 credits. He stands with hands on his hips, smiling confidently. A nearby student clenches both fists and cheers as the ordinary class total reaches 559 credits. The bearded man shouts that Lin Zichen's actions violate the university rules, and he already won the freshman king title. Another man asks how he broke the rules. Dean Liu asks when the entrance test ever forbade hiring fighters for a top 10 spot. The long-haired man insists Lin Zichen is exploiting a loophole. The horned woman says Dean Ma is correct and the rules contain a loophole, but changing it now would be unfair to Lin Zichen. The bearded man lowers his tone and says he understands. A uniformed man orders the student beside him to forget Lee Moyu, because the plan has changed. He is lifted above the crowd as an order is given to replace Lee Moyu with Lin Zichen and make him consume the advanced-level demonic seed to join their organization. Dean Liu reaches both hands forward and calls out, asking Zichen how many surprises he is still hiding. Dean Liu swings his sleeve while speaking, and Lin Zichen stands beside him as he reminds him of his promise. Dean Liu hands Lin Zichen a small bottle and explains he transferred 300 credits and gives 10 chi blood pills plus triple semester benefits. Dean Liu leans close and asks honestly how much strength he has been hiding and what his true rank is. Dean Liu grabs his shoulders and shouts in shock that he actually learned flesh tempering. Dean Liu clasps both of Lin Zichen's hands and declares he will reach the advanced level as a pure-blooded human, and Lin Zichen answers he will. Lin Zichen sits on the bed holding the bottle and pill and says this is the chi blood pill. Lin Zichen places the red pill into his mouth and says he will test its effects. Energy rises around Lin Zichen as his chi and blood increase by 108, and he remarks the boost is not very strong. Lin Zichen holds the bottle and decides to give it to Hanhin. Han-hin enters and asks Zio Chen when he returned, and he replies about half an hour ago. Lin Zichen offers her a chi blood pill and tells her to see how it feels. Han-hin lifts the red pill to her lips and repeats that it is a chi blood pill. She blushes as energy flows around her and says her body feels warm and her chi and blood are much more abundant. She tells Zio Chen the chi blood pill works very well, and Lin Zichen replies it does not help him much and she can keep the remaining 8, one per day. Lin Zichen walks into a room and greets, "Good morning, Sister Yan." A woman replies, "Morning, Freshman King." The woman stretches on a mat and says she heard from the dean that his biological level is ordinary 6th rank and he learned flesh tempering. He confirms it. She runs toward him and says he is too talented and Tianren Pavilion will shake the world with him. He answers they will work hard together. Lin Zichen leans over a desk surrounded by books and says he needs to study the original text himself after others failed to comprehend the blood tempering chapter. He reads a book and says with the heavenly wisdom root attribute, research like this is easy for him. The woman leans against a pillar and tells him the student union members are waiting outside the research institute because he performed well yesterday. He says he is not interested. Leaning against the pillar, she adds that members receive monthly credit allowances. A black-haired boy steps forward and introduces himself as Zhou Zuhong, the student union president, extending his hand toward Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen shakes the blue-haired student's hand and says hello to President Zhou. President Zhou invites him to formally join the student union as a presidential candidate and future president. President Zhou explains the benefits, offering special meals, decision-making authority, and monthly credit allowances, then asks if he is interested in joining. Lin Zichen smiles and answers that he is. Lin Zichen states he has one condition and asks why he must abandon the pure-blooded human path for genetic fusion. President Zhou explains the union only accepts geniuses with a future and warns that refusing gene fusion will trap his level, citing Dean Liu and instructor Song as examples. Lin Zichen asks if joining requires following the gene fusion path, and President Zhou confirms that it does. President Zhou stands with other students as Lin Zichen refuses and says he is not interested. Nearby students whisper that the freshman king is arrogant and brainwashed, claiming he will regret his decision. The blue-haired student walks ahead as several students follow behind him. A nearby student says to forget it and recruit other geniuses instead, calling a genius with no future just trash. The black-haired girl slams her fists on the desk in anger and shouts that the student union thinks like old fossils and is hopeless. A door opens and a robed man enters the room. The girl looks toward him and asks if the dean is back. Dean Liu sits flushed and sweating, exhaling heavily. The black-haired girl praises the dean's dedication to the pure-blooded human path and says his name will be recorded in history. Dean Liu complains about her using the phrase, selling your body every time. Dean Liu grips Zichen's shoulder and warns that women are obstacles on the path of evolution and should be avoided. Zichen stays silent. Dean Liu tells Zichen the university provides housing for the families of talented students. He adds they can arrange internal jobs and asks if Zichen wants to bring his parents to live here. Zichen answers he will go home this weekend and discuss it with them. Dean Liu looks at his phone and tells Lin Zichen that he has enabled his permission to accept university-issued missions, urging him to start immediately and earn credits without waiting for the second semester. Sister Yan says she goes off campus every week to complete missions and convert them into credits, offering to take him along in the future for experience, and Lin Zichen replies that he will be counting on her, Sister Yan. Lin Zichen holds his phone and says he will first check what missions are available on the university app. He sees that most university-issued missions are trivial errands worth 1 or 2 credits, and although the rewards are low, the difficulty is low as well, making them popular. He scrolls to student-posted missions and sees one recruiting a gene fusion sparring partner with specific appearance requirements, offering 5 credits per month. Lin Zichen looks at the listing and says this seems more like looking for a date than a sparring partner, deciding to check the off-campus missions instead. He sees many off-campus missions with high credit rewards, but notes that 2 of the locations are quite far away. Lin Zichen smiles slightly and says this mission actually suits him quite well. He taps accept on a mission to capture a runaway gene fusion girl ranked at the ordinary 6th level, with a reward of 50 credits. Sister Yan leans in beside him and asks if he accepted the Catwoman mission and whether he wants her to go along, and Lin Zichen stammers that there is no need and asks how she knew. Sister Yan tells him that the mission page shows who has accepted each task. Lin Zichen looks at his phone and notes that 28 people accepted the mission, 26 of them senior students, and besides him there is 1 other freshman. He sees the name Ma Ziwei and learns she is only ordinary level 5th rank, yet she still accepted the mission, concluding she must have backup. Lin Zichen turns and waves, telling Sister Yan he is going back for lunch, and she tells him to go back safely. Walking alone along the roadside, Lin Zichen senses something and thinks someone is following him. A notification flashes that his danger sense biological attribute has activated, and he says it is just a 7th rank ordinary level. A man rushes up from behind and shouts Lin Zichen's name. The burly man points at Lin Zichen and angrily demands what Weiwei did to offend him, accusing him of targeting her and asking if Liu Chuanwu told him to compete for the same off-campus mission. He shouts that only a coward bullies a girl and challenges Lin Zichen to fight him. Lin Zichen asks if Ma Ziwei sent him or if it was Dean Ma, and the man replies that he came on his own because he cannot stand him, demanding to know if he dares to fight. Lin Zichen looks away and thinks he cannot believe he is already in university and still running into brainless simps like him. The man raises his hand and yells for him to stop right there. Lin Zichen's fist slams into the man's face as he says he is too damn noisy. The man lies sprawled on the ground, unconscious, while Lin Zichen walks past and asks if he is happy now. Lin Zichen opens the door and says he is home, and a voice inside tells him dinner is ready and to wash his hands. Han leans out and tells Xiao Chen that the 5 kilograms of undead slug mutant beast meat he ordered from the credit mall has arrived and is already in the fridge, and he thanks her. Lin Zichen opens the refrigerator and thinks he wanted to buy the entire batch to unlock the codex immediately, but buying a small amount first is safer. Blue energy flickers over the meat as a notification announces he has absorbed a large amount of undead slug life essence, and the undead slug codex has reached 10%. Han asks why he is putting the undead slug mutant beast meat into a garbage bag, and Lin Zichen says it has already spoiled and needs to be thrown away, wondering how it ended up that way. Holding a steaming dish, he explains that he absorbed all the life essence from the meat, which is why it's spoiled, and says he can absorb life essence from mutant beast meat to gain some of their abilities. Han stares at him in shock and says that with such a superpower, there is no need to undergo the gene fusion path at all. At dinner, Lin Zichen says Dean Liu can relocate talented students, families, and arrange jobs and asks about bringing their parents. She agrees. She mentions a 3 p.m. gym duel between the 9th-ranked mechanical student and the 8th-ranked gene fusion student and asks if he wants to watch. He agrees to go after dinner. An announcement explains that besides instructors and students, people from the Mecha Deity group have also arrived, as the mechanical college's largest partner. Han points to the second-floor corridor and tells Xiao Chen that even the prodigy cyborg they often see online is here, noting the Mecha Deity group supports the mechanical college to expand its influence. Facing each other in the arena, the horned gene fusion student and the mechanical student stand ready as she asks who would win if Kyoto University's prodigy fought that female cyborg prodigy. Lin Zichen says it depends on this duel's outcome, explaining that if the 8th-ranked gene fusion student wins, then Kyoto University's prodigy is stronger. But if the 9th-ranked mechanical student wins, then the female cyborg prodigy is stronger. An announcement declares that the duel begins as the crowd surrounds the stage. The mechanical student rises into the air with glowing wing-like thrusters blazing behind her. Missiles streak downward in blazing arcs toward the horned gene fusion student. Explosions erupt around him as a voice says the 8th-ranked guy is utterly suppressed and has no chance to fight back. The mechanical student charges forward through the smoke as someone asks if she is switching to melee mode. She dives from above with her fist cocked back while the horned gene fusion student rushes to meet her. Her armored fist slams into his punch. Her metal gauntlet smashes into his face, snapping his head sideways. He crashes onto the arena floor amid broken tiles and drifting smoke. The mechanical student raises her fist as a voice shouts that she actually won. A report states that Source Zone number 36 has been unusually quiet for months, and it is unclear whether the other side abandoned the passage or is plotting something bigger. The seated woman asks about Ganzu's condition in the origin land, and the woman on the screen replies that she has adapted extremely well and is already close to advanced level, 2nd rank. The woman on the screen asks who Ganzu really is, saying her constitution is so special she does not even seem like an earthling. The horned woman coldly tells her not to ask questions she should not be asking, and the woman on the screen apologizes for speaking out of line as the call ends. The channel switches back to the dual footage with missiles streaking across the screen, and the horned woman observes that mechanical students currently hold the advantage, and that the Mecha Deity group is stronger than expected. She states that cyborgs have greater versatility and overall advantages. Sitting with her legs crossed, She says that no matter how powerful mechanical modification is, they cannot enter the origin land because all electronic machinery stops working there. She presses a button labeled "Shut Down" and thinks that at that point, even the most powerful cyborgs would be reduced to scrap metal. The narration states that Han-hin and Lin Zichen went back home on the weekend. Another narration states that they discussed with their parents the idea of moving near the university, and everyone agreed as the two families share a meal together. A bustling city appears, and he said it is now time to complete the Catwoman mission. At night, in a bustling red light district filled with neon lights, Lin Zichen walks through the crowd while checking his phone. The mission lists Catwoman as ordinary level, 6th rank, extremely fast, appearing in Shanghai's red light districts to seduce and kill male targets, skilled in disguise, cunning, and drug use. The vast area and her elusiveness have kept the mission unfinished. Lin Zichen decides to conduct a wide search using his Sky Eye and Danger Sense biological attributes. His eyes glow as he activates his ability, scanning the surroundings. The crowd begins to feel uneasy under his intense gaze. Some whisper that he is handsome, but his stare is terrifying and creepy. A large man in a yellow shirt confronts him angrily, asking who he is staring at. Lin Zichen calmly tells him to move aside and releases biological pressure. The overwhelming force knocks the man backward and sends a shockwave through the area, leaving the man unconscious on the ground while the surrounding crowd watches in shock. After scanning the area, Lin Zichen concludes that there is nothing suspicious here and decides to check the next red light district, leaving the fallen man behind as he continues the mission. Lin Zichen looks ahead and says he ran into someone he knows. He identifies Ma Ziwei walking with two senior students at ordinary level, 7th rank, likely assisting her with the Catwoman mission. Ma Ziwei says it is Lin Zichen and calls it bad luck. Ma Ziwei turns away and tells her companions to stay far away from him, and the long-haired woman answers okay. Lin Zichen watches them leave and says he is baffled. Ma Ziwei says Lin Zichen has also accepted the Catwoman mission and must be searching for her, and she says they must find Catwoman before him and make his efforts pointless. The red-haired student says to leave it to him and declares he has fused with Demon Hound genes, claiming his sense of smell is extremely sharp and he can definitely find Catwoman before Lin Zichen. The red-haired student inhales and says he can smell Catwoman's scent. The red-haired student with Demon Hound genes points toward a glowing doorway across the street and says she's inside that bar. Ma Ziwei runs down the stairs with him and the long-haired woman, declaring that once they catch her, they'll drag her in front of Lin Zichen and make him furious. Inside the bar, the red-haired student looks around sharply and demands, "Where is that woman?" The red-haired student leans forward and points through the crowd, saying, "Over there," while someone questions if she just looks like an ordinary female university student. The red-haired student states that the scent from her matches what he smelled on Catwoman's personal belongings at the security bureau, insisting there is no mistake, and Ma Ziwei remarks that Catwoman is highly skilled at disguise and extremely cunning. Ma Ziwei steps toward the woman on the sofa and says they shouldn't waste time and should capture her now. The woman with long dark hair sits calmly on the sofa, holding her phone with a faint smile. She kicks off and smashes through the window in an explosion of glass, and someone shouts that she's trying to escape. The three leap through the shattered opening as someone shouts to chase her. Midair in the alley, the red-haired student shouts that she's too fast and they're losing her, while the cat-eared girl says she can keep tracking the scent and that the target will have to stop and rest eventually. They corner her in a narrow passage as one says they caught her and she's hiding there, while another says to go in and finish it quickly and not let her escape again. The woman smiles and says if she truly wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to catch her. Red energy swirls around her as she raises her arm and says the most skilled hunters often prefer to appear as prey. She bears sharp claws and asks if they don't understand such a simple principle. A violent surge of biological pressure explodes outward, forcing the three to brace themselves as someone gasps at the pressure she's releasing. With red aura flaring, she reveals she's actually at the ordinary level, 9th rank. Red mist coils around Catwoman as the red-haired student shouts. This Catwoman was hiding her true strength, while the long-haired woman stares in shock behind him. Catwoman stands above them with claws bared and sneers, want to escape. As the red-haired student and the long-haired woman turn and run down the alley, Catwoman drops from above with her arms spread and says, "Don't kid yourself. You won't escape that easily," as the three students look up at her. She lands in front of the red-haired student, tilts her head and says, "Hey there, handsome." Catwoman steps closer with a smile and tells him, "The moment you stepped into that bar, you caught my interest," while he recoils stiffly with sweat on his face. The black-haired girl throws a canister to the ground and thinks, "Looks like I have no choice but to use this." as purple gas bursts from it. Thick purple fumes explode outward, forcing the red-haired student, the black-haired girl, and the long-haired woman to cover their noses while a silhouette moves inside the smoke, and someone says, "These fumes will dull her senses. This is our chance to escape. Run." On a neon-lit street, the long-haired woman says the mission info was wrong and they almost died, while the red-haired student wipes his face and orders Weiwei to call Dean Ma, report it, and have the Catwoman mission info fixed immediately. The cat-eared girl grips her phone with sweat on her face and says, "Yes, I'm calling him now." Her eyes widen at the phone as she thinks, "Hold on, Lin Zichen accepted the same mission. If he runs into Catwoman, he'll definitely die." She scrolls through her contacts and thinks, "No, I have to warn him. Even if he's annoying, I can't just let him die. I don't have his number, I'll have to call Shen Qinghan first." The cat-eared woman lifts her leg amid swirling smoke and thinks, "Damn it, my prey slipped right through my fingers." She turns her head toward the alley entrance and says, "Huh." A young man stands in the distance. Zichen stands calmly as the cat-eared woman murmurs, "So handsome, exactly my type." The cat-eared woman dashes forward and says, "Sometimes what looks like a loss turns out to be a blessing, but running into me means you have no one to blame except your bad luck." Zichen tightens his glowing fist and thinks, "So this Catwoman is just at the ordinary level, 9th rank." Catwoman's eyes widen in shock as she shouts, "How is he faster than me?" His flaming fist slams straight into her face, fire blazing around his knuckles at the moment of impact. A shockwave explodes outward as Catwoman's body crashes into the wall, debris scattering around her. Catwoman kneels against the cracked wall, blood at the corner of her mouth, and snarls, "I hit you with 50% of my strength, and you barely got hurt." She glares at him from a distance and thinks, "He looks so young, how can someone this young be this strong? And he hasn't even undergone gene fusion." Catwoman lunges forward again with claws outstretched, thinking, "If this drags on, I might actually die by his hands. I better retreat while I can." Zichen dashes after her, closing the gap as she looks back in panic and thinks, "This guy is still catching up to me even at this speed." He lifts his leg as golden flames flare around him and thinks, "Then I'll use all my strength." His kick drives toward her. His strike blasts her into the wall again, stone cracking around her body. She hangs against the shattered surface, limbs spread. He follows with a heavy kick into the wall and thinks, "She's still alive after all that, but I can feel her biological pressure getting weaker and weaker." Dust swirls around his leg. He crouches and grips a chunk of debris, thinking, "I must kill her before she recovers." His eyes sharpen with resolve. He suddenly stiffens as his eyes widen in surprise. A surge of pressure fills the alley. Red energy erupts around Catwoman as she roars. Damn it, her biological pressure just increased. Her muscles swell and veins bulge across her arms. She looms over him with blazing red eyes as he thinks, "At the brink of death, she triggered a bloodburst. I can sense she's on the verge of reaching advanced level." Crimson aura coils around her body. Catwoman bares her fangs and roars, "Brat, who are you?" She thinks she was forced to fully activate the Shadow Night Cat genes, which saved her and boosted her strength but permanently heightened beast instincts and made her vulnerable to mutant beast gene backlash. Zichen extends his hand and says, "I'm sorry, I think I mistook you for someone else." Catwoman glares from the side as he turns his back and walks away, thinking his power is impossible to judge, and that gene backlash could strike her at any second. She sprints down the alley toward his back, thinking if he kills her one more time, she will be dead for sure, and she needs to leave this dangerous place immediately. Catwoman throws a punch and thinks, "What was that sound?" As her eyes widen, a metal rod pierces straight through her forehead, blood spraying as she screams. She slams against the cracked wall with the rod lodged in her head, arms spread wide. Lin Zichen rushes forward, gripping the metal rod. He drives the rod deep into her chest, blood bursting out as she jerks against the wall. Lin Zichen stands holding the bloodied rod over his shoulder, looking to the side in silence. He thrusts both arms into her torso repeatedly, blood splattering across the wall as her body jerks with each impact. Her biological pressure completely disappears as she hangs limp against the shattered wall, blood running down her body. Lin Zichen raises his hand and thinks, "This time, she's truly dead." Lin Zichen holds up his phone to her body and thinks he needs to take a photo and upload it to the university app to prove he completed the mission. Holding his phone to his ear, Lin Zichen says, "I'm calling from XX Street, no, XX Alley. I found the Catwoman's body here," and thinks he will call the public security department to clean up the mess. Lin Zichen places his hand on her body as red energy wraps around his arm, thinking he will start absorbing the Shadow Nightcat genes from her. A system notification appears. He has absorbed a large amount of Shadow Night Cat life essence, and the Shadow Night Cat Codex reaches 36%. As he notes, absorbing an advanced-level gene fusioner boosted the Codex progress significantly. Wei walks through the neon-lit street crowd and says into her phone, "Dad, that Catwoman mission I accepted almost got me killed. The mission description mentioned on the university app is completely wrong." Wei presses the phone to her ear and says, "That Catwoman was not an ordinary level 6th ranked target but was instead at ordinary level 9th rank." And the blonde girl beside her looks up in shock. Dean Ma sits at his desk holding his phone and says, "Wei, tell me exactly what happened. Later I'll go talk to Director He, the one in charge of the mission system." Walking through the busy street, Wei says, "We'd better return to the university as soon as possible and avoid staying outside, in case the Catwoman comes after us for revenge." Then calls out, "Wei, look at this." The blonde girl holds up her phone and asks, "How in the world did Lin Zichen manage to complete the Catwoman mission?" Wei stares at her phone and says, "That Catwoman's biological level was ordinary level 9th rank. He's just a freshman. How on earth did he do it?" Students walk across the university campus as he states, "After the weekend ended, Hanhan and I returned to the university dormitory together." Zichen looks at his phone and sees 300 credits have been credited to his account, and he says, "The Catwoman mission reward has arrived, but why is it higher than the one mentioned on the mission reward?" He reads on his phone the mission info was corrected. Catwoman is ordinary level 9th rank, with the reward raised to 200 points plus 100 compensation. Zichen looks at Hanhan and says he will be more cautious accepting missions and will take her on suitable ones to gain real combat experience. Hanhan beams with her eyes closed and says, "Yay! I can finally go on missions together with Zio Chen." Walking side by side, Lin Zichen looks at his phone and says, "Let's directly place an order for 45 kg undead slug mutant meat to unlock the codex," thinking mutant beast meat greatly helps with evolution and that Hanhan needs more of it. Hanhan swipes her card at the door and Lin Zichen asks, "Hanhan, do you want to eat any mutant beast meat?" Hanhan steps inside with a cheerful smile and says, "I'll place an order," as Lin Zichen follows behind holding his phone. Sitting on the couch with her legs tucked up, Hanhan holds her phone and says, "Let me see." Hanhan shows her phone and suggests buying fierce great eagle meat. 1 credit for 6272 kg that lasts days in the fridge. Lin Zichen agrees to order it. Hanhan hugs a pillow and looks at her phone, saying, "No, don't order it. I'll do it, I still have the 90 credits you gave me." And Lin Zichen replies, "Okay." Lin Zichen stirs the pot over the blue flame and thinks, "We're all family living under the same roof, so there's no need to keep track of who pays for what." Hanhan and Lin Zichen sit at the table eating noodles, and Lin Zichen says, "I'll go open the door." Lin Zichen holds a delivery box and says, "That was fast, it's already here." Lin Zichen hands a tray of fierce great eagle meat to Hanhan and says, "Put this batch of fierce great eagle meat in the fridge first." And she answers. He presses his hand onto the meat in the box and says, "Now it's time to start absorbing again." A system notification appears. He has absorbed a large amount of undead slug life essence, and the undead slug codex reaches 100%. A giant eagle swoops low over the forest as Lin Zichen looks at several injured undead slugs on the ground and says, "This is a heavily injured undead slug." The undead slug's body trembles as its wounds visibly close, and Lin Zichen says, "Its self-healing speed is insanely fast." Golden light bursts around the undead slug as a system message announces he has successfully unlocked the undead slug codex and obtained the biological attribute, rapid regeneration. Lin Zichen looks at the blue display and says, "This regeneration ability is absurdly powerful," as the description explains that as long as he isn't killed instantly and has enough energy, any injury can be healed. Lin Zichen raises his fist with a small cut on his hand and says, "Let's test how effective it is." A thin gash marks the back of his hand, blood visible along the cut. The wound shrinks and fades under his palm as the skin knits back together. His hand is fully restored and he states, "In just a few seconds the bleeding stopped and the wound fully healed." Lin Zichen washes his healed hand under running water and says, "With this rapid regeneration, as long as I'm not dead and still have a breath left and have enough energy, I can repeatedly recover myself to full health." Lin Zichen turns from the sink and says, "Who is it coming this late?" He and Hanhan stand before the door as Lin Zichen asks, "Did you order something?" And Hanhan replies, "I didn't order anything." Both of them stare ahead in surprise as a voice from outside says, "Sorry." The cat-eared woman bows slightly in the hallway and says, "For disturbing you so late." Zichen stands at the doorway and asks, "What's the matter?" Ziwei crosses her arms and says, I'm curious to know how you finished that Catwoman mission. Can you tell me how you did it? Ziwei turns away with closed eyes and says she won't bother them, while Hanhin calls Ziwei to come in for tea made from leaves her mother roasted. Walking down the hallway, Ziwei raises a hand and says, maybe next time, I've got something to take care of right now. Hanhin tells Zio Chen Ziwei is a good person who warned her when the Catwoman intel was wrong, and Zichen suggests Hanahan to spend more time with her. In a recollection, Liu says Ma Zhen confronted Director He over the mission system. They quickly argued and fought, and a black-haired woman asks if it was due to the wrong Catwoman info. Liu says his daughter took the mission and the wrong ranking nearly got her killed, so his anger was justified, and the black-haired woman adds Catwoman was actually ordinary level 9th rank, not 6th. Leaning over his desk, Dean Liu asks Zichen how he completed the mission at the same level as Ma Ziwei, and Sister Yan asks if he had helped or set a trap. Zichen replies he killed her solo with pure physical strength. Dean Liu and Sister Yan lean forward with wide eyes and shout, "Solo kill. What do you mean by that?" He trembles and exclaims, "Solo kill. I didn't mishear that, did I?" While Sister Yan stares and asks, "You're joking, right?" Zichen rubs his nose and thinks that after days with them, he sees they are decent, and revealing his real body tempering progress and biological level may bring more benefit than risk. Turning with an awkward smile, Zichen says, "Actually, my true strength has already reached ordinary level 9th rank." Dean Liu and the black-haired woman scream as he declares that his first round of body tempering is complete, and he is currently completing the second round of skin tempering. He clenches his fist and says, "First round of body tempering, fully completed." Tears burst from his eyes as he shouts, "Heaven truly rewards perseverance. My years of persistence have finally paid off." Under a radiant sky before a grand pavilion, Dean Liu clasps Zichen's hands and declares that with him here, the pure-blooded human path will surely achieve great success, and one day their names will echo across the entire world. Wiping his tears with a trembling fist, Dean Liu recalls dedicating years to researching the pure-blooded human path without breakthrough until meeting this genius, while Zichen looks aside and wonders why he is laughing and crying at the same time. Dean Liu grips Zichen's shoulder and says his physical talent is extraordinary, and without the lack of origin energy in his body, he would suspect he was an extraordinary being from the origin land. Zichen's eyes widen as he asks, "Extraordinary beings from the origin land?" Raising a finger before a vision of monstrous silhouettes, Liu says, "Since this world has mutant beasts, it's only natural that extraordinary beings exist as well." Liu says these extraordinary beings usually live in the origin land, not on Earth, so they won't encounter them. And Sister Yan protests they do exist and accuses him of favoritism for never telling her. Gesturing toward a glowing human figure, Liu says, "It's a unique form of energy exclusive to origin land beings, similar to chi and blood or mental power." Zichen leans forward and asks, "So how is it used? What effects does it have?" And Dean Liu replies that, "I can't give you a clear answer right now. I've only encountered 2 extraordinary beings in my entire life." Sister Yan says the Dean is boasting since he is stuck at ordinary level 9th rank and cannot enter the origin land. Zichen asks about a requirement, and the Dean says only advanced level or above may enter, others are cannon fodder. Lowering his head with a serious look, Dean Liu says, "And who said I encountered them in the origin land? I met them on Earth." A silver-haired girl stands in a twisted forest with a spear on her back as the Dean says, "One was a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago. I have no idea where she found her." And Zichen asks, "So Luo Kaiengsu, Hanhin's senior sister, is an extraordinary being." An ancient stone ruin sits shrouded in mist as the Dean says, "The other one was encountered in a mysterious ancient ruin, the same one where I found the blood tempering technique." Standing with his hands behind his back, Dean Liu says, "Everything I've told you today is top secret. You must never speak of it to anyone, understood?" Sister Yan raises a hand and says, "Don't worry, Dean. My lips are sealed tight. I won't let a single word slip." And the Dean replies, "Good, I trust you both." Facing Zichen, Dean Liu says, "Zichen, keep your strength hidden for now. Don't show off too much," and warns, "So you won't draw the attention of the heretic cults because even inside the university it's still dangerous. They have eyes and hands everywhere." Pointing toward them, the Dean says, "If you want to accept missions that truly match your true strength to earn credits, use your Sister Yan's account instead," and adds, "I'm also at the ordinary level 9th rank, so if you accept missions under my name, you can fight freely without worrying about exposing yourself." As Zichen answers, "Okay." Looking at the Dean, Zichen asks, "Dean, do you have any info on the origin land? I want to know more about it." With his eyes closed, the Dean says, Everything related to the origin land is classified, and even I know very little about it. But you don't need to rush, and adds, before you reach the advanced level, knowing more about it won't really help you anyway. Several red-eyed monsters snarl in a dark forest, as the dean says. All you need to know is that most of the beings inside Origin Land are enemies. They're always trying to find a way to invade Earth. Under a starry sky beside scattered bones, the dean continues. As for the motive, as for the reason, some experts believe Earth holds something they desperately want. Liu lifts his phone and says sweetly, "You are my little apple Tilda baby Tilda." Turning away with a sheepish smile and sweat on his face, Dean Liu says, "An old friend of mine invited me over for dinner, so I'm heading out." He dashes toward the door and calls back, "Text me on WeChat if you need me." As Zichen remarks, the dean is really working hard. He's gone again to secure more funding for the Tianren Pavilion. Sister Yan asks how he hides his biological level and body tempering from the dean and Principal Yuan. Zichen refuses to explain, thinking the system is his secret trump card. Clasping her hands together, Sister Yan leans forward and pleads, "Junior brother Chen, don't be so stingy. Just tell your senior sister, pretty please." Sister Yan clasps her hands and leans forward eagerly. "I'll trade you a secret of my own. You can ask anything." Zichen raises both hands defensively and replies, "It really isn't something I can talk about." She exhales in frustration, then puts her hands on her hips. "Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't push you anymore." A sly smile forms on her face. "But since we're both at the same biological level and rank, how about having a friendly spar?" Zichen smiles back. "That works for me." He thinks to himself, sparring against someone at the same level will help me gauge my strength more accurately and sharpen my combat skills. Sister Yan steps into a fighting stance and declares confidently, "My body tempering has reached the second round of skin, flesh, and bone, and I've completed about 20% of it so far. In a moment, come at me with everything you've got." They move to an open area of the room between the bookshelves. She spreads her legs into a ready stance and asks, "Are you ready?" Zichen answers, yes, lowering his body and preparing to strike. She gestures with one hand. "Then let's begin. You attack first, I'll defend. Show me how strong your strikes really are." In the next instant, Zichen bursts forward, body low and hand clawed, dashing toward her with explosive speed as the spar officially begins. Zichen's kick slams into Sister Yan's abdomen with a sharp impact, sending a burst of force rippling through her body. She skids backward across the floor, eyes wide. Twisting in midair, she steadies herself. At this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses me. Facing him again, she coughs lightly and says sternly, "Zichen, I'm very dissatisfied with that kick you just threw. When you get the chance to strike, you must aim to seriously injure the enemy in one blow." She places a hand over the faint bruise forming on her stomach and continues, "You should have aimed for my vital points just now. In real combat, there is only life and death. There's no such thing as fighting fair. Do you understand?" Zichen nods calmly. "I understand." A fierce grin spreads across her face. "Good. Then let's begin the real fight. I hope you can last at least 5 minutes against me." She bursts forward with explosive speed. Zichen lowers his stance and charges as well. While saying, "Please go easy on me, Sister Yan," they exchange rapid punches and kicks, their strikes colliding with force and shockwaves across the library floor as the spar becomes a high-speed fight. Multiple fists slam into Sister Yan's head and torso as she's trapped in midair. She thinks, "I'm already giving my absolute best, so how is he still exchanging blows with me? Am I actually going to lose?" Sister Yan's fist drives downward toward Lin Zichen's face. Zichen looks up at her as he says, "It's about time now." A sharp strike explodes against the back of Lin Zichen's head, knocking him forward onto the floor. He thinks, "I'll pretend to lose." Sister Yan grabs Lin Zichen's hand and pulls him up as she says, "Zichen, you truly have an incredible future ahead of you." Sister Yan smiles weakly with sweat on her face and says, "You forced me to use 90% of my strength just to barely win. At this rate, I probably won't be your match in another year." Sister Yan tells him, "Zichen, since you've already completed the first round of body tempering, you can start attempting to open your apertures now. I'll teach you the latest aperture opening method I've researched." "Give it a try," Lin Zichen answers. "All right, I'll give it a try." Sitting on the ground, Sister Yan says, "The human body has a total of 366 acupoints, spread throughout every part of the body. According to the blood tempering technique, the easiest ones to open are the 4 apertures located around our heart. Golden energy surrounds Lin Zichen as he sits cross-legged with open palms. Sister Yan tells him to sense the 4 apertures around his heart and strike them with qi and blood at 10 impacts per second, as strong as possible without injuring his heart. Lin Zichen's eyes tense with sweat forming as he thinks, "It's not working. I can't break them open at all." Lin Zichen clutches his chest and grimaces in pain while Sister Yan steadies him and says, "Zichen, don't rush it. Your body might not be strong enough yet, or my method might still be wrong." In the Liu family basement, Dean Liu tells the Coffin's pavilion master he found a peerless genius who can open apertures and may surpass the ordinary level as a pure-blooded human to reach advanced, rare, or even epic level. Dean Liu clasps his hands and says, "At that time, you'll be able to rely on him to supply you with qi and blood every day to sustain your life. You won't have to stay in this small coffin anymore." He continues, "With your powerful protection and support, you and that genius will lead the Tianren Pavilion forward and elevate humanity itself." The coffin remains silent, and Dean Liu looks toward the coffin and says, "Why hasn't there been any response for so long?" Dean Liu lowers his gaze and thinks, taking this long just to reply with one word means it has already drained her entire day's worth of energy. Dean Liu stands alone in the dim basement and thinks, the pavilion master is growing weaker with each passing day. I can only hope Zichen can evolve into advanced level being before she falls. Lin Zichen steps inside holding groceries and says, "I'm back. I bought groceries and I'm gonna start cooking." Hanhin grips the grocery bag and tells him, "Zio Chen, there's something I need to tell you." Hanhin looks at him nervously and says, "This morning, my master came to me and said she wanted me to undergo gene fusion ahead of schedule. She said I should fuse with the azure jellyfish's genes because it suits me well in the early stages." The explanation states the azure jellyfish is a low-level mutant beast at ordinary level 7th rank, while the jellyfish king can evolve to advanced level. Its mental power is stronger than beasts of the same level and can control dozens of cubic meters of seawater with a faint trace of mental power. Lin Zichen stands by the shelf and says, "The azure jellyfish suits her and she should follow her master's advice." But Hanhin lowers her head and worries her master wants her to fuse with the advanced level jellyfish king genes, and her weak body may not withstand the mutation and go berserk. Principal Yuan throws money, and he says azure jellyfish genes are already rare, and a once-in-10,000 jellyfish king variant is even rarer, while Lin Zichen thinks Yuan Dongjai is very generous and wishes for such a master. Lin Zichen pats her head and says jellyfish-type mutant beasts have high human compatibility, and her gene fusion compatibility is 21%. So fusing with advanced-level genes is manageable, and she won't mutate. Lin Zichen sits beside her and says she may lose reproductive ability and show some mutant beast traits, but she has frozen eggs for future children, and any appearance changes can be hidden by putting the genes into a dormant state. Hanhin appears with cat ears, bunny ears, and a fox tail as the explanation says visible mutant beast traits can enhance appearance and cat ear and foxtail girls are popular. Lin Zichen says that makes sense. Hanhin brightens and asks, "What kind of mutant traits would I show after fusing with the azure jellyfish king's genes? Will I become even prettier?" Hanhin holds up her phone showing the azure jellyfish and says, "Look, Zio Chen, isn't the azure jellyfish beautiful?" Lin Zichen cups her face and says, "Yeah, it's beautiful, but not as beautiful as you." She blushes deeply and replies, "You're a smooth talker." Hanhin grips her phone and says, "This video was taken by my master. She didn't bring any equipment at all." She adds she dove 10,000 meters into the deep sea with just her bare body. At the very least, she's at the rare level. Lin Zichen says, "You definitely will. Your gene fusion compatibility is already 21%, forget rare, even epic level is within reach." Hanhin answers, "It's not that simple. It's not just about compatibility. Physical constitution and evolutionary resources matter as well." Lin Zichen gestures confidently and says, "Your constitution is already extraordinary. You're naturally attuned to water." He continues, "If you walk the path of water attribute gene fusion, you'll definitely surpass your master one day." Lin Zichen points forward and says, "And don't worry about resources either. From now on I'll work hard to make money. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you." Hanhin kneels on the floor with a flushed smile and says, "Then I'd better properly pamper my big sugar daddy." Holding up a pair of stockings, she asks shyly, "Black or white, which color does my sugar daddy prefer?" Lin Zichen answers, "Either's fine, I like both of them." She pulls one stocking over her leg and says, "Then I'll wear one on each leg." Lin Zichen responds, "That sounds strange, but it's all right." Lin Zichen pours water into a glass while looking at his phone and thinks, "Hanhin headed off to class this afternoon. I'm skipping the Pure Human Research Institute today and training at home by myself." He takes a sip and looks at his phone, thinking, "First, let's check out the latest news." He reads that mysterious unknown plants have appeared in multiple areas of Shanghai City in bizarre shapes, and the public is strongly advised not to approach them to avoid injuries or fatalities. Lin Zichen looks at the strange flower and thinks it resembles the plants in Hanhin's senior sister's photo and may be from the Origin Land, then wonders how Origin Land plants appeared on Earth and if the divine plant cult is involved. Holding his phone, he thinks, we just wiped out the rat god cult and now another divine plant cult has appeared. There's truly no end to human traitors. He lowers the glass and thinks, I still need to increase my strength as quickly as possible. After the second round of body tempering, my chi and blood are being consumed too fast. Looking at his phone screen, he thinks, let's see if the mall has any pills that can quickly restore chi and blood. He selects a product and thinks, this blood restoration pill looks pretty good. Let's buy 100 of them first. The description states that the blood restoration pill costs 1 credit per pill and restores chi and blood based on biological level, with recovery slowing at higher levels. Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Zichen thinks, the Undead Slug Codex has already been unlocked. It's time to unlock the next Mutant Beast Codex. Let's see what fits. A slab of dark red meat appears on the screen labeled Myriad Poison Mongoose Meat, 40 credit per kilogram. And Lin Zichen thinks, the Myriad Poison Mongoose. An image shows the fierce mongoose surrounded by purple energy as the explanation states that although it's called Myriad Poison, it isn't poisonous, eats poisonous mutant beasts, and has extremely strong poison resistance. Lin Zichen looks at his phone and thinks, unlocking its codex might grant me a poison resistance biological attribute to avoid dying from sudden poison exposure. He adds, I've got less than 200 credits left. Let's buy half a kilogram to kickstart the codex progress bar. Golden chi flares around him as he sits cross-legged and thinks, since I can't break through the apertures yet, my physical strength isn't sufficient. I'll keep pushing forward with a second round of skin tempering for now. Golden flames swirl around his body as the narration states he tempers for over 2 hours. He collapses onto the floor, drenched in sweat, and says, no, this won't do. My chi and blood are being consumed too quickly. I need to stop and rest. Standing in front of the open fridge, he pants and says, I'm starving. I need to eat something to recover my energy. His trembling hand grips the refrigerator door handle. The brown-haired delivery woman stands at the door holding 2 boxes and says, hello, campus delivery service. Is anyone home? Your 2 packages. Lin Zichen bursts through the doorway and shouts, here. As the boxes fly from her hands, he stretches out his arm and catches a falling box, gritting his teeth while the delivery woman stumbles back and asks, are you all right? Lin Zichen bites into a blood restoration pill and says, let's test the blood restoration pill's effect first. Golden energy erupts around him as he flexes his arm and says, my head's not spinning anymore. My arms and legs feel solid again, as expected of a pill that costs 1 credit each. Blue energy surges over his body as he presses his hand onto the Myriad Poison Mongoose meat and says, now, it's time to absorb the Myriad Poison Mongoose's life essence. A notification appears. He has absorbed a trace of the Myriad Poison Mongoose's life essence. Codex progress 1%. He sits cross-legged surrounded by golden flames and thinks, with this blood restoration pill, the recovery time of chi and blood is drastically shortened, and the efficiency of body tempering can increase again. He concludes, using credits for faster strength gains is totally worth it. The sun sets over the city buildings. Zichen turns toward the apartment door as a voice from outside says, Zio Chen, I'm back. Standing at the door, Zichen hears the same voice saying, I even brought someone back with me. Guess who it is? The door opens to reveal 2 girls and the blonde girl raises her hand and says, hey, Zichen, long time no see. Zichen responds, Chu Zin, long time no see. From inside the apartment, Chu Zin says they are lucky to have such a luxurious place to live, and complains that she has to squeeze into a dorm with her roommate. Zichen says that if she wants a single room, she can move into one at the Martial Arts College. Zichen hands Chu Zin a glass of water as she replies, thanks for the offer, Zichen, but honestly I'm kinda enjoying living with my roommate right now. It doesn't feel lonely. He answers, fair enough. Sitting on the couch and gripping her glass, Chu Zin says, actually, the real reason I came today is to complain. You guys have no idea how outrageous those seniors at school are. Seated between them, Chu Zin says, you're geniuses, so no one dares to bully you, but ordinary students like us are in a terrible situation. Zichen asks, what do you mean? And another girl adds, what exactly happened? Chu Zin speaks with a tense expression and says that a senior came to check their dorm, took a liking to her cosmetics, and grabbed them without a word, claiming she was borrowing them. She adds that a guy in her class even had a century-old blood ginseng snatched as well. Chu-Zin says that after he went to the student union to complain, they did nothing and told him the university follows survival of the fittest. She adds that as freshmen, they are no match for seniors and asks if this isn't obvious favoritism. Zichen grips his chest and tells Chuksin that if any senior goes too far, she should tell him and he will beat them. Hanhin adds that the seniors are despicable, and if they keep pushing their luck, they will figure something out together, and Chuksin thanks Zichen. The room jolts as the blonde girl exclaims, "Earthquake!" Zichen braces himself and says it really is an earthquake. A blue notification flashes, "Danger Sense," above Zichen's head. He thinks he has a bad feeling about this, but notes his danger sense is not reacting very strongly. In a lavish room, the horned man in white says, "My Lord Divine Envoy, this year I'm going to push myself to reach the advanced level, and was wondering if you could provide me with some evolutionary resources." The masked man in a suit replies that given his outstanding performance, he will reward him with an enchanting demon flower. He explains the flower has a powerful aphrodisiac effect and is best consumed with a woman by his side. Holding the demon flower, the horned man thanks the divine envoy and says a freshman at Shanghai University has absurd physical talent, and he arranged to feed him an advanced demonic seed to recruit him into the cult. While the masked man replies the true geniuses are in the origin land. The horned man's face tightens behind his red mask as he says that even if there are tons of geniuses in the origin land, he cannot even get close to them. Black particles appear before the masked divine envoy with a message from the origin land that the same nexus point and identical biological coordinates are set, requiring him to personally activate the connection. The divine envoy calmly replies that he will head over now. Purple flames surge around him as he sits cross-legged, cane in hand, radiating power. He then coldly tells the horned subordinate, if he cannot make Lin Zichen consume the advanced-level demonic seed within 3 days, he will be replaced. The horned man grits his teeth and vows they will succeed within 3 days. Back at the university, Lin Zichen and Hanhin walk together toward class. She says she's heading this way, and he casually agrees. Suddenly, 2 male students rush toward them and call out, "Lin Zichen." They ask if they can borrow a little of his time and request his help. They say a third-year senior, especially targeting Wang Shuji, bullies them daily due to his strength and ask Lin Zichen for help, adding that as this year's freshman champion, the senior would give him face and not offend him. To show sincerity, they offer family spirit fruits that enhance beauty, calm the mind, refresh the brain, replenish blood, and boost vitality as payment and beg for help, saying they were high school classmates and asking for help this once. Lin Zichen asks how strong the senior is. The 2 students reply that he's at the ordinary level, 6th rank. Zichen calmly says that won't be a problem. He tells them to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute entrance at 5:30 that afternoon and that he'll handle it. Grateful, the 2 promise that if he ever needs help in the future, they'll come whenever he calls. They wave goodbye and leave, thanking him repeatedly. As they walk away, Hanhin excitedly urges, "Zio Chen, hurry and open the bag to see what spirit fruits are inside. I've never eaten one in my life." Zichen opens the bag, revealing a pile of small red spirit fruits. He tells her to take one and eat it on the way, suggesting she pick a smaller one if she's worried about not finishing it. She picks one up but frowns. "Zio Chen, this spirit fruit looks so gross. Has it gone bad? Are there worms in it?" Zichen repeats, "Gone bad," and looks at the fruit closely. Suddenly a blue interface flashes, "Danger Sense." His biological attribute triggers a warning, and he realizes something is wrong. He stares at the red seed in his fingers as a prompt asks if he wants to devour the advanced-level demonic tree goo seed. Lin Zichen mutters that the so-called spirit fruits are actually demonic seeds. Lin Zichen rushes after the 2 students and shouts for them not to leave yet. One of the students turns and asks what's wrong. Lin Zichen tells Hanhin to contact her master and call her here. Hanhin answers, "Okay," and runs off as the 2 students freeze. Principal Yuan in white descends with blue energy swirling around her and asks what's going on. Lin Zichen holds up the seed and tells Principal Yuan they gave him spirit fruits, but he found strange red seeds inside and suspects a connection to the divine plant cult. The 2 students behind him tremble. Principal Yuan explains the seed enslaves whoever eats it and is a method used by the cult to force recruits. Blue energy pulls the seed away from his hand. Lin Zichen realizes they were already under the cult's control back then. One student clenches his fist while the other looks shaken. The 2 students cry that they were forced. Principal Yuan lifts them into the air and says she will take them back for investigation and inform him once there are results. The 2 students stare in panic, sweating as they find they cannot speak. One of them wonders if this is Yuan Dongjai's ability. Principal Yuan flies upward with them, surrounded by blue energy, and warns that the cult infiltrates everywhere and they must stay on guard. Lin Zichen and Hanhin watch from below. Hanhin says her master's mental power lets her levitate objects and fly, and calls it amazing. Lin Zichen replies that being able to fly is really nice. Hanhin clenches her fist and says Xiao Chen tried to help Lu Gang and Wang Shuji, but they attempted to harm him. Lin Zichen drops the bag of seeds into a recycling bin and says they need to be more careful in the future. The investigation confirms Lu Gang and Wang Shuji were members of the divine plant cult. They were forced by a safety officer to consume demonic seeds and are expelled and charged. He says Hanhin's parents and his own moved near the university recently. He and Hanhin walk together pushing luggage. He sits cross-legged on the floor surrounded by pill bottles and golden energy. He says blood restoration pills helped him complete the second skin tempering, and his second flesh tempering reached 40%. It is the day of Hanhin's gene fusion. She tells her master she felt nervous and brought Xiao Chen with her, and Lin Zichen greets Principal Yuan. Principal Yuan hands her a glass and says the azure jellyfish is a water attribute mutant beast, and drinking more water will make the fusion easier. Hanhin drinks repeatedly while Principal Yuan tells her to keep drinking. Hanhin holds her swollen stomach and says she cannot drink anymore. Principal Yuan tells her to stop, remove her clothes, and lie down. Principal Yuan holds a syringe and says it contains the azure jellyfish king's genes, and she will inject it directly into her heart, numbing the pain receptors. Principal Yuan warns that once fusion begins she will still feel intense pain and tells her to scream if it becomes unbearable. Hanhin answers okay as the needle pierces her chest. Principal Yuan injects the genes and monitors the process herself since her mental power replaces monitoring equipment. Principal Yuan says the azure jellyfish king's genes have been fully injected and warns the fusion will soon bring intense pain. She tells Hanhin to prepare mentally. Hanhin clutches the blanket and answers softly. 2 minutes later, Hanhin sits up and asks why she feels nothing. Lin Zichen looks at Principal Yuan and asks if something went wrong. Principal Yuan stares in shock and wonders how this is possible. Hanhin looks ahead blankly as Principal Yuan says Kinghin's gene fusion failed. Principal Yuan explains it cannot be considered a complete failure. Lin Zichen asks what she means. She says gene fusion is normally successful when there is no rejection and the host gains mutant beast abilities. Principal Yuan observes the host genes should automatically merge with the mutant beast genes and grant abilities. She notes the injected azure jellyfish king genes showed no rejection yet also did not fuse. Lin Zichen looks at the Principal Yuan and asks, what exactly is going on here? The girl behind him clutches the sheet around her body. Principal Yuan says her spiritual sense detected Kinghin's genes possess self-awareness and surrounded the invading azure jellyfish king's genes, restricting them. She explains some of the azure jellyfish king's genes tried to fuse but were strangled by Kinghin's genes and absorbed as nutrients, leaving the remaining genes restrained. The girl stares down at herself in shock and says, Xiao Chen, master, my hair is changing color. Principal Yuan looks toward Lin Zichen and questions why the azure jellyfish king's genes are still expressing even though the fusion failed, and he turns toward Kinghin. Lin Zichen asks, Hanhin, do you feel anything strange in your body? Kinghin says she senses something extra inside her body and feels she can even control it. Principal Yuan presses her forehead to Kinghin and says the ability to sense and control matches gene fusion, and she will probe again with her mental power. Principal Yuan tells Kinghin the extra thing inside her is the azure jellyfish king's genes and instructs her to use her mental power to put them into a dormant state, and Kinghin replies, okay. Hanhin closes her eyes, presses her hands to her chest and says, I'll try. Principal Yuan replies, good, now try expressing them again. Hanhin answers, okay, as a watery aura surrounds her body. Principal Yuan notes even geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei needed half a month to control and express mutant beast genes, but Kinghin mastered it almost instantly. Lin Zichen looks at Principal Yuan and asks, Principal Yuan, what exactly is Hanhin's condition now? Principal Yuan raises her hands and asks which he wants first, the good news or the bad news. Lin Zichen answers, then, let's hear the bad news first. Principal Yuan faces Kinghin and says, the bad news is, you may never be able to become a gene fusioner. Principal Yuan crosses her arms and says the good news is she is more advanced and far more powerful than any gene fusioner, and can do what they do without undergoing fusion. Principal Yuan explains her genes can enslave injected mutant beast genes, allowing her to use their abilities without fusing, and she will remain a pure-blooded human without backlash. Principal Yuan says no pure-blooded human has ever broken the ordinary level shackles and reached the advanced level. Kinghin stares wide-eyed as Principal Yuan tells her she has an extremely high chance of becoming the first pure-blooded human on Earth to reach the advanced level, and she asks, I can really do that. Principal Yuan smiles and says if any pure-blooded human is destined to shatter those biological limits, it will be her. Lin Zichen looks at her blankly and asks, What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Principal Yuan explains Kinghin will still be treated as a gene fusioner on the surface, and this secret must not be told to anyone, not even their parents, while the two listen. Principal Yuan tells Kinghin to come to her office every night at 8 to research her gene enslavement ability together, and Kinghin replies, Okay, master. Half a month later, Lin Zichen meditates on the floor surrounded by a golden aura as someone calls. Zio Chen, I have good news for you. The bathroom door swings open as Lin Zichen rushes in, and Kinghin lifts a swirling ball of water from the bath and says, I can control water with my mental power now. Lin Zichen sits by the bathtub and says she just learned water control yet already uses it smoothly, calling her talent insane. The girl in the bath smiles and says she can remotely manipulate other people's qi and blood, even causing fatal blood explosions. Lin Zichen looks shocked and says since she can manipulate others, qi and blood from afar, she should also be able to temper her own body. The girl rests her chin on her arm and says her qi, blood intensity, and physical talent are too weak to follow the pure-blooded human path. Lin Zichen leans closer and says they are both special existences, and with him teaching her, she should try it. The girl blushes and thinks, We're both special existences? Is Zio Chen confessing to me? She clenches her fists as water spirals around her and says she will temper her body with qi and blood too. In the following days, he teaches Kinghin to control her own qi and blood and temper her body as both sit meditating inside golden auras. The girl looks at her body in surprise and says she has mastered the blood tempering technique. Lin Zichen smiles and thinks he only meant for her to try and did not expect success. Noting her level is ordinary level 2nd rank, yet she cultivates a technique normally requiring 4th rank. She wraps her arms around Lin Zichen and says she can enslave mutant beast genes while he gains abilities by absorbing their meat, making them an unrivaled pair of prodigies, and he answers, Naturally. Both sit back-to-back surrounded by golden aura as she completes her first round of skin tempering, and her biological level rises to ordinary level 3rd rank. Lin Zichen sits on the bed and decides to take her into real combat to toughen her mindset. He looks at his phone and selects a mission to capture a 21-member armed drug trafficking gang on the outskirts of Shanghai City. At 9 p.m., they arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters as someone introduces them as university students assisting the case. The officer gestures toward Zichen and introduces him as the famous second-highest scorer of the Nanyang Province entrance exam. The officers praise his talent and warmly welcome both of them. The bearded officer smiles and says his godson is also a freshman provincial top scorer in the genius class. The bearded officer advises Zichen to leave Tianren Pavilion and transfer to the Evolution College while he still can. He adds his godson will join tonight's operation and can help them if senior students cause trouble. A voice calls, Godfather, I'm here. And the bearded officer announces his arrival as the two look over in surprise. Jian lifts his hand, and the others remark that Captain Fang's godson has an extraordinary aura. The bearded officer tells little Jian he heard he reached ordinary level 5th rank a few days ago, and the young man replies it is just a normal pace of evolution. The bearded officer says 2 more freshmen are joining tonight's operation and offers to introduce a very pretty girl as Yangji and smirks. Jian jolts, sweat running down his face as he stares at Lin Zichen and Shen Kinghin. He says, WTF, Lin Zichen and Shen Kinghin, why are they here? Jian screams with his mouth wide open and trembling face. He blurts, then there's no point showing off. The bearded officer gestures toward Yangjian while facing Lin Zichen and Shen Kinghin. He begins, Little Jian, let me introduce you. This is Nanyang Province, S. The bearded officer looks at Yangjian and asks, Little Jian, are you feeling unwell? Your face doesn't look right. Shen Kinghin says, So it's him, the Luo Yangjian you defeated instantly in the entrance test. Jian rubs his head and forces a smile. He says, It's nothing, I just ran into someone I know, just a bit surprised, that's all. Jian gestures toward Shen Kinghin and Lin Zichen. He says, This pretty girl is the provincial top scorer of Nanyang Province and also my classmate. And the boy next to her is the provincial 2nd highest score and the freshman king of Shanghai University this year. Jian smiles proudly and says, Brother Chen single-handedly crushed our entire genius class during the entrance test. Lin Zichen blushes and replies, "You're exaggerating. I was just in top form that day and barely pulled it off." The bearded officer stares in shock, sweat forming on his face. He says, "A provincial second highest scorer this strong, I really underestimated him earlier." 11:00 p.m., a convoy of vehicles drives along the forest road as a man says they are heading toward the drug dealer's hideout. The bearded officer offers a bulletproof vest for protection, and the blue-haired young man answers that he is good without it. Yangjian crosses his arms and says ordinary firearms cannot hurt him, adding he will soon show the officers how strong a genius-class student is. The vehicles enter an abandoned industrial plant. The bearded officer shouts to begin the operation as armed officers rush forward with rifles. Armed men inside notice them and shout that the police are here and to run. One of the gunmen fires and yells that if they are caught they should fight to the death. Officers and the 3 students crouch behind crates as someone shouts to take cover. Zichen rushes forward as his companion shouts that he'll charge after them. Bullets strike Yangjian as he screams, and a nearby officer shouts to hide inside. Gunfire hits Zichen's body, but he pushes forward, and a shooter shouts that he is bulletproof. Zichen drives a flaming punch downward as the bandana gunman begs him not to kill him. Multiple gunmen crash to the floor while shouting surrender and begging for their lives, and one yells he is throwing a grenade. An explosion erupts, blasting officers backward across the ground. Zichen stands amid scattered enemies and says to leave the rest for Hanhin to practice, then calls Hanhin's turn. Hanhin raises both arms and says that as long as she controls their chi and blood, she can. The blonde thug trembles with a purple aura and screams, I can't move." Another thug behind him stares in shock. Hanhin rushes forward and strikes, knocking several men to the ground as someone shouts, "Knock them out." An officer grips a captured smuggler while the officer reports, "Captain Fang, we found a box of highly unusual seeds inside." Captain Fang looks down at the open box and says the seeds are demonic tree goo seeds and that a masked man paid the dealers to spread them, adding they betrayed humanity. Lin Zichen raises his hand and says, "My girlfriend and I still have things to handle at the university, so we'll head back first." The officer replies he will have someone escort them and warns to avoid involvement with these cults. Lin Zichen and Hanhin listen as the officer warns, "For safety's sake, it is best to avoid any involvement with these cults." Lin Zichen notices a rat beside a small dirt mound and asks, "What's that?" He realizes the rat is planting a demonic tree goo seed and mentions the rat god cult. Lin Zichen tells Hanhin to inform her master about the rat god cult colluding with the divine plant cult to spread the seeds, and Hanhin answers she will inform her immediately. Lin Zichen holds his phone and says, "Hello, Captain Fang. I have something to report." He adds matters involving cults should be handled by public security teams and advanced-level beings. Time passes and he narrates that half a month later they completed another mission to apprehend armed smugglers. 3 days later, he and Sister Yan apprehend an advanced-level first-rank cyborg robber. He reflects that before he realized it, the first semester of freshman year was nearing its end. Sitting cross-legged and sweating, Lin Zichen exhales and says he finally completed the second round of body tempering. Hanhin hugs him from behind and happily says she completed her first round of body tempering, and he reacts, "That fast?" Facing her, Lin Zichen says her talent surpasses ordinary people, then asks why he is still stuck at ordinary level, 6th rank after completing the first round. Zichen rests his fingers on his chin and says his control over chi and blood may be strong while his physical talent is weak, so tempering improves control more than raw strength. Sister Yan tearfully asks if that means she will never catch up to him, and the Zichen replies he is a cheat code user, and it would be terrifying if she did. Seated together on the floor, Zichen asks how the apertures are opened, and whether he needs 5 rounds of body tempering, while the girl says that would leave ordinary people almost no chance to cultivate. Sister Yan smiles and says she has some happier gossip to share. She leans toward him and says the private lives of the university's higher-ups are chaotic, while the boy stays silent with a sweat drop. Zichen raises his hand and asks Sister Yan how many credits he has stored, and she answers they completed many advanced missions together and earned 2,400 credits. He calculates that buying about 45 kilograms of myriad poison mongoose meat will fully unlock the codex, then asks Sister Yan to place the order in the credit mall. Sister Yan asks why he needs so much meat. Zichen says it is not convenient to explain, and she agrees to order it. He receives the package at the research institute and brings it back to his dorm to absorb it. Blue energy wraps around him as his hand presses onto the meat and he shouts, "Absorb." He absorbs a massive amount of life essence, and the codex reaches 100%. A giant mongoose phantom rises behind him as he gains the biological attribute poison immunity, and his resistance to poisons increases dramatically. Zichin holds a syringe to his arm and says he will test whether the anesthetic neurotoxin can still affect him. He flexes his arm and says there is no effect, and the neurotoxin has been completely neutralized. He accompanies Hanhin to meet Principal Yuan for her second mutant beast gene injection. Hanhin lies on the medical bed, while Principal Yuan checks the Azure Jellyfish King genes to confirm compatibility. Principal Yuan looks down at Hanhin and asks how her biological level jumped so quickly from ordinary level 2nd rank to 6th rank. Hanhin lies on the bed and says she cultivated the blood tempering technique, completed her first round of body tempering a few days ago, and her biological level reached ordinary level 6th rank. Principal Yuan looks at her in shock and asks how she did it. Principal Yuan places a hand on Hanhin and says Kinghin is a prodigy and will become one of humanity's top combatants. Principal Yuan raises 5 syringes and says she will inject 5 different mutant beast genes to test the limit of how many genes and attributes she can handle. Colored attribute emblems appear showing metal, earth, fire, and water abilities. Principal Yuan injects Kinghin and says she is injecting now. Energy inside her body destroys the armored earth dragon genes, and they dissolve into nutrients and are completely absorbed. She states the hellfire lizard, nether blossom insect, and golden-winged demon butterfly genes are also annihilated without exception. Principal Yuan says only the last injected undead slug gene survived and was successfully enslaved by Kinghin's gene. Principal Yuan raises 2 blue syringes and says that so far only water attribute genes can be enslaved, and she will inject 3 more different water attribute mutant beast genes to test the result. The syringes lie scattered on the tray as Principal Yuan says she has finished injecting all of them and asks how Kinghin feels right now. Kinghin grips the blanket and says she feels uncomfortable, like she has eaten too much and is completely stuffed. Principal Yuan holds Kinghin steady and says the 3 newly injected water attribute genes were also destroyed and absorbed, so she can only enslave 2 water attribute mutant beast genes at most for now. Principal Yuan looks at Kinghin and says her current physical strength or mental power is not strong enough yet, which is why she is limited to enslaving only 2 water attribute genes. Kinghin's eyes brighten as she says that is great, and she will train even harder. Principal Yuan looks toward Lin Zichin and says the undead slug gene Kinghin just enslaved grants her the ability to secrete a special mucus with powerful healing properties. Principal Yuan continues that the mucus also has exceptionally effective lubricating properties, and both Lin Zichin and Kinghin freeze in place with flushed faces and wide eyes. Principal Yuan sits back in her chair and says this year's freshman competition has been moved up to mid-January, right at the end of the semester. Principal Yuan looks at Kinghin and says she is looking forward to her performance and hopes she can break into the top 5 to earn a spot in the winter special training camp. And Kinghin stands straight and answers that she understands and will do her best. Lin Zichin's eyes widen as he asks if the freshman competition was moved up. The door opens, and a girl with twin buns steps inside carrying shopping bags, saying she is sorry to bother them again. Kinghin smiles and tells her there is no bothering between friends and invites her to come in, while Lin Zichin stands beside her. Chu Xin lifts the bags and asks why the 2 of them are carrying so many shopping bags. She smiles brightly and says her family's clothing store just received a fresh shipment of new styles, and she found some couple outfits that would look perfect on Lin Zichin and Kinghin, so she brought them as gifts. She presses the bags into their hands and says she has already washed them and tells them to try them on right now to see if they fit. Dressed in matching outfits, Lin Zichin scratches the back of his head as Kinghin looks at him and says she sees now that this was her plan all along, and Chu Xin giggles that it was just a little bonus plan on the side. Lin Zichin and Kinghin stand side by side in their new dark outfits as Chu Xin exclaims that it looks even cooler and suits them better. Wearing another set of couple outfits, Kinghin smiles while Lin Zichin stands close beside her, and Chu Xin says these outfits are amazing and bound to sell. Lin Zichin stands by the dining table and says they are finally done taking photos and should come eat before the food gets cold, and Kinghin answers that they are coming. Seated at the table, Kinghin looks at Lin Zichin and says that on the way back to the dorm she and Chu Xin ran into a really awful senior. Kinghin grips her chopsticks and says that senior relied on her strength and tried to snatch the shopping bags from her and Chu Xin, and if someone had not recognized her as Lin Zichin's girlfriend, the bags would have been taken. Chu Xin rests her cheek on her hand and says it was the same senior who borrowed her cosmetics before and never returned them, and that she was clearly targeting her again and dragged Hanhin into it. Kinghin frowns and calls it outrageous, saying they will seek justice after eating, but Chu Xin says to forget it because the senior is in the student union and her boyfriend holds an important post. Kinghan insists there is nothing to fear with Xiao Chen present, and Lin Zichen says he will go as well. A view of the gym building appears as it is stated that at this time, the second-year students should all be inside taking their martial arts class. Lin Zichen strides through the gym doors with Kinghan and Chu Xin behind him, as nearby students whisper that the freshman king is here and wonder if he is looking for trouble. Kinghan looks ahead and tells Lin Zichen that it is the girl with the wine-red dyed hair, and a nearby student says her name is Li Ziqi. Facing Li Ziqi, Lin Zichen asks if it is true that she borrowed 2 of his friend's cosmetics and never returned them, and Li Ziqi replies that she will give them back after she finishes using them. Li Ziqi turns her head and says it is just cosmetics and there is no need to make a big deal, adding that she even let them use hers. Chu Xin lifts 2 bottles and says every time Li Ziqi takes hers they are brand new, but the ones returned are almost empty. Li Ziqi gestures toward her companion and says there was still plenty left when she returned them, and her friend nods in agreement. Chu Xin steps forward angrily and asks if Li Ziqi can be reasonable. Lin Zichen looks toward the instructor and asks whether the university's principle of survival of the fittest means the strong can trample the weak, and the instructor folds his arms and answers that it does not. The instructor says that at Shanghai University, the weak can challenge the strong without any conditions, but if the strong want to fight the weak, they need the weaker person's permission first. He continues that strength is determined by combat ranking or by university year if there is no ranking, and that both sides must bet an equal number of credits to initiate a challenge. Li Ziqi stiffens as the instructor adds that the winner takes all the credits bet by both sides, with 1 credit as the minimum if there is no agreement. Lin Zichen smiles faintly and says that means he can challenge her without any conditions right now. Li Ziqi places her hands on her hips and says he has a huge physical advantage and asks if he is really going to bully a girl like her, adding that her biological level is only ordinary level, 5th rank. Lin Zichen turns his head slightly and says Hanhan will challenge her instead, and Kinghan stares in surprise. Kinghan tightens her expression and says she understands and will do it. Chu Xin reaches out anxiously and tells Lin Zichen not to fall for the bait and not to let Hanhan fight her. Chu Xin's face turns pale as she remembers that Hanhan used to rank at the bottom of the class with her. If she steps onto that stage, she thinks she'll definitely get beaten badly. But Hanhan gently places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to rest easy. Then she lifts her chin slightly and says she can win. Chu Xin freezes, cheeks flushing as she murmurs Hanhan's name under her breath. From the stands, she watches as Hanhan suddenly feels different, cooler. Hanhan leaps onto the stage in one smooth motion, landing in a low crouch as her long lavender twin tails flare behind her. She announces clearly that Shen Kinghan of the first-year genius class is challenging Li Ziqi from the second-year evolution college, class 2. The crowd murmurs instantly. Some students stare wide-eyed and whisper that she's so pretty, so cool. Below the stage, Li Ziqi clenches her fists, irritation flashing across her face as she wonders where this freshman gets the confidence to think she can beat her. She lowers her stance, hair whipping behind her, and sneers that the girl is nothing but a pretty face. Then she looks up at Hanhan and says that since she's challenging her, they might as well bet big. She raises her voice and declares she'll wager 10 credits. The instructor looks between the two and declares that since both sides have agreed, the challenge is officially established and asks if they are ready. Hanhan answers immediately that she is ready and matches Li Ziqi's wager of 10 credits. The two step to opposite ends of the arena floor as the instructor raises his hand and asks again if both sides are prepared. They shout yes at the same time. The challenge begins. In the next instant, Hanhan vanishes from where she stood. A streak of motion cuts across the arena as her figure blurs forward. Li Ziqi's eyes widen and she gasps that it's too fast. Her vision spins and her body stiffens, trembling as she thinks her head is spinning and she can't move at all. Before she can react, Hanhan's leg whips upward in a clean arc. Her kick lands squarely against Li Ziqi's face. The impact echoes through the gym as Li Ziqi's body lifts off the ground and slams across the floor, skidding violently and leaving a long white trail in her wake. The surrounding students stare in disbelief. Someone blurts out, since when did Hanhan get this strong? Another voice shouts Li Ziqi's name. A girl rushes forward, kneeling beside Li Ziqi's limp body, and immediately pulls out her phone. She urgently calls Jin Minjiu, saying that his Ziqi has been kicked and has a concussion, and telling him to get to the gym immediately. A reply comes from the other end of the call. He says he is on his way. The braided girl cradles Li Ziqi's limp body and shouts that she's in big trouble now. Ma Ziwei floats in a glowing capsule with purple lightning as students watch. One says Li Moyu endured 7th rank gravity. Another says Luo Yangjian nearly lasted a minute in the mental capsule. And Ma Ziwei already earned an S rank in the reaction capsule. The instructor faces the class and says the training was intense and exhausting and everyone should rest for a bit. The teacher raises a hand and announces the freshman competition has been moved to January 18th, and the crowd blurts out in shock asking why it's so sudden. Lee Moyu clenches his fist and grins, saying earlier is great because he can't wait to beat Lin Zichen badly, and he declares he's evolved to mid-ordinary level 6th rank and is close to 7th rank while Lin Zichen hasn't undergone any gene fusion and can't. A blue-haired student states that Lin Zichen hasn't undergone a single gene fusion and has likely been left far behind by these three monsters, adding that sticking to the pure-blooded human path is wasting his talent. Ma Ziwei looks down at them and says everyone has their own path, and there's no need to judge others so casually. And the boys below bow their heads and stammer an apology. Ma Ziwei looks across the advanced training room and notes that today is their first class there, wondering why Shen Qinghan, the top student, is absent and calling it a bit weird. Ma Ziwei asks the teacher why Shen Qinghan isn't here, and the teacher replies that Qinghan had something urgent to handle and asked for leave today. A male student bursts in pointing toward the door and shouts that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are causing chaos downstairs, adding that Shen Qinghan just beat the second-year Evolution College's campus beauty. Several students rush toward the exit shouting for everyone to hurry and go check it out. The braided girl supports the red-haired girl as she cries that her face is ruined, and someone accuses Shen Qinghan of being cruel for kicking her in the face that hard. Hanhan stands tense with sweat on her cheek and says she's sorry and didn't mean to hit that hard. Chu Xin walks beside Hanhan and says she lost because she was weaker and Hanhan did nothing wrong, so there's no need to apologize. The braided girl grabs Hanhan's leg from behind and shouts that she can't just injure someone and walk away. Lin Zichen raises his hand and states that she lost because she's weak, warning that if they keep pestering them, he'll have no choice but to fight personally. The braided girl leans forward with a fierce grin and says if being the freshman king makes him untouchable, he should challenge her right now and smash her face too. Lin Zichen's fist slams into her face with a burst of impact as credits +1 flashes above, and he calmly says he's never heard such a bizarre request before. A muscular man steps forward with clenched fists as someone announces Li Ziqi's boyfriend is here, identifying him as Student Union Disciplinary Officer Jin Minjiu. Li Ziqi kneels on the floor, clutching her swollen face, and cries that they ruined her face, shouting that they deliberately went for their faces. Jin Minjiu glares at Lin Zichen and says hitting a girl's face that hard goes too far, and Lin Zichen replies that his girlfriend bullying freshmen is far more excessive, and tells him not to make accusations without evidence. A blue-haired senior leans in and states that his girlfriend constantly bullies freshmen from the ordinary classes, and he has seen it many times, and Jin Minjiu snaps back with a sharp glare. Lin Zichen stands with one hand in his pocket and tells Jin Minjiu that if he wants justice for his girlfriend, he should fight now. Otherwise, he's leaving because he has no time to waste. Jin Minjiu raises his hand and says he'll bet 300 credits on the challenge, and asks if the junior has that much, and Lin Zichen answers that yes, he does. Ma Ziwei stares ahead in shock and says Lin Zichen actually accepted the challenge, and that Jin Minjiu is ordinary level, 7th rank, while the blue-haired senior grins and calls it a brilliant way to show off. An announcement rings out that the challenge begins as Jin Minjiu and Lin Zichen face each other across the arena floor. Jin Minjiu's body bulges and transforms into a massive lion-like beast as he throws his head back and roars. Violent waves of biological pressure explode outward from him, whipping across the arena as nearby students shout that the pressure is overwhelming and wonder how Lin Zichen can win. Jin Minjiu lunges forward midair with a raised fist and claws extended, roaring as he closes the distance. He looms over Lin Zichen and snarls that since he dared to swell his girlfriend's face, he will swell his too. His massive fist blasts forward toward Lin Zichen, tearing the floor apart in a storm of debris. Jin Minjiu's attacking hand suddenly shatters apart with a cracking explosion of purple lightning. Jin Minjiu drops to his knees, clutching his shattered hand, and screams that his hand is broken. Lin Zichen stands over him with one hand in his pocket and calmly says the challenge is over as Jin Minjiu's body blasts backward and smashes into the arena wall in a violent shockwave. A group of students stare in stunned silence and murmur that this feels like déjà vu. The orange-haired student presses a phone to his ear and admits Lin Zichen is strong enough to instantly defeat a 7th-rank opponent, then says he wants to fuse with a second type of mutant beast gene tomorrow. Lin Zichen stands at the top of the stairs and announces that from today onward he accepts paid proxy fighting commissions, freshmen or seniors, and as long as they give him credits, he will challenge anyone for them. The blue-haired senior's eyes sparkle as he shouts that Lin Zichen is the ultimate show-off king, and says he wants to become his disciple. Around a long conference table, student union members angrily declare that Lin Zichen is too cocky, that he even dared to say he would fight the student union president, and that this blatant challenge to their authority must be dealt with seriously. The female union member sits upright at the table and says, "President, about Lin Zichen taking proxy fights." The student union president stares coldly and says he's just an overconfident king who doesn't know fear yet. Zichen learns that thanks to Lee Chuxin's introduction, he got his very first proxy fight job, and the client is Hu Yingli. He learns the client has long been bullied by a second-year senior named Huang Jiamin, who also snatched many of her luxury clothes and bags. He notes that since Huang Jiamin's older brother Huang Jiarui is in the student union and very popular, he charged 11 credits for the job and gave 1 credit to Chu Xin as a referral fee. Hu Yingli shouts that her brother is in the student union's external relations department and warns him not to dig his own grave, then cries out that it's the face-ruining maniac, the freshman king, Lin Zichen. Hu Yingli covers her face and begs, "Please, I'm begging you, don't hit me. If you have to, just don't hit my face." Lin Zichen says, "Hanhen, I'll leave her to you." And Hanhen steps forward and replies, "All right, leave it to me." Hanhen looms over Hu Yingli as Hu Yingli cries, "Stop! Stop right now, you can't hit me." Hu Yingli clutches her hair and screams that if she loses even a single strand, her brother will never let them off, while a voice roars, "Who dares lay a hand on my sister?" Huang Jiarui strides in with 2 muscular men as Hu Yingli cries, "Brother," and his information identifies him as ordinary level 7th rank. Huang Jiarui and his men advance, and Hu Yingli points at Lin Zichen and accuses him of rushing at her without saying a word and trying to hit her, calling it outright bullying. Huang Jiarui glares at Lin Zichen and says, "Lin Zichen, aren't you going a bit too far? Do you really think you're invincible and no one can deal with you?" He declares they'll let this slide for today, but warns that if it happens again, they'll show no mercy. The 2 men mutter that the student union members seem easy to talk to and that there won't be a fight after all, calling it boring. Lin Zichen's eyes sharpen as he says, "Hanhen, do it." Hanhen answers calmly, "Okay." And in the next instant she bursts forward, her body wrapped in a blue aura as she closes the distance in a flash. Hu Yingli runs towards her brother and screams, "Brother, save me." But suddenly her body freezes in place. Trembling, she realizes, "Why can't I move?" Huang Jiarui charges to save his sister and shouts, "You're courting death." Lin Zichen stands calmly with his hands in his pockets as a violent shockwave spirals outward from him. The 3 muscular men are flung through the air and slammed hard into the floor, cracks spiderwebbing across the tiles as debris flies everywhere. Even Huang Jiarui is forced down under the crushing force. Gritting his teeth, he thinks in shock, this overwhelming biological pressure. Could there be an advanced-level powerhouse nearby? As he struggles against the pressure and sees his men embedded in the shattered floor, the realization hits him. So Lin Zichen really does have a powerhouse backing him. She drives her knee forward, her leg raised high as her eyes lock ahead. Her kick slams into the red-haired woman's torso, blasting him backward across the room as his body lifts off the floor. Huang Jiarui and his sister crash his face first onto the ground, sweat and pain etched across his bruised face as he gasps. What just happened? What on earth went down? The seated blue-haired man faces the window and says, "We all felt that overwhelming biological pressure. It could only have come from an advanced-level powerhouse." Huang Jiarui stands stiffly in front of the desk while 2 men face him. The blue-haired man states, "Since we don't know who his backer is yet, everyone should avoid Lin Zichen for now and observe how things unfold." The blue-haired man adds, "If you get into a conflict with him, give him a verbal warning. In any case, avoid fighting him." The muscular red-haired man answers, "Okay." A voice reports, "Principal Yuan, the inner campus is in total chaos right now because of Lin Zichen." Dean Ma asks, "It's all because of that proxy fight service he started. Was this done with your approval?" The horned woman seated at the desk replies, "No." Principal Yuan lifts her cup and says, "However, I quite like what Lin Zichen is doing. The students here have been suppressed by the student union for too long." Dean Ma clenches his fists and declares, "It's time to break this deadlock." 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, a purple biological passage connected to source site number 36 lies, embedded in the cavern wall as 2 mutant beasts stand nearby. The plague-masked man raises his hand toward the glowing passage and says, "We can now begin transporting the mutant beasts from the origin land." Facing the swirling vortex, he adds, "For now, only mutant beasts below the advanced level can be transported. If an advanced-level beast enters, the biological passage could collapse instantly." The green giant warns, "The biological passage is about to start transportation. Everyone, focus and stay ready. One small mistake and you'll be sucked in and torn to pieces. The plague-masked man presses his cane against the surface, purple runes spiraling around his arm as energy gathers at the passage. Purple light erupts outward as he shouts, "Open it for me." The biological passage bursts open in a spiraling vortex, violet beams shooting outward while the two mutant beasts recoil beneath the surging energy. A three-headed serpent, a fanged wolf, and a white-maned ape roar with glowing red eyes as they surge forward, and a voice shouts, "The mutant beasts are coming through." Hundreds of ordinary-level mutant beasts fill the cavern floor as a subordinate reports. Over 300 ordinary-level mutant beasts have already been transported and brought under control. Shall we continue? Purple pillars of energy shoot upward from the vortex as a figure warns. The biological passage is getting unstable. We need to shut it down immediately. The plague-masked man raises his hand toward the swirling energy and commands, "Shut it down for me." A clawed hand wrapped in purple energy forces its way out of the collapsing passage as a voice exclaims, "Not good." The green giant looks toward the swirling breach and asks, "Lord Divine Envoy, what's going on?" The plague-masked man answers, "Looks like we need to prepare for a brutal battle." A white-haired fox woman with 9 tails descends from the cracked passage and says, "So this is the legendary Earth." A voice shouts from below, "It's the 9-tailed fox." Zichin slams his fist into a large man's face as he says, "Thanks to the promotional showcase of my proxy fight services earlier, my business is booming. I'm basically receiving more than 10 orders every day." Hanhin drives her kick into a black-haired woman's face as he continues, "In just 2 weeks, I did over 200 jobs and made over 3,000 credits." A bruised student kneels before the blue-haired student as onlookers watch, and says some called him the campus light of righteousness cleaning up the atmosphere, while others dismissed him as a credit-chasing businessman. Credits and cash values flash around him as he says he doesn't care what others say, he only cares about the credits he receives. Hanhin stands at the front of the classroom and says, "Good morning, everyone." A brown-haired girl replies, "Morning, Hanhin." The blue-haired man raises his hand and says, "Morning." A voice in front of him asks, "How did your face get into this mess?" The blue-haired man covers his bruised face and says, "I tripped while walking." Ma Ziwei steps forward and says, "This idiot tried to do proxy fight jobs like your fiancé and got beaten up by the student union." The blue-haired man clenches his fists and shouts, "Damn that student union. They only dare hit me but leave Lin Zichin alone. They're just bullies who pick on the weak. Just wait until I grow stronger, then I'll get my revenge." Ma Ziwei holds a bottle toward him and says, "You're not the only one who can grow stronger. Your talent isn't dramatically better than theirs, so drop the revenge dream." Hanhin answers from the doorway, "That's true." Ma Ziwei adds, "The freshman competition is about to start. You should focus on recovering and thinking about the competition." The blue-haired man lowers his hand and replies, "Okay." Students fill the arena seats as multiple platforms stand on the court, and it is announced, the day of the freshman competition arrived swiftly. Zichin blocks an opponent's strike and counters as it is said, "Hanhin and I defeated one opponent after another and successfully made it to the quarterfinals." Hanhin's kick crashes into a male opponent's face, snapping his head back. A spectator says, "I never expected Shen Qinghan to make it to the quarterfinals. Her growth compared to the entrance test is just too great." Another spectator adds, "Her growth is indeed astonishingly great. It's a pity, though." The commentator announces that she is facing Ziwei in this match and says otherwise she might have reached the semifinals. And the referee declares that the fight begins as the two girls stand facing each other in the arena. White and blue energy spiral around both fighters as they glare at each other, their power flaring up at the same time. Ma Ziwei slams her clawed hand into the ground as she lunges forward, and someone shouts that Ma Ziwei is making her move so fast. Shen Qinghan thrusts her palm forward and shouts, "Qi and blood control." Ma Ziwei staggers mid-step with her body trembling and she shouts, "What's going on? My qi and blood are being thrown into chaos." Ma Ziwei looks up in shock, her body shaking as someone exclaims, "Shen Qinghan can actually do that." Shen Qinghan performs a high-flying kick. Ma Ziwei crashes onto the arena floor as someone cries out, "That's impossible." Dean Ma shouts, "Why Wei?" While Dean Liu beside him says, "What's the deal with this childhood friend duo? Their family backgrounds are clearly ordinary, so how are they both such geniuses?" Shen Qinghan stares at her clenched fist in shock and says, "I actually defeated Ma Ziwei that easily." An announcement says the semifinals start in 10 minutes and the first match is Lin Zichin versus Shen Qinghan. She notes it's their first time competing on the same stage since they met, and he says, "Let's have a good match." The referee orders, "Begin the fight." As Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen lock eyes in silence, Shen Qinghan's kick slams into Lin Zichen's raised arm as he blocks, and Lin Zichen says, "You should have thrown a punch instead of a kick. You made the wrong choice." Lin Zichen's fist presses toward Shen Qinghan's guard as he says, "The angle of this punch isn't good. It'll easily leave an opening for the opponent to counterattack." From the stands, spectators say, "Wow, this semifinal match has turned into a live teaching session." And another adds, "Look at them, fighting all lovey-dovey. I'm so jealous. I want a sparring partner like that, too." Shen Qinghan bends forward, breathing heavily, and says, "I concede." And an announcement declares that Lin Zichen wins and advances to the finals. A black-haired student across the arena says, "Lin Zichen, my current strength might not be a match for yours, but don't think you can win easily. Even if I have to struggle with all my might, I'll force a draw," as Lin Zichen stands facing him. The referee announces, "Begin the fight." As Lin Zichen and the muscular opponent face each other at center stage, the muscular opponent's body bulges and his eyes glow as he roars, power surging around him. Lin Zichen charges straight toward the transformed opponent across the arena floor. Lin Zichen wins instantly with a single kick, and someone says his physical body is ridiculously strong, and he might achieve something on the pure-blooded human path. The muscular opponent crashes onto his back on the arena floor as an announcement declares, "Lin Zichen wins." And a voice says, "Man, he really can't be underestimated." Principal Yuan stands with her arms crossed and announces, "This year's freshman competition has concluded. In addition to the freshmen who made it to the quarterfinals, receiving credit bonuses," she continues, "the top 5 will also participate in the winter break special training camp. This winter camp," as Lin Zichen and the other injured finalists stare forward in shock. Principal Yuan says the camp will be at the Nanjiang Province Military District headquarters that suppresses source site number 36, starts in 10 days, and they must assemble at 7 a.m. the day before at the administration building. She faces the 5 students and says, "I will personally drive you there." Lin Zichen rests his hand on his chin as he thinks, "The military district that suppresses the origin land? Huh." While the purple-haired girl smiles beside him. On a rooftop overlooking the city, a voice says, "Your divine plant cult has been established on Earth for so long. You must have seen quite a few handsome men. The reason I've come to Earth this time is to find myself an Earthling bed slave." The masked man in a suit holds up a phone showing Lin Zichen's photo and says, "Fairy, this young man definitely meets your requirements. Not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his physical body is also incredibly powerful." The fox-eared woman covers her smile with her long nails and says, "Oh, tell me more about him in detail." A helicopter carries the 5 students toward the military district, as it is stated that shortly after winter vacation began, the day arrived for them to head to the military district for special training, and that Principal Yuan brought the 5 of them via helicopter to the Nanjiang Province Military District headquarters. It is explained that the special training program includes not only the 5 students from Shanghai University, but also the top 5 students from Kyoto University. It is further stated that it even includes young generation members from the Mecha Deity Group and the military district itself, as the students stand together looking ahead. A student points at a towering red mecha and says its combat power rivals rare-level powerhouses, and another says it was built by the Mecha Deity Group, and each unit is named after a Nanjiang Province city. Lin Zichen and Hanhin turn their heads toward the voice calling out, "Zichen, Zio Shen." Zhang Kai stands before them in black armor and asks, "Are the 2 of you here representing Shanghai University for this military district special training?" Lin Zichen answers, "Yeah." Zhang Kai says Zichen once tired after a few extra laps in middle school, but is now a top 5 Shanghai University freshman, and representing the university at special training, and adds Hanhin had very high gene fusion compatibility, became Nanjiang's exam top scorer, and grew much stronger after gene fusion. Looking at them in surprise, Zhang Kai says, "Good heavens, even Zio Shen has become this formidable. And you too, Zhang Kai, being able to represent the Mecha Deity Group in the competition means your strength has also increased significantly." Zhang Kai raises his armored hand glowing with blue light and says, "My compatibility with mechanical modifications is exceptionally high. I've been cooperating with various modification experiments by the Mecha Deity Group, which has greatly enhanced my strength." Zhang Kai turns and waves, saying, "I still have some matters to attend to now, so I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow at the training ground." Lin Zichen replies, "See you tomorrow," and the purple-haired girl adds, "Bah." The long-haired male student smiles at them and says, "It's getting late. How about we grab food at the cafeteria first, then walk around?" Hanhin sits at the cafeteria table and says, "Zio Chen, the food here is so delicious, much tastier than the university cafeteria." She holds up a piece of food with her chopsticks toward Lin Zichen and says, "Zyro Chen, have a taste." Lin Zichen leans forward and says, "Yeah, it's really good," while a nearby student complains that their public display of affection is tormenting the singles. The brown-haired student puckers his lips and says, "Ziwei, feed me a piece of tofu. I want to experience the wonderful feeling of being fed by a beauty too." The dark-haired girl replies, "Get lost." A voice calls out, "Li Moyu." The brown-haired student lifts his head, surprised. The brown-haired student looks up and says, "What a coincidence," as two men stand over him and one of them says, "The Kyoto traitor." Li Moyu stands and says, "You two losers who were always behind me in high school, who are you calling a traitor?" He adds, "Li Moyu, do you think it's still like high school days?" Li Moyu places a hand on his hip and says, "From the moment you chose to enroll in Shanghai University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by me and Qinchuan." Li Moyu smirks at the two men and says, "Li Moyu, want to step outside and have a fight?" The blonde man immediately replies, "Exactly what I wanted." Inside the cafeteria, students start shouting, "They're gonna fight. Let's go out and watch." And Kyoto University's genius versus Shanghai University's genius. Others urge, "Stop eating and hurry outside to watch." Outside, Li Moyu stands confidently and raises a finger. "Both of you, come at me together. It'll save me the trouble of beating you one by one and dragging this out." The purple-haired man calmly says there's no need. Gao Mu alone can crush you, as the blonde man steps forward with his hands in his pockets. Li Moyu drives his fist forward as debris bursts around him and snarls, a defeated opponent of the perennial third-plasser. Li Moyu bares his fangs and thinks, "Last week at home, I fused with Shadow Knight Cat genes. I have compensated for my previous lack of speed. How could this guy possibly defeat me?" The blonde fighter's feathered arm slashes across the beast's body. Zichen stands with his hands in his pockets and explains that the opponent fused with an armored earth dragon, an earth-type mutant beast with extremely strong defensive power, capable of withstanding a full-force punch from an advanced level, first-ranked demonic-eyed great ape. Li Moyu's fist slams down onto the blonde fighter as debris explodes from the impact. Li Moyu hammers his fists down in unison while the blonde fighter blocks with both feathered arms. Li Moyu grits his teeth with sweat on his cheek and thinks, "Why is this guy so tough? No matter how hard I hit, I can't move him." Hanhen tells Zyro Chen neither fighter can gain the upper hand and thinks it will end in a draw, but Zichen says it won't, and that Gao Mu from Kyoto University will win. Zichen says, "He's holding back and hasn't used his full strength. He still has another mutant beast gene inside him that hasn't been activated." The blonde fighter smirks beneath his fringe as a voice states, "Meanwhile, Li Moyu has already gone all out." Li Moyu leans forward with sweat running down his face and shouts, "All you can do is turtle up and drag it out to a draw." The blonde fighter raises both feathered arms over his head and declares, "Li the provincial champion, allow me show you my full strength now and end this match." The blonde fighter's body swells with power as onlookers shout, "That's the demonic-eyed great ape gene. That guy from Kyoto University also fused with the genes of demonic-eyed great ape." Li Moyu's eyes widen and he exclaims, "Impossible. With your talent level, how could you have successfully fused with two mutant beasts' genes in such a short time?" The blonde fighter drives his fist forward and says, "Though my innate talent is inferior to yours, the gene fusion technology at Kyoto University greatly exceeds that of Shanghai University." Their punches collide, and the ground explodes upward in a blast of shattered stone as a voice declares, "Betraying Kyoto University to choose Shanghai University will prove to be the gravest mistake of your entire life." Their fists slam together repeatedly, shockwaves cracking the ground as a voice shouts, "Are they just clashing raw power now? But that Kyoto guy has the armored Earth Dragon's defense. No way Shanghai guy can compete in terms of raw power." Li Moyu lies sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched and body bruised as a voice sneers, "Li Moyu, do you know why your Li family only supports your brother Li Yijin and not you? Because you're just a hopeless good-for-nothing loser." The armored blonde fighter stands over him and says, "I heard you couldn't even become the top freshman at Shanghai University and got completely crushed by a local freshman named Lin Zichen. What a loser." The armored blonde fighter turns toward the gathered students and asks, "Which one of you is Lin Zichen?" Zichen steps forward and answers, "Me." The armored blonde fighter faces the green-haired student and says, "I heard you've been dominating Li Moyu at Shanghai University. Come up here and have a sparring match with me. If you beat me, I'll give you 10 high-grade chi and blood pills." Zichen's left eye glows red as he replies, "Fine by me." A long-haired man tells Brother Chen the opponent fused armored earth dragon and demonic-eyed great ape genes, making his offense and defense very strong. so avoid head-on clashes. Low-level gene fusioners can't keep genes active long, so use speed to outlast him. The armored blonde fighter stands opposite Zichin and says, I heard you're walking the pure-blooded human path, abandoning the bright future of gene fusion to stick with pure-blooded human path. Shanghai University really is good at producing idiots. The armored blonde fighter towers over Lin Zichin and declares, once I defeat Lin Zichin, the one who's been dominating Li Moyu, I'll show Li Moyu what a difference in power truly looks like. Enough with the chit-chat, let's get started. He lunges forward with a clenched fist, spiked arms driving straight at Lin Zichin. Lin Zichin bursts forward in a blur, multiple afterimages trailing behind him as he evades the charge. Lin Zichin's fist ignites with blazing red energy as he drives a punch upward toward the armored blonde fighter. His flaming punch slams into the armored blonde fighter's torso, blasting him backward as blood sprays from his mouth. The armored blonde fighter crashes across the ground, debris and shards scattering as he tumbles. He slams down hard on his back, arms flung wide as dust and fragments explode around him. Hanhin throws up a peace sign and cheers. Insta-defeat. Lin Zichin is just too ridiculously strong. A short-haired young man stares ahead with sweat on his face and thinks, my strength isn't much better than Gao Mu's, yet Gao Mu was instantly defeated by a single punch from Lin Zichin. If it were me up there, I probably wouldn't last 2 punches either. A uniformed man arcs down from above and lands as he says, I thought this year would be another showdown between our military district's geniuses and the geniuses from Mecha Deity Group. I never expected Shanghai University to produce a monster like you. The uniformed man raises his fist and declares, I'm Zhao Yuanzhang, 19 years old, representing the military district in this year's special training. Want to spar? Lin Zichin tells Zhao Yuanzhang he's willing to spar but won't spend time and effort without a reward, and Zhao Yuanzhang offers a 1.5 million value spiritual fruit that boosts chi and blood if he wins. Lin Zichin smiles and thinks the ordinary level 8th rank opponent is weak, and he can easily defeat him with one casual kick to take the spiritual fruit, then says they can spar. Zhao Yuanzhang and Lin Zichin lean forward, facing each other, and a man between them shouts, you too. Sparring is allowed, but material rewards are not. That's against military district regulations. Lin Zichin turns away saying no reward, no fight, and the distant soldier calls out to him. Lin Zichin stands over the bruised blonde student and asks, hey, classmate, when will you give me those 10 high-grade chi and blood pills you spoke of? The blonde student lies on the ground trembling and says, I'll go get them from my dorm right now and give them to you. Under the night sky by a tall building, he says that even during special training at the military district, he can't let his body tempering progress slip. Lin Zichin sits cross-legged on his bed as a notice reads, 4th round of skin tempering, 12%. He says the tempering process has slowed somewhat compared to the 3rd round. Hanhin peeks through the door and says, Zio Chen, I'm coming in, okay? And he adds, why's your hair still wet? She sits beside Lin Zichin on the bed and says, I forgot to bring my hair dryer. Could you use your chi and blood to dry them for me? Lin Zichin replies, you came at the right time. I have something for you. Lin Zichin hands Hanhin the 10 high-grade chi and blood pills he won, saying they're of little use to him and she shouldn't feel indebted because they are family and her well-being is his, and Hanhin clutches the bottle and says they're too precious. Hanhin nods slightly and says, all right then, I'll take them. Blushing, Hanhin leans over Lin Zichin and says, now then. She bends closer and says, let me properly thank you. Zhao Yuanzhang stands before a gathered group and says, good morning, Lin Zichin. Lin Zichin answers, morning. Lin Zichin walks beside Zhao Yuanzhang and asks, I heard that the younger generation of your military district have all undergone training in the origin land. Zhao Yuanzhang replies, kind of yeah. Zhao Yuanzhang says the military district has a fortified city in the origin land where ordinary-level young soldiers do miscellaneous work and cannot leave the walls, and only advanced level or above can truly enter the origin land. A soldier kneels on the ground in the origin land, while a mutant beast lies collapsed in a forest on Earth. Zhao Yuanzhang says, when Earthlings enter the origin land, it's like mutant beasts entering Earth. They both get repelled by boundary force. Zhao Yuanzhang says an invisible force pushes out those below advanced level, and mutant beasts face even stronger boundary repulsion on Earth that weakens many of their powers. Zhao Yuanzhang explains an invisible boundary force pushes out those below advanced level, and mutant beasts experience even stronger repulsion on Earth, weakening many of their abilities. Lin Zichin says, I see. That explains why Earth's gene fusioner can defeat the very creatures that are the origin of their genes. A figure crashes down onto the plaza with a heavy impact, dust bursting outward in a ring. A voice calls out, is everyone present? Zhao Yuanzhang stands straight and shouts, reporting instructor. Everyone is present. The The blonde instructor introduces himself as Lu Tianrong and tells them to call him Instructor Lu, then says he'll skip the talk because everyone is here for special training to improve themselves. Lin Zichen studies him in silence and thinks his biological level is as high as advanced level, 6th rank. Strength like that would suffice for him to serve as dean of either of the two major universities. Instructor Lu faces the group and says, "Now, I'm going to assign you into 4 temporary teams." He continues, "After the completion of team assignments, we will proceed directly to the camp entrance assessment. The actual special training will begin only after the assessment is finished." Lin Zichen thinks, after the team assignments, luckily Hanhin and I were still on the same team, and Zhao Yunzhang, Zhang Kai, plus Kyoto University's girl Shangyu and Yuying were also assigned with us in one team. The purple-haired girl hugs his arm and says, "Good thing we weren't separated." Instructor Lu says, "This building has 3 floors, each with checkpoints. Clear all checkpoints and reach the rooftop within 3 hours to pass the assessment." Instructor Lu continues, "On the first floor, each of the 4 walls has a door in the middle. Each team will enter through different doors to begin the assessment." He finishes, "That concludes my instructions." Instructor Lu stands on the rooftop and shouts, "I hope you all pass successfully. The assessment begins now." Lin Zichen leads the 5 of them forward through the entrance as they step inside together. Gunfire flashes around them as the armored student shields himself against the barrage, and the others brace under the impact. Lin Zichen thinks, "Our 5-member team managed to brute force our way through the barrage of gunfire and impenetrable walls of the first floor. It wasn't particularly difficult." They stop in front of a screen showing team progress, and Lin Zichen thinks, "The other 3 teams have already reached the 3rd floor, while our Team D has only just entered the 2nd floor. We're significantly lagging behind." Lin Zichen thinks the 2nd floor is a rock-paper-scissors challenge against AI. A win opens the door 2 cm, a tie 1 cm, and a loss closes it 3 cm and gives an electric shock, and purple lightning erupts as the system announces he lost and receives the shock penalty. Lin Zichen holds up a shard of window glass as a mirror and forms a hand sign toward the screen. The system announces it's a tie, opening a crack in the door for you, and the door gap widens. Lin Zichen and his teammates step into the 3rd floor rest area and stare ahead in shock. Zhao Yunzhang says, "The other 3 teams." A screen displays A to C team eliminated, and D, the 2nd floor is completed. A blue notification appears above Lin Zichen reading, "Danger Sense." He thinks 3 teams eliminated in an instant. Looks like the 3rd floor is far from simple. Let's check things out with my Danger Sense attribute first. A layout of the 3rd floor appears, showing 4 separate rooms each guarded by a robot. A heavily armored robot stands inside a room with broken parts and blood scattered on the floor. Lin Zichen thinks, judging by the battle traces left by the other 3 teams, these robots have extremely strong defense and offense. Lin Zichen steps toward the doorway and says, "Let's go in." The 5 of them stop inside the room and look up at the towering robot ahead. The armored student says, "So our 3rd floor opponent is this robot." The robot's red eye glows sharply as it locks on, and a soldier shouts, "Everyone, stay alert." The robot fires a burst of yellow rounds down the corridor as the team scatters, and a teammate warns that it is armed with armor-piercing ammunition, and one hit will shatter their bones. The brown-haired man in armor presses against the wall as bullets spark nearby and shouts, "Everyone, let's wait until its ammo run out before charging." Yellow rounds tear into the wall, and Zichen shields Hanhin behind him as someone shouts, "This isn't working. That robot has endless ammo. We have to strike first before our cover gets destroyed." The red-haired woman clutches her head, trembling, and says, "How about we just forfeit? Everyone else failed to clear it. We have no chance either." The tattoo-faced man grits his teeth beside her and says, "Even if our chances of clearing this floor are slim, we can't forfeit. If we do, the instructor will rip us apart the moment we walk out." Bullets rake past the corner where Zichen and Hanhin hide, and someone says, "How about we give it a try? Maybe we can actually clear it." And Hanhin says, "With Zio Chen here, we'll definitely clear it." The robot unleashes continuous fire across the corridor as smoke and sparks burst from the walls, and a teammate says, "Lin Zichen and I are in the best shape. We'll attack the robot, while the rest of you provide cover for us." The robot unleashes a sweeping barrage of yellow gunfire across the corridor as 2 men charge forward, and a voice shouts, "Let's go." The armored brown-haired man fires glowing blue smoke grenades toward the robot and shouts, "I've launched heat sensor smoke grenades. That'll buy you some time." Purple smoke billows around the robot's body as 2 teammates rush through it, and a voice shouts, "Conceal yourselves within the purple smoke. The robot's heat sensors will be unable to detect your positions." Hanhin raises her hand as pale energy swirls around her, and she says, "I'll slow down the robot's movement speed." A blue outline of the robot's internal systems glows beneath its armor as she says, "With my mental power, I'll control the robot's internal fluids, forcing it to malfunction and slow down its movements and reactions. The robot fires blindly into the smoke as two red-haired women sprint across the floor, and one of them shouts, "I will attract its firepower." The tattoo-faced man lunges forward through the smoke with claws extended and shouts, "Excellent opportunity." His clawed fist slams into the robot's head with a metallic impact as sparks burst from the contact point. The tattoo-faced man's spiked arm trembles and cracks under recoil as he grimaces and thinks, "Fuck, feels like my bones cracked." Zichen drives a flame-wreathed kick forward, his leg engulfed in blue energy. His kick slams into the robot's torso with a heavy impact, and he thinks even attacks from a gene fusioner at ordinary level, 8th rank, couldn't leave a single scratch on it. Looks like its combat power is at the peak of ordinary level 8th rank. The tattoo-faced man stands tense with sweat on his face and shouts, "This robot's defense is too strong. We can't break through at all. We must first recover stamina before engaging it further." A bright blue energy arc slices down from above, and the tattoo-faced man looks up in shock. The robot swings a glowing blue energy blade downward toward the team as the tattoo-faced man and his allies lie on the floor, and someone shouts, "Run." Its heat sensors have recovered. The robot raises its arm to strike as Hanhin stands frozen nearby, and a voice shouts, "Watch out." Zichen grabs Hanhin and leaps aside as the robot's energy blade crashes into the floor, blasting debris and yellow sparks upward. The red-haired woman sits on the floor trembling with tears in her eyes and says, "No way, this is impossible to clear. Let's just forfeit." Zichen runs while holding the purple-haired girl in his arms as the robot stands directly behind them with its energy blade raised. Hanhin stands beside the blue-haired man and thinks, everyone's probably at their limit, and Hanhin has also practiced enough. Zichen charges straight at the robot as blue energy blades slash toward him, and he declares, "The time spent is reasonable for defeating a peak ordinary level, 8th rank opponent, right? It's time to clear this floor." Several injured participants lie on the rooftop while medics tend to them, and a man says, "Damn, that robot on the 3rd floor was ridiculously strong. No way anyone's clearing that. I think that the 3rd floor was just meant to give us a wake-up call." A blonde man with bruises sits against the wall with his teammates and says, "I wonder how Team D is doing. They still haven't come out. Team D was already so far behind us and has the weakest strength. They're probably still getting beaten up by the robot inside." A massive explosion erupts in the center of the rooftop as people flinch back and someone shouts, "What's going on?" An earthquake. A man in black armor stares forward in shock and says, "That's." The robot's severed head lies shattered among debris with sparks and exposed wires crackling. And someone shouts, "The robot's head."